What wants the political green? On the climate and energy political transformation of society. With metaphysics having been discredited by the natural sciences, one would think that the philosophy of history is also finished. No one today would dare to claim that the world is organized according to natural or divine laws, pointing to the destiny of man to achieve a higher state than the miserable status quo in which he lives. Such arguments are objectively doomed to failure, but that is not enough for those who keep coming back to them mockingly. The opposite must be proven over and over again, and so the philosophy of history haunts the minds of weak-willed people like the undead. Negative philosophy of history has been booming for decades and not only prophesies resignation in the face of the failure of the human race to overcome the simplest challenges, but also seeks to completely eliminate the idea of man as a subject that is, if not called, then at least potentially capable of mastering his destiny, like an unpleasant memory. Their own actions during the 2 centuries following metaphysics are not only the death sentence for the species, say people today, but even worse, the mark of destruction for the completely innocent planet Earth. The self-flagellation of people who have given up on humanity and are all the more eager to get involved in the big demolition reads like this: the rise in sea levels and the melting of the polar ice caps are symptomatic of a process that seems unstoppable. Governments and multinational corporations are increasingly being identified as the ones responsible. Environmental organizations are submitting petitions and famous personalities are calling for action. Researchers are publishing alarming figures. Since the beginning of the industrial age, over 1,400 billion tons of carbon dioxide have been pumped into the atmosphere. Biodiversity has declined rapidly, and projections speak of 250 million to 1 billion climate refugees by 2050. By 2100, almost 40% of the Earth's surface will experience conditions that no living organism on the blue planet has ever faced. If you were to break down the Earth's lifespan to 24 hours, Homo habilis would develop in the very last minute. The Holocene, the last 10,000 years, would correspond to the last quarter of a second, and the industrial age to the last 0.02 of a second. In this short time, humans have developed such immense power that they have been able to take control of the Earth system. The authors take an uncompromising look at the last 200 years of industrial capitalism. They tell of the depletion of fossil fuels, the invention of the automobile, nuclear power and mass consumption, of imperialism, wars, the growth of cities, industrial agriculture and globalization. The program also wants to show who is responsible for all this. Because the blame for the environmental crisis does not fall on humanity as a whole, historically, it only affects a small minority, first North Americans and Europeans. The richest 20% of the world's citizens are the worst CO2 sinners, and 1/5 of the world's population today practices the wasteful lifestyle that developed in the early 19th century among the bourgeoisie of industrialized and colonial powers. Quote end. Thus Arte announced an end-time film that was broadcast in May 2019 and reveals the murderous destructive forces in the minds of the targeted viewers from the educated classes, who are up to no good and are demanding a socially suffered expression. The word end has a double meaning. It denotes death and, before Francis Fukuyama rode Hegel to death, the perfection of the human race throughout history to a state of general harmony. What is the point of studying universal history, and to what end? Is the title of Friedrich Schiller's inaugural lecture, which he delivered in Jena on May 26, 1789. He came to a slightly different conclusion about the history of humanity than contemporary filmmakers. No false gleam will blind it, no prejudice of the time will sweep it away, for it experiences the ultimate destiny of all things. Everything that ends has lasted equally briefly for it. It keeps the deserved olive wreath fresh and breaks the obelisk that vanity had erected. By dissolving the subtle mechanism by which the silent hand of nature has been developing the powers of man in a planned way since the beginning of the world, and indicating with precision what has been gained for this great plan of nature in each period of time, thus she reestablishes the true standard of happiness and merit, which the prevailing delusion in each century falsified differently. It cures us of exaggerated admiration for antiquity and of childish nostalgia for past times, and by drawing our attention to our own achievements, it makes us not wish for the vaunted golden ages of Alexander and Augustus. All previous eras have striven, whether knowingly or not, to usher in our own human century. All the treasures that industry and genius, reason and experience have finally brought home in the long age of the world are ours. Only from history will you learn to place a value on the goods that custom and unchallenged possession so readily rob of our gratitude. Precious, expensive goods, with the blood of the best and noblest, that had to be won through the hard work of so many generations. And which of you, in whom a bright spirit is joined with a feeling heart, could be mindful of this high obligation without a quiet desire to repay the coming generation for the debt that he can no longer repay to the past? A noble desire must glow in us to add our contribution to the legacy of truth, morality, and freedom that we inherited from the past and must pass on to the next world, richly increased, and to attach our fleeting existence to this unbreakable chain that winds through all generations of mankind. However different the destiny that awaits you in civil society, you can all contribute to it. Every merit is a path to immortality, to true immortality, where the deed lives and rushes on, even if the name of its creator should remain behind it. End of quote. On the eve of the French Revolution, such optimism might just have been tolerated, but today's uncompromisingly disillusioned people wave it aside. After all, Schiller died exactly a decade before the beginning of the Great Emissions and could not have foreseen the great man-made catastrophe. Today, one can only talk about larger contexts if one can conclude, on the basis of scientifically pieced together material in the style of an Arte film, that the citizens of the Earth are heading for their certain end, which they also deserve. In the BZ of June 6, 2019, the coming doomsday scenario is already presented to the readership, which appears to the numerous contemporary apocalypticists as a great cleansing of the world from the breeding grounds of industrial sin and therefore excites them. Quote, "The consequences of hunger, death, and displacement affect national security. The scale of the associated heart challenges, for example, of pandemics, is overwhelming. Armed conflicts over resources are commonplace and, in the worst case, can lead to nuclear war. In the worst case, the authors write, the level of destruction goes beyond the model they have designed. The damage caused will be irreparable, and there is a high probability that human civilization will come to an end. The study calls on the governments of all countries in the world to work immediately on emission-free industries and to reduce carbon dioxide emissions on a large scale in order to protect not only their own people but also human civilization as a whole." End of quote. In Schiller, the concrete acting and erring human being disappears behind objective laws that guarantee the good, which, however, in turn have only been established by man throughout history as an abstractly general imagined species. Man transforms himself and flees from the stage. His opinions flee and transform with him. History alone remains on the stage, an immortal citizen of all nations and times. End of quote. In climate-conscious Germany, on the other hand, people are convinced that humans have renounced themselves as self-confident actors at the latest when they finally had the material possibilities for their perfection, and since then have only been considered destroyers of the system Earth. There is obviously no need for reflection on human history in the spirit of a world citizen as a prerequisite for reasonable action, especially for the protection of maltreated nature. Instead, Schiller's friendly thought that nature's silent hand develops human strength, that humans might one day take into their own hands and plan the conditions of their own reproduction for their own benefit and that of their natural environment, is turned into its diabolical opposite. The desirable planning by man on a human scale remains the bundling of all material and ideological forces to carry out a mission of salvation that no longer recognizes any client and therefore no actor except for depersonalized, mere violence. The demand on all governments, that is, the administrators of the monopolized power, to take rigorous action against the disaster of climate change is logically impossible, since the destroyers of the Earth cannot possibly be capable of it. They are too entangled in the end that is taking place in just 30 years. Cars, nuclear power, mass consumption, and colonialism/imperialism must inevitably lead to the 20% main culprits giving the planet the rest. What is demanded of a state power that obviously rules over its consumerist citizens is vaguely reminiscent of Hegel's philosophy of history, and also of Peter Hacks, who vulgarized it. But this basically Prussian tradition of thought, which wanted to deliver its subjects to the authoritarian but enlightened state for educational purposes during a transitional period, had defined the state machine and its machinists as animated by the spirit of the immortal citizens of all nations and times. None of this is reflected in the invocation of the strong state, which is called upon as a savior of the earth to ruthlessly break all resistance, whether human or natural. The state thus posited is only an imagination, a reproduction surface for the destructive fantasies of a multitude, and is not intended to act in a planned way at all, but rather to intervene arbitrarily but without residue against every obstacle. Today, nature is no longer regarded as a historically and philosophically charged pledge for the breakthrough of reason, nor as a conglomeration of landscape and seas, including flora and fauna. Nothing rules over it, and none of the harbingers of catastrophe can do anything with it other than completely destroy it. To the eye-seeking beauty, a so-called wind park is the brutal dismemberment of the landscape. To the ordinary ear, a ghastly buzzing, whirring, and howling, and for a great many birds and insects, a deadly trap due to wind damage. Landscape thus becomes pure usable space, which, because it is optimally exploited, is even uglier than a spruce plantation called a forest and is therefore avoided by people. The movement for renewable energies, which also promotes the construction of more and ever larger solar parks that are harmless to birds but terrifying to the human eye, and which cut swathes of highway-sized roads through forests and floodplains to bring wind and solar energy to the consumer, is going according to plan. Jan Philip Albrecht, by profession energy transition minister in Schleswig-Holstein, sees the solution in more wind turbines in the regional planning. Quote, "This will provide planning security and a perspective for the expansion for the whole country, while at the same time taking into account the legitimate concerns that also exist for the population." End of quote. He openly admits what the concerns are. Quote, "For us Greens, there is no way around meeting the climate targets. Therefore, we are now pushing for other concerns to be subordinated to some extent." End quote. These other concerns are obviously more of a human, and therefore earth-destroying nature, which is why the minister continues threateningly, "There are discussions everywhere about how we can reconcile energy generation with other interests, including, incidentally, nature conservation." End quote. So what do we need? Therefore, we need a plan that to some extent liquidates nature conservation, because nagging is not an option in difficult times. It has to be planned through and then executed. Quote, "I would like the federal government to make it clear why the expansion is so important, instead of constantly just being the echo chamber of those who, as critics, are simply against change. That won't get us anywhere." End of quote. While related invective from critics of landscape gobbling measures was once rejected out of hand as pure mockery, today, when nature conservation is being liquidated in the name of climate protection, not only does hardly anyone take umbrage at such a statement, but critics of total planning are publicly pathologized, incapacitated and politically consigned to the enemy camp. As early as 2017, a completely interchangeable Florian Schmidt, who works at the Göttingen Institute for Democracy Research, exemplified what an echo chamber and its inhabitants, who can be controlled by discourse analysis, are supposed to look like. Quote, "They are ideologically homogeneous discursive spaces, and these lead to the radicalization of opinions and positions." The logic behind this argument is coherent, which is why this strand of echo chamber research has proven useful in describing and explaining certain radicalization phenomena, both on and off the internet. End quote. The most worrying radicalization phenomena are found where the unseemly insistence on nature conservation is challenged and the alleged necessity for survival, indeed the very meaningfulness of the current environmental pollution, is disputed. And so we are confronted with the hideous face of the climate denier, who is presented in an endless Wikipedia article, which reads like a commentary on a criminal law yet to be passed, as a totalitarian clone of a Reich citizen, Donald Trump and right-wing populists. The climate denier, who is not even sufficiently described as a climate change denier because he does not dispute it at all, claims that the global temperature increase that has been observed for several decades is only to a small extent due to the combustion of fossil fuels by humans, and in addition, considers the now daily presented doomsday scenarios to be dubious. The environmental movement has never been concerned with people. The fact that it is now at odds with nature and discredits nature conservation as backward-looking homeland security and, even worse, as the social democratic and Christian social land use fanatics of the 1970s, is only seemingly a paradox. What has always been implied in the use of the term nature, the planned effect of scientifically based laws, has most brutally established itself as a certainty of salvation against all metaphysics, especially among those who once took up the cause of nature conservation. The subjugation of an entire organism, which was once kindly referred to as creation, for the purpose of its total domination and exploitation, not for the benefit of humans, but strangely enough for the protection of the planet on which we live, is even more unfounded than the industrialization and development of transport routes of earlier centuries and decades, which still often proceeded in a disorderly manner. The desire to give nature a voice has always been a dubious formulation and initially served to propagate pseudo-shamanistic religious substitutes, only to arrive in its purest form in the whimpering of elephants and dolphins in cartoons, endowed with human voices, facial features and characteristics, whose intrusive educational message is animal protection. Since climate protection has dominated the homogeneous discourse space of Germany, this has also come to an end. The contradiction between reconciled and unreconciled nature needs no discussion, nor do the objections of some Black Forest residents to the wind turbines that are struggling up the mountain slopes from Freiburg. Crank nonsense at best, right-wing populists sand in the works in reality. No one is allowed to stand up against the urgently needed planning of nature. The order of the day is survival, and for this, rugged and unforgiving nature is used as a metaphor. What a classic once said during a hike in the Harz Mountains in winter privately, as an escape from the state-dictated, socially and economically dictated narrowness and planning into the untouched and therefore rugged, the place for reflection that pushes for a more humane organization of the world, in which nature belongs just as much as human society, is today used against the more humane organization of the world, which is always poorly managed. Such thinking seeks its counterpart in a nature with its climate, of all things, on which one relentlessly acts out what actually threatens people: clear-cutting, desertification, the reduction of the appealing, of difference itself. What had emerged in the once successful friendlier coexistence of man and the nature surrounding him is thus ticked off. They themselves are part of the organic world, and what sets them apart from the laws of nature, what forces them to gain from nature what they need for their very different existence, also initially prompted humans to keep their distance from the relative superiority, in almost magical terror or at least shy admiration. Nature per se is not beautiful, and it took most of human history to fend off the threat it posed. The beauty of nature is purely man-made, a product of civilization. It appeared timidly in the paintings of the Renaissance through the windows of rooms reproduced in exact perspective, almost excluded. It was then described in idealized landscapes according to the laws of aesthetics, and significantly, it was almost always supplemented by at least one path, around distant towns, churches, and castles. These are ingredients of the human being, who ensured himself there with the barely achieved overcoming of the worst impositions of the jungle, the forbidding mountains, or the unpredictable river. Where this was successful can be seen where small areas of arable land were reclaimed from a relatively rugged landscape centuries ago, and where farmsteads, villages, and chapels were built at prominent points, indicating a compromise, precisely because they are immediately followed by completely uninhabitable natural areas that were therefore left as they were. It was the successful compromise between a landscape that does not want to allow people to stay, and an intervention that nevertheless maintains the original terror of this fascinating realm beyond man. From the Christian idea of creation as a self-contained, harmonious unity of man and the nature surrounding him, a second nature was developed long before the ideologically critical use of the term, the nature of man. In a much-cited passage from Kant, this is certainly suggested. Nature has thus used the irreconcilability of men, even of the great societies and states of these creatures, as a means to finding a state of peace and security in the inevitable antagonism between them, that is, through wars, through the excessive and never-ending armament for them, through the adversity that each state must feel internally, even in the midst of peace, to initially imperfect attempts, but finally, after many devastations, upheavals, and even complete internal exhaustion of forces, to what reason could have told them without so much sad experience? Namely, to leave the lawless state of savages and enter into a league of nations, where even the smallest state could expect its security and rights, not from its own power or its own legal judgment, but solely from this great league of nations, foedus amphictionum, from a united power and from the decision according to the laws of a united will. End of quote. An attempt is made here with a pre-critical concept of nature, which is still strongly bound to the Christian conviction of the perfection of creation, albeit with the difference that now nature, as the repository of reason, is entirely attributed to humanity. What remains is the corrective that increasingly disappears in the conceptuality, nature as an educator acting behind humans, leading them on their predetermined path. Kant had written with some verve against the crude glorification of nature, which for him could only be analyzed by means of the exact sciences. Quote, "For what good is it to praise and contemplate the glory and wisdom of creation in the non-rational natural world, when the part of the great scene of supreme wisdom that contains the purpose of all this, the history of the human race, is to remain and cease to be an incessant intermixture, whose contemplation forces us to turn away our eyes in disgust, and, despairing ever to find in it a complete rational design, leads us to hope for it only in another world?" End of quote. Accordingly, nature, more implacably than in the somewhat enthusiastic Schiller, is absorbed in and also lost in a conceptual apparatus that pursues the nature of things and turns further and further away from the idea of creation, without being able to save anything of it in a rational intention. Quote, "Since the word nature already carries with it the concept of laws, but this carries with it the concept of the necessity of all the determinations of a thing that belong to its existence, it is easy to see why natural science must derive the legitimacy of this naming only from a pure part of it, namely the principles a priori of all other explanations of nature, and that only by virtue of this pure part is it a proper science, and that every natural science must ultimately lead to natural science and end in it, because the concept of nature is inseparably linked to the concept of necessity of the laws and therefore demands full recognition." End of quote. It is clear that the nature of human beings cannot be inferred from the nature that surrounds us. It is also clear that the establishment of pure natural science as the basis for laws that are supposed to regulate human destinies is not capable of constituting a concept of freedom, something of which Kant was well aware. While Kant and others were still aware of the contradiction between necessity and freedom, the laws of nature and the establishment of a society in accordance with human nature as one of free and individual persons, the climate movement, which began as an environmental protection movement, has responded to this one-sidedly as submission to the inexorable laws of the realm of necessity. Completely subjugated to natural science, they tamper with non-human nature, as if it could be separated from human nature, without working hard towards it with a reasonable intention, without at least promising consolation in another world in a banalized Catholicism. As is well known, all preoccupation with the question of nature has long enough been a question of humanity's survival. Of course, something had to be wrested from a hostile nature, both in material terms and in the rebellion against an ultimately fatalistic subjugation to nature. The fight against hostile nature also led to the subjugation of friendly nature, a demystification of the world that, in the joy of spring for example, forgets the joy of releasing cows from their winter stalls, which particularly enjoy their first trip to the pasture. Over the past 20 years, planning has caused the familiar image of the cattle pasture to disappear. Today, milk, which is often also labeled as organic, is produced in giant stalls that are operated year-round, with a prison yard in the middle as a substitute for grazing. The survival of humanity in the fight against nature and for the climate, this topos that seems to shape every discussion, has almost nothing to do with real challenges. Global warming, which cannot be combated with wind turbines anyway, is a perfectly manageable challenge that has absolutely nothing to do with the end of the world. The philosophy of history currently being peddled by third parties, which deals in catastrophes that do not occur, serves only the evil goal of bringing people to their senses once and for all through rigorous regulation. Those who propagate the even stricter control and manipulation of people for the sake of the climate and the millions and millions who parrot it, resign to their fate and macabrely, apparently hoping for salvation precisely for that reason. These are not people in the way that Schiller or Kant assumed them to be in their historical philosophical considerations. Not bound by humanity's purpose, nor by the protection of nature, nor even really interested in the climate, the Fridays for Future movement also rejects any philosophy of history, and with it any reflection on a more friendly organization of the world. What is actually being staged here is a struggle for survival, only it has nothing to do with the climate and even less with nature, but with the question of who should still have a right to life, whereby it is no longer a matter of the better life, but of life at all. Those who perhorse the end of the world are already reconciled in their thoughts with the idea that there must be millions of victims for the salvation of the planet. The fight against climate change and the currently negotiated form and euthanasia are related because in both cases, life deemed unworthy of living is identified. While euthanasia advocates already have ideological supremacy and are relying on the seemingly voluntary renunciation of life through intravenous fluids in younger and younger cases, which are often not even characterized by life-threatening illnesses, the rhetoric of climate protectors is filled with permanent brutal threats, including demands for the disenfranchisement and expropriation of opponents, until they, as a devalued nothing, voluntarily place themselves in the hands of the executioners of the mercy death. The insight that our treatment of the natural world around us is violent, and that this reflects what humans plan to do to their own kind was popularized decades ago with a bit of Eric Fromm, Herbert Marcuse and soon just life reform rhetoric, and it quickly became an evergreen that no longer has anything to do with the basic idea. There is no longer any talk of a life without compulsion, which the domestication of the surrounding nature would at least have to mitigate, nor is there any longer any talk of human conditions, which would have to be arranged in such a way that man would finally be helped to achieve his happiness, to which the beauty of nature urgently belongs. Separated and cold, inanimate nature and the human being who permanently rapes it stand opposite each other. But how could it happen that man, forced to abdicate, who has since been passed around as a caricature, old, white and male, has somehow given rise to a counteractor that is once again charged with a history of philosophy? And precisely among the 20% who are known to be to blame for everything? So how was it possible that all the way down to the magazine Gegenstandpunkt, the kids advanced to the avant-garde of the historical process? Let's listen to Johanna Roth, editor of opinion at the Taz, which still pays miserably and is not so particular about working hours. A tired and disappointed woman born in 1989, who can still proudly count herself among a collective of under-30s who have to eat the soup today and are therefore already legitimized to use unconventional methods. Endangering other people's lives is one thing, she says in reference to traffic accidents caused by very old people, and then continues, the other thing is endangering the future. On Sunday evening, when the European election projections came in, it became clear that people under 60 were voting with the road in mind, while those over 60 were looking in the rearview mirror. Support for the Greens, who were ahead among the under 60s and won as many votes as the CDU and SPD combined among first-time voters, fell disproportionately with the age of the voters. For the CDU, it was exactly the opposite. Now, I don't find this alarming because the Greens are, in principle, extremely great. You can have good reasons not to vote for them, and the attention paid to the issue of climate is far less thanks to them than to the kids who have been taking to the streets for months. What is all the more alarming is the clarity of this sentiment. Young people vote for the Greens because they are the only ones who are aware of climate change, because they know what is at stake. And above all, because they themselves are affected. 1 or 2 generations before that, however, they follow the narrative of the Union. It's all scaremongering, they'd better go to school properly. After all, this is about our prosperity, the CDU's favorite campaign buzzword. Dear fellow voters over 60, we under 30 would also like to have some of this prosperity, not least because we are already poorer than our parents' generation ever was, moving from fixed-term contract to fixed-term contract and never really having a break because we spend our weekends trying to find the last affordable apartment. Of course, we are happy to finance your pensions anyway. Unfortunately, you have not only left us a precarious world of work and a Europe with a collective identity crisis and a problem with nationalism, but you have also left us a planet littered with coal-fired power plants and plastic bags. And you want to decide our future? You can see that I'm getting worked up about it. So I'll keep it short. You should hand in your driving license when you get older. Why not the right to vote too? Yes, I know, it's a human right. But there should also be a human right for us young people to live to at least the age of 78 as the average person in Europe does today, and that without being hit by storm surges and forest fires in turn. What we need is an epistocracy of youth, lower the voting age and set an upper limit, or at least create clear incentives to delegate one's vote to younger people. To put it bluntly, this would mean protecting the innocent from a voting public that is incompetent on fundamental issues. You may find that anti-democratic, but I think it's only reasonable to at least give it some thought. Quote end. This desire for a quick process with the ancestors is fed by consuming envy, coupled with a complete absence of the noble desire to give back to the subsequent world the rich legacy of truth, morality and freedom that came to us from the previous world, richly enriched. The banal background to the hate songs of Johanna Roth for Future in the Killing Fields reads like the story of a German people's movement and its personnel. The Green Party and with it the environmental movement are 40 years old today. Both emerged at a time when the third industrial revolution, the digital one, was just beginning to take hold. In the 1980s, the crisis of the Fordist economy became apparent, with producers being shown that they would be needed less and less as production was outsourced to low-wage countries. This was reflected in real wage cuts and relatively high unemployment. In the 1990s, the flexibilization of the labor market began across the board, and it is not only the temporary employment agencies that stand for this. In the years since then, it is precarious self-employment and 17% of full-time employees nationwide who earn less than €2,000 gross per month. Today's architects are scraping by just above the subsistence level or working over 50 hours a week for a meager salary compared to the previous generation. The situation is similarly bleak for lawyers, and even more so for journalists. Company pensions are disappearing, permanent jobs are often only available in the public sector, and old age poverty is sure to become a mass phenomenon. For a few decades, the offspring of academics still had something to live on. Nobody talks about the others anyway, and they are not out there for the climate either. The resources that have now been used up were long enough those of the parents, who, if they are still alive, have long since become grandparents. There is not much left for today's under-30s. The post-war generation that built up the country, especially those dismissed from the BDM and Hitler Youth in 1945, had generated wealth during the economic miracle, or at least solidly padded company pensions or company pensions. They inherited land that within a few years skyrocketed in value as building land on the outskirts of booming regions. They were the ones who, as early as the 1980s, started doing what those under 30 today sorely lack in their parents. They supported their offspring beyond their student years, enabled them to build a house and offset the higher costs and reduced income caused by the children, and there was a fat inheritance on top of that. The parents of the millennials, or however you want to call the kids, have used up the inherited wealth and now only earn enough for themselves. They who are now in their mid-50s to late 60s are meant when it seems that only the driving license and license to vote are to be snatched from the very elderly for the time being. Epistocracy means the rule of philosophers. If you enter the word today on Google, you will not come across Plato, to whom this idea goes back, but to Jason Brennan, professor of political science and philosophy at Georgetown University in Washington. Brennan, whose book Gegen Demokratie, i.e., Against Democracy, was a success in Germany, whispered to the April 5, 2017 issue of Der Spiegel what a certain Johanna Roth is now promoting as theoretical knowledge. Quote, "A rule by the knowledgeable has nothing to do with a technocracy in which experts have dictatorial power. It should not be experts who rule, but the people, not all of them, but the best informed 25%. End of quote. Of course, these are the readers of the New York Times or the Süddeutsche Zeitung or even the Taz. They are in favor of free trade, immigration, and gay rights. They are in favor of abortion rights. We know this from many studies. They want to raise taxes to reduce the national debt. They want to do something about climate change, and they reject military intervention. And they respect civil rights." End of quote. A child is the worst thing you can do to the environment. Every child not born means a CO2 saving of around 50 tons a year, says Verena Brunschweger, author, feminist, and SPD member. As early as the beginning of the 1980s, Wolfgang Port characterized the Greens as the only political force in the Federal Republic that will henceforth succeed in mobilizing masses and successfully demanding sacrifices and the acceptance of considerable risks from individuals. End of quote. At the time, critics not only pointed out the obvious similarities in the arguments of green and brown nature or peace lovers, they also registered the emergence of an authoritarian eco-movement on the fringes of society, which is not concerned with the humane design of the environment, but with protecting fetishized nature from humans. Like no other, Port emphasized the regressive potential in the ideological and political advances of a still comparatively small group of activists. Although the Greens and the peace movement in the Federal Republic of Germany are a minority in percentage terms, the large parties, the churches, the trade unions, and the health insurance funds have far more registered members. But none of the established institutions can count on their supporters to show the same enthusiasm, the same willingness to make sacrifices, to work hard, to go without, and to take risks that, for example, 50,000 opponents of nuclear power plants, who had traveled at their own expense to Brockdorf in the freezing Northeast, faced a dangerous confrontation with the police. And no established institution has been able in recent years to shape the concerns and fears, the hopes and desires, even the living conditions of the entire population, down to their daily eating habits, as decisively as the Greens and the peace movement have succeeded in doing. Finally, no other group has found an echo in the media in recent years that could even be compared to that of the Greens and the peace movement. This means nothing other than that the Greens are indeed, as they claim, a movement, that is, a political force whose true significance lies in a difficult-to-calculate dynamic, and whose size is only very inadequately described by the usual indicators: number of members, positions of power and influence in business, administration, and the media. End of quote. Some 40 years later, it would obviously be outdated to speak of an echo of the Greens in the established media, in mass consciousness and politics. All areas of life have long since been almost completely greenified. For example, the energy transition, which is primarily based on climate policy, is being driven forward in a powerful effort across society as a whole, which, according to current surveys, is welcomed by an absolute majority of the population across all social strata. The phase-out of nuclear power and coal-fired energy is a foregone conclusion, completely independently of whether the Green Party is part of the government or what percentage of votes it gets in the current political climate. Today, a great many people, including those who don't vote for the Greens, believe not only that climate change is man-made, that it must be stopped to avert an impending apocalypse, and that something like green electricity actually exists or could even exist, but also that people who don't believe this are, at best, weird, at worst, Reich citizens, AfD supporters, or Nazis. Not so long ago, electrical devices and their carcinogenic electrosmog caused tormenting nervousness among the particularly anxious health-conscious. The same people now see salvation in the extensive electrification, including batteries, formerly hazardous waste, and the exorbitant lithium exploitation required for the future energy industry and electric cars, which Germany and its auxiliary peoples intend to carry into the world. It is noticeable that the Greens and their supporters have changed radically in one sense during their seizure of power in the public sphere, which greatly favors the success of the movement. While the old nature lovers were rather hostile to progress and technology, in this respect opponents of the zeitgeist of capital, today they are, at least as far as the renewables are concerned, in a way optimistic about progress and thus lobby, and capital compatible, which appears as a hasty over-adaptation and at the same time has lost all touch with reality. For fans of alternative energies, there seem to be no limits to what is feasible. As long as the will and the money are available, anything should be technologically possible. And should the feasible not be able to keep pace with the pious hopes, should the hubris collide with reality, the ideology of sacrifice and renunciation in the service of a higher goal, gladly the salvation of the world, is used all the more relentlessly. In concrete terms, this means, for example, that either we will succeed in the near future in achieving what has not been achieved in the last 40 years, namely, analogous to the development in the storage of electronic data and files, the efficient storage of ever larger amounts of electricity in ever smaller and lighter media, which would be necessary to ensure a constant power supply in the face of fluctuating solar and wind conditions, dependent on photovoltaic and wind power that are not base load capable. Or it will only be possible to consume the electricity that is available at any given moment, i.e. that can be generated depending on the weather, while in the future, instead of burning domestic coal, as has been the case so far, plans are afoot to burn imported natural gas for the indispensable and reliable supply of heat energy and for steel processing, which is of course neither cleaner nor cheaper, not to mention the conversion costs. In terms of personnel, the Greens are well positioned for their absurd and fundamentally inhumane project. Infantile wishes, pink castles in the air and big emotions are provided by weird and wacky, cute and naive young professionals like Jan, Scar and Terry, Katharina Schulz and Annalena Baerbock. Robert Habeck will take people with him into the crises and social upheavals conjured up by green politics with a level-headed, unagitated pseudo-intellectuality, and on doubters or critics of the envisaged social hell they will unleash the attack dog Anton Hofreiter, whose outrage staging self-dramatizations are sometimes reminiscent of Roland Freisler. Of course, another thing that has changed in the course of the development outlined above is that today's nature lover no longer seeks dangerous confrontation with the police. On the contrary, while students are encouraged by teachers, parents, and the chancellor to skip school and demonstrate for the climate, the contemporary eco-fanatic of a higher semester would prefer to see the judiciary and the police take action against anyone who shows any disobedience towards the majority opinion, because a reasonably good and comfortable life is more important to them than a permanent willingness to make sacrifices in the name of a guilty conscience. Especially when the sacrifices demanded are disproportionate to what is supposedly or actually to be achieved by them. Nowadays, you don't have to be a pathetic, narrow-minded 16-year-old girl to preach total renunciation even more brazenly than the Greens and to live out fantasies of punishment against those who doubt the necessity of the respective sacrifice, its rational justifiability. For example, the German newspaper Die Zeit has a particularly obsessive reader who writes letters to the editor. He is male, around 60 years old, and signs the following with Dr. Ulrich Wilmez, Paderborn. But by the time the realization has taken hold that an ecological turnaround is also economically profitable, it could already be too late to limit global warming, put an end to the extinction of species, etc., and the point of no return could have been passed. If, for example, climate change-denying pseudoscientists in corporate services had been subjected to consequent punishment over the last 40 years, humanity would now have significantly fewer problems. End of quote. In another letter to the editor, which refers to an article in the February 6th issue of Zeit magazine, in which author Ulrich Schnabel laments the media success of lung doctor Dieter Kohler in sparking a broad debate about limit values and diesel driving bans, as if he had pushed through fake news in the service of the automotive industry against 97% of pulmonologists and 30,000 recognized studies to the contrary, Ulrich Wilmez is even clearer. This letter was printed in the February 21st issue, but was probably written under the impression of the miscalculations of Kohler, which were scandalized in the Taz of February 13th, and went like this: I therefore see the only effective way to combat fake news as punishing the liar and his helpers, thus deterring imitators. The German state will not be able to hold Trump and Putin accountable for their lies, but Mr. Kohler and Mr. Scheuer most certainly can. In my opinion, public lies are not an expression of opinion, but a crime. End of quote. The fact that Kohler and his colleagues deny any scientific justification for the current limit values, which have led to driving bans for diesel cars, and that Federal Transport Minister Andreas Scheuer, relying on this, is working to soften the limit values that would make driving bans superfluous, is considered by one Ulrich to be a crime, by the other Ulrich it is just a defeat for all those experts in the information war who defend the sense of the original limit values. The latter were all the more horrified that the Welt and other serious media gave Kohler space to develop the idea that the openly admitted calculation errors would not affect the validity of his argument. Kohler thus obviously failed and fails the tactic of media isolation and defamation, which a greenified establishment has so far quite successfully employed against critics of climate policy and which is occasionally also openly expressed. Thilo Jung, for example, an influencer or young journalist and blogger, tweeted on January 28, 2019, "As journalists, we have learned to ignore deniers of man-made climate change in the media, to ridicule them and not to offer them an equal platform. We now have to do the same with the particulate matter deniers." Quote end. Dieter Janicek, member of the Bundestag for the Greens, announced via Twitter on January 23, "To be clear, what the CDU/CSU and FDP, together with a few stray lung doctors, are doing in terms of hashtag environmental aid, hashtag particulate matter, hashtag nitrogen oxides is on a par with the Reichsbürger movement. It's a disgrace for German politics. And Michael Kramer, a Green member of the European Parliament, said on Deutschlandfunk Radio on January 28, "There are people who deny climate change. There are people who deny the Holocaust. There are people who deny that particulate matter and CO2 and nitrogen oxides are harmful to health. That's one of them." End of quote. Under public pressure, the parliamentarian backtracked in an interview with the tabloid Bild. "Of course you can't compare denying the Holocaust with denying climate change. That was stupid and wrong of me." But this does not change the fact that the term climate denier is already in common use, and even then, as originally intended, evokes associations with Holocaust deniers if it is not literally enumerated in the immediate context. Thus, critics of the prevailing climate policy, unlike Kohler, have been pushed out of public view and consequently appear in obscure formats on the Russian state broadcaster RT and other alternative media, which are precisely not equal platforms, which in turn allows their reputation and credibility to be doubted with glee for precisely that reason. In reality, multiple and drastic changes in the global climate over the course of the Earth's history have never been denied by anyone. The only thing open to criticism is the claim that the Earth has undergone relevant man-made and threatening global warming over the last 150 years and the climate policy measures derived from this to avert horror scenarios, because the whole thing is a mere belief that is not scientifically supported or a latent wish. In truth, no one automatically denies the abstract danger of particulate matter, fine dust particles and nitrogen oxides as soon as it is pointed out that in concrete terms it depends on the dosage or the proportion of them in the air, that the legally defined limit values are nonsensically strict and that there is still a lot of room for maneuver before harmful effects on health could even occur. In reality, Kramer's list of CO2 does not aim to prove the toxic and hostile nature of the gas, but to blame its increase in the atmosphere for global warming. Industrial or other CO2 emissions are therefore, contrary to what Kramer suggests, in no conceivable way a health-damaging air pollution that could be denied. Meanwhile, however, the general context of stupidity has become so widespread that hardly anyone wants to notice to what extent it is the eco-friends themselves who act like Reich citizens, systematically sealing off their superstition, which they regard as fact-based, against any rational argument in a highly sensitive way and walling themselves up in their own world. Just as little as you can stop the right-wing Reich citizen from fearing a limited liability company in the Federal Republic of Germany, for which he cites a number of proofs, the left-wing citizen will realize that the world is not ending either from diesel exhaust fumes or from coal combustion or from industrial chimneys that smoke after being filtered. The answer to criticism is therefore always to systematically avoid the substance of the respective objection in the reply. The method of marketing and propaganda, which is known by the buzzword framing, of influencing people by establishing certain terms and words in the desired direction against others that could be used to describe a situation, is not new in itself. What is new is that framing, prevailing ideology as a whole, is no longer embedded in an argumentative context that claims consistency and could therefore be confronted with internal contradictions or reality, but rather floats completely freely, whereby the desire to display the right attitude only compels one to at least grammatically organize or frame the content-related madness to some extent. Ulrich Schnabel's invective against Kohler is a prime example of this. Among experts who conduct research in this field, there is pure bewilderment. They keep repeating like a mantra that there are around 30,000 studies on the subject of air pollution and that there is overwhelming evidence that particulate matter and nitrogen oxides are dangerous. It is debatable whether individual limit values, which are always a political decision, are too low or too high. But there is widespread agreement among researchers that air pollutants are harmful to health. This raises the question, why has science been so ineffective in getting this message across? Why did an entire discipline, epidemiology, and a well-reputed large-scale research organization fall so far behind in the face of the private individual Kohler? The answer begins with the realization that Kohler's criticism had such an impact because it perfectly suited the agenda of many auto industry lobbyists and was escalated using every trick in the media book. End of quote. In reality, however, the private citizen Kohler was simply trying to discuss individual limit values, which are always a political matter. In order to delegitimize his specific position in the dispute, which Schnabel claims is legitimate, it is untruthfully claimed that Kohler, in league with car lobbyists, denies that air pollutants can be harmful to health. Similarly, large sections of the press have deliberately staged a statement by the German Respiratory Society on January 23 as a decisive blow against Kohler, although this document does not even claim to substantially contradict any of Kohler's arguments on the matter. The only distancing from Kohler remained purely formal and went like this. For us pneumologists, who treat patients with chronic lung diseases, bronchitis and lung cancer every day, it is self-evident that air pollution should be reduced as much as possible. The question of the extent to which a reduction is technically possible, sensible or feasible is not a question of medical science, but of politics, which must weigh up the various interests against each other. End of quote. In plain language, the Pneumologists Association does not want to be drawn into a substantive discussion of the sense and nonsense of the current limit values, in contrast to possible and urgently necessary reductions in air pollution. 2 days later, the association published this remarkable platitude: pulmonologists in Germany are in favor of clean air, results of an online survey of 1,200 pneumologists, as if there were anyone who would be in favor of dirty air, as if it were not about the very specific question of the pollutant content above, which air can reasonably be considered polluted in the sense of being harmful to health. Conversely, how obsessive-compulsive do you have to be to accept nothing less than absolute purity or cleanliness? According to the same fool logic, you could declare an apartment that is not 100% dust, germ and bacteria-free to be dirty and a health risk. But in Germany, anyone who tries to explain why Americans will not die sooner from the fact that they have set a limit that is more than twice as high as the Germans is to be branded a right-wing extremist. In the course of the Kohler debate, some connections came to the public's attention. For example, in the revealing Hart Aberfair broadcast on January 21, 2019, that seemed suitable not for denying pollutants or their possible harmfulness, but for criticizing existing limit values as nonsensical. Connections that no defender of the limit values contradicted on moderator Plasberg's show or elsewhere. To question the necessity of the existing limits, you don't need to understand anything about particulate matter or the difference between NO2 and NOx, or have a penchant for chemistry, medicine, and mathematical calculations. The criticism would also be clear to the layman if he only used his own mind. Basically, human life expectancy has never been higher in history than it is today, so there is no reason to panic and start cleaning up. Furthermore, the air in major cities has probably not been as clean as it is today for a long time. While snow lying on the side of the road turned black within a very short time in the 1980s, it remains white today despite higher traffic volumes, which is symbolic of the enormous progress in the technical development of exhaust filters. In particular, researchers at the Fraunhofer Institute were able to detect a level of pollutants in the air that is above the current limit values, which may not be exceeded outdoors on main roads near traffic lights, in homes with gas boilers, in kitchens with gas stoves during cooking and near burning candles. These uncontested facts alone are enough to make the officially decreed limits seem absurdly strict and excessively restrictive of freedom. After all, the driving bans based on them also mean unnecessary sacrifices for citizens who simply depend on cars. In order to awaken a sense of proportion and appropriateness, Kohler, in reaction to the interested scaremongering as the last bastion of the limit defenders, presented the evident comparison with smokers. Polluted air would still lead to deaths today or shorten life expectancy. According to this, a smoker who smokes a pack a day inhales as many pollutants in about 2 months as an 80-year-old who has breathed air all his life near the neck artery, while you have to smoke heavily for years or decades to seriously endanger your health. The fact that Kohler based his original calculations on outdated values for the permissible pollutant content in cigarettes, that he made calculation errors, that any calculation claiming accuracy has limits when it comes to transferring from normal air inhalation to the special inhalation of cigarette smoke, does not change the dimensions and thus also nothing to the original argument, even if one tried to celebrate it as a triumph against Kohler, that after taking into account the errors discovered by the TAS, the 80-year-long traffic light stand is now no longer 1.8 but 2.1 risk-free months of strong smoking. In the face of all this, the defenders of the current limits, which, being only slightly higher, are said to have no impact on health and would not force driving bans, have come up with nothing but negative slander against the critics as pollutant deniers and a tautological litany that pollutants are harmful and that, in addition to general precautions, we must also think of the particularly sensitive, asthmatics, pregnant women and our dear children, or even, since the agreed limit values have just become law, we have to adhere to them in a constitutional state until they are changed accordingly. The defenders of the current limit values against Kohler did not fall behind, as Schnabel believes, because of the power of a car lobby. On the contrary, the reputation of the automotive industry was considerably tarnished, or a media escalation, but because the limit values could not be reasonably defended, and this is crucial, a significant number of people suddenly had an interest in political decisions being justified in a comprehensible way. Kohler was taken seriously and not just ignored or defamed because neither the CDU and FDP nor the established media wanted to drive frustrated owners of diesel vehicles to the AFD as voters, the only party that had criticized the limit values as scientifically unfounded from the outset. And it was precisely those citizens who, for reasons of climate and environmental policy, had opted for diesel, which, unlike gasoline, is fuel-efficient and therefore comparatively CO2 neutral, who were likely to have been particularly offended by the driving bans. This is probably why there was an unusually high willingness to listen to people who denied the rational reason for a prescribed renunciation when it came to diesel. So far, namely, and this could be optimistic, the appeals for willingness to make sacrifices are mainly directed at those who can have a clear conscience for free or can afford it as a luxury. The topic of climate change does not trigger a comparable willingness to discuss as with the driving bans. Not because the climate saviors have more residual reason on their side than the defenders of the limit values, but because the negative consequences of climate policy and energy system transformation are apparently still perceived as less drastic than those of the anti-automotive limit value regulations, despite rising electricity prices. The proposal from the ranks of the Greens to honor Climate Greta with a Nobel Peace Prize is, of course, not surprising in view of a society that, with high approval ratings, is willing to go along with something like climate policy at all. After all, it is executing nothing more than an easily discernible delusion. And yet climate hysteria is sometimes even shared or played down as a research dispute, either in circles that are critical of ideology or in those that show solidarity with Israel, where people think they are specialized in recognizing delusions. To take a clear stand on the matter, one denies one's own expertise out of false modesty, especially since the scientists passed around by the climate skeptical scene with their alternative graphics and charts sometimes actually appear no less eccentric than their opponents setting the tone. A glance at the assessment reports and policy recommendations of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC, which are just as easy to find on the internet as the final reports and other documents from the political climate conferences, would suffice. A quick way to familiarize yourself with the crude propaganda of the climate saviors is to visit Wikipedia and look up the relevant keywords: climate change, climate protection, global warming, CO2, etc., where you will find links to the relevant material, precisely because the online encyclopedia is in line on this issue. And it would already become clear that there is as little cosmopolitanism in the internationality of climate policy as there is in the ideology of globalism. In this case, the idea of a world citizenship is by no means approached practically, and only die-hard and reactionary sovereignists can refuse it. Rather, it is the case that international conferences on the protection of the planet bring together a global citizenry that has taken action, and whose climate policy ideas suggest that a world government, which does not exist, and is therefore being imitated at climate conferences, can, based on the recommendations of a world oracle, which does exist with the IPCC, by means of a machine that can extract and add CO2 to the atmosphere at will, which also does not exist, can adjust the Earth's average temperature in the same way as an ordinary citizen adjusts the empirical indoor temperature using a radiator controller. Only more precisely than the latter, that is, to the degree or even 2 places behind the decimal point. The work of the IPCC, the climate conferences, and the climate policy measures of the governments obliged to them, which are now devouring billions, are aimed in a boundlessly insane way at preventing the average temperature of the Earth, which is supposed to depend monocausally, proportionally and linearly on the CO2 content of the atmosphere, from rising by more than 1 degree or 0.5 degree, respectively. Because otherwise the end is nigh. The dramatic global warming of around 1 degree is said to be due to a dramatic increase in the CO2 concentration in the atmosphere from 0.028% to 0.04%, and since its 5th assessment report published in 2013, the IPCC has considered it extremely likely that humanity is responsible for more than 50% of the observed warming due to CO2 emissions caused by humans, burning fossil fuels for energy and steel, deforestation, cement, agriculture and livestock farming. A radical reduction in CO2 emissions should prevent the impending doomsday. A childish hubris, then, that is not based on a single piece of serious scientific evidence, but solely on belief in it, which anyone could at least suspect if they only checked the central claims, facts and conclusions of climate researchers against their mathematical and scientific general education and their own everyday experience. Firstly, it proves to be categorically impossible to determine the temperature development of the Earth to the nearest degree for the last 200 years, for example. Secondly, the temperature-CO2 relationship, to which the concept of climate has been reduced, does not exist in reality as climate protectors would like it to be and as climate policy measures logically and compellingly presuppose. But explaining this to the climate-saving faithful is like trying to teach a dog to speak, which is why the following considerations are intended exclusively for everyone else. Every measuring apparatus has, as we might know from Kant or Heisenberg's uncertainty principle, not only an influence on the reality to be measured, but also on the displayed measurement result, which should not be underestimated. Everyday understanding and practice take this into account, for example when taking a person's temperature, even if unconsciously. Anyone who wants to find out by how much a fever has risen or fallen in the last 2 hours, and as accurately as possible, will use the same clinical thermometer in the same place. If, on the other hand, you compare data collected by different instruments in different places, you may still be able to determine whether the fever is rising or falling. However, this method does not provide a reliable value. If the development of the daily average temperature is required, measurements should be taken several times a day at identical times in order to calculate the respective average from the collected data and to be able to compare the average values of several days to determine the trend. Consequently, even a layperson would have some demands to make of scientists who work with the average temperature of the planet, near the Earth, as they say, not from the ground to the edge of space. For example, it would be convincing if, to give specific figures, 5 to 20,000 technically identical weather stations, evenly distributed across the Earth's surface in terms of distance, measured and recorded the temperature 3 times a day, morning, noon, evening, at 5 or 15 meters above the ground, whatever this means in the case of the seas and mountains, and record them, so that the annual average temperature could be formed from 5 to 20,000 weather stations x 3 times of day x 365 days, smiley face 5.5 to 22 million data, whereby computers would be quite helpful in processing the data. As a layperson, you would certainly be happy to be told, without becoming skeptical, that satellites provide the relevant temperature data and/or that the data is obtained from a combination of weather stations and satellites. Likewise, humans, computers, and mathematics would be trusted to be able to determine the temperature average for 30 years, equals 1 climate unit, despite the resulting increase in the amount of data. But to realistically assess, in a next step, whether we are currently experiencing a drastic and alarming climate anomaly with a dangerous tendency, 5 to 10 past climate units, i.e. 150 to 300 years, as reference values would be the minimum. This in turn would not have caused any unsolvable computational tasks, but it does raise the question of whether today's measuring apparatus and recording methods were already in place in the 19th century, for example, or whether the same weather stations were already as widespread as they are today, ideally, not realistically, or whether the same satellites were orbiting the Earth. To deny this, whether expert or layman, means that climate research for the present, however insufficiently, compares measured with estimated values for the past, which are based, for example, on the analysis of tree rings, pollen, corals, lake and sea sediments, ice cores, stalagmites, as well as historical documents, reports, and/or paintings. This is not in itself illegitimate. Science cannot do everything and does what it can, and even estimates are better or worse justified depending on the state of research. And of course, such estimates are perfectly sufficient to distinguish major and minor ice ages from major and minor warm periods in the history of the Earth, with fluctuations in the average temperature in the range of around 6 degrees being indicated for the recent period. But just for that reason, statements such as the following from the IPCC from 2007, and almost all of the climate-saving type are of the same design, should probably be fundamentally mistrusted. Quote, "The calculated warming trend over the last 50 years, 1956 to 2005, of 0.13 degrees Celsius plus or minus 0.03 degrees Celsius per decade is almost twice as large as that over the last 100 years, 1906 to 2005, of 0.07 degrees Celsius plus or minus 0.2 degrees Celsius per decade." End of quote. They are working with a blunt magnifying glass and attesting to the accuracy of results that a highly developed microscope should have been used for. The omnipotent arrogance of the weathermen is also revealed elsewhere. On the internet, which is full of entries on the popular climate topic, there are, surprisingly at first, no diagrams, bar charts or curves on the development of the Earth's average temperature itself, although it is constantly being talked about. The pages of the German Weather Service do, however, contain a reference to the reason for this absence. Quote, "According to NASA, the mean global average temperature in the reference period, 1951 to 1980, is 14 degrees Celsius. However, stating a global average temperature is subject to even greater uncertainties than stating deviations, since small-scale peculiarities would actually have to be taken into account, while the deviations are more spatially uniform. Therefore, only the deviations and not their absolute values are usually given in the time series." End of quote. For absolute values, for the present, an average global temperature of around 15 degrees Celsius is assumed, For Germany, by the way, approximate 10 degrees Celsius. The data are thus even less certain than the relative values with which we operate, although they themselves are still subject to great uncertainties, especially since at least one absolute value remains mandatory for these as well, which the arbitrarily chosen reference period 1951 to 1980 represents in the official time series. While the temperature and CO2 data have been collected in a reasonably equal manner since the late 1950s, the same cannot be said of the values for the periods before that. However, data going back a very long way is needed to map the development of several climate units, and in particular, the terrible influence of industrialization in a time series. The database on the concentration of CO2 in the atmosphere is also subject to similarly large uncertainties. Since 1958, the CO2 content of the air has been measured by a meteorological research station on the volcano Mauna Loa in Hawaii. As Wikipedia says, the resulting series of measurements, the Keeling curve named after the researcher Charles David Keeling, who played a major role in its creation, is the longest continuous record of CO2 concentrations in the atmosphere. Quote end. This curve now shows the scandalized CO2 increase from approximate 280 ppm, parts per million equals 0.028%, to approximate 400 ppm between 1958, thus the key year of irrelevant industrialization for anthropogenic CO2 emissions, and 2015, and the trend continues to rise. Assuming, for the sake of the climate saviors, that this one place on Earth can represent the development of the average CO2 content for the entire atmosphere, the question remains, when comparing temperature development and CO2 concentration over the centuries, where science gets its exact knowledge about the CO2 content in the atmosphere from about 3,000 years ago. These are again estimates based on data obtained from ice cores, which are based on the idea that the atmosphere has stored its past in identical copies of itself in layers of ice. In a range that is said to occur between 0.01 and 0.04% in terms of geological history, where hundreds of specific particles are counted out of millions, data reconstructed from ice cores and estimated data measured in Hawaii are compared. Therefore, the following statement, which is intended to dramatize the development of the present day and which Wikipedia cites from a relevant source, is quite questionable in itself. Quote, ice core data showed that over the past 420,000 years until the beginning of industrialization in the mid-18th century, atmospheric CO2 levels fluctuated between 190 ppm during the peaks of the ice ages and 280 ppm during the warm periods. End quote. Assuming that global warming of 1 degree had actually occurred since the beginning of industrialization, and that there was a positive correlation between this and an actual increase in CO2 concentration in the atmosphere from 280 ppm to 400 ppm, then even the climate protection figures suggest that the correlation is not a linear proportional causality originating from CO2, which is logically required for the scaremongering to work and for a significant reduction in anthropogenic CO2 levels, which, however this estimate comes about, is at least 50% in addition to the natural causes of global warming, according to the IPCC's extremely likely scenario, to become the order of the day. On the one hand, it is intended to create an apocalyptic mood, insofar as the proportion of CO2 responsible for global warming has risen steadily since industrialization and is many times higher than in the 420,000 years before. On the other hand, the same figures show that before industrialization, a difference of only 90 ppm CO2 caused temperature differences of 6 degrees, while since industrialization, 120 ppm CO2 has only caused a 1 degree increase in temperature, which suggests the reassuring conclusion that more and more CO2 leads to ever smaller temperature increases, tending toward zero. Which is why anthropogenic CO2 emissions could be increased without hesitation. Or the global mean temperature depends not only on the CO2 content, but on the interaction of many changing factors, which are not yet understood and may not be understandable in terms of human influence, as stated by the IPCC in its third report of 2007. Quote, in climate research and modeling, we should recognize that we are dealing with a coupled non-linear chaotic system. Therefore, longer-term predictions about climate development are not possible. Quote end. No consistent argument on their side and with no idea of anything, the climate saviors are not only busy pretending that the impossible is somehow possible after all. Because even laymen who accept the politicians' scientists' claim to know the planet's average temperature and to be able to state its warming to the degree cannot be panicked by a 1 degree increase in the average temperature, since 1958 alone, After all, differences in empirical temperature of 40 to 80 degrees can be experienced and survived in many places every year. Computer simulations of horror scenarios with arbitrarily set parameters must be supplemented with the claim that this or that current tsunami or hurricane or snowfall or rain or other natural disaster is the immediate result of a 1-degree warming of the Earth. The slightest doubt about this climate apocalypse is then countered only by the fact that an ominous majority of scientists worldwide consider this threat to be probable or very probable, and therefore consider a climate policy to be correct, which operates neither with verified data nor coherent conclusions, but uses contradictory material to illustrate and promote a desired mood. Whether this can be empirically proven by the majority of scientists is completely unimportant. When Albert Einstein was confronted with the book 100 Authors Against Einstein initiated by the Nazis in 1931, he is said to have reacted as follows: "Why 100? If they were right, one would be enough." The climate prophets have had to resort to populist tactics to keep the show on the road, in order to maintain the traditional self-image of science, according to which the correctness of knowledge is a question of the evidence and not of majority opinion or sentiment. A reasonable critique of the prevailing climate madness and the political measures taken in its name is not about replacing the alarmists' positive assumptions with alternative facts, such as that global warming is happening more slowly, or that the average temperature will remain the same or even decrease. Nor does it assert different figures regarding the concentration of CO2 in the atmosphere, nor does it imply that the monocausal relationship championed by the mainstream should be reversed in such a way that elevated temperatures lead to elevated CO2 levels. It is enough for her to demonstrate the methodological infirmities and conclusory fallacies of what purports to be evidence for a historically conspicuous and world-threatening global warming of around 1 degree, and for its significant causation by anthropogenic CO2 emissions. As a result, it is no longer necessarily desirable to influence the development of the Earth's average temperature by means of political measures, quite apart from the possible unwanted effects that human intervention could have on unrecognized chaotic systems. A superstition ceases to be harmless nonsense at the latest when it is shared by more and more people and has practical consequences, i.e., on the one hand, increasingly demands human resources that would be more urgently needed elsewhere, and on the other hand, for example in Germany, leads to the energy supply of a society being converted from nuclear power and coal to a mixture of natural gas, wind and sun without necessity and in a rush. And in a rush to convert the energy supply of a society without need from nuclear power and coal to a mixture of natural gas, wind and sun. This is no less questionable in terms of sensible environmental design, energy efficiency, profitability and secure electricity and heat supply than the need to protect the climate or weather. At least for critics like Wolfgang Port, such a greenification of society was already foreseeable in the 1980s. What Port could not have foreseen at the time, however, and what does not particularly interest him in the present, is the emergence and so far unchecked advance of a second green movement of a non-ecological character, which has a relationship to the first one that goes beyond the same color of the flag under which politics is made, the Islamization of society. The green do-gooder counters the social upheaval associated with it with silence, denial, euphemism and ostentatious composure. Real and therefore healthy fears of Islam are defamed as pathological, as Islamophobic. Where, on the other hand, there is as little cause for concern as there is compulsion to act, with regard to the global climate or the air, nuclear power and coal energy in Germany, as well as with regard to autochthonous right-wing radicalism, phobias and a political hyperactivism against climate criminals and right-wing populists are cultivated, which can be interpreted as a substitute action of the much-needed but denied turnaround in integration and migration policy, insofar as, to put it bluntly, there are no climate or environmental deaths, but there are murders of women, homosexuals, Jews and Christians in the name of Islam that could have been prevented politically. Not only does post-Fordist capitalism, with its restructuring of the world of work, continually claim victims, in terms of wages, leisure time, consumption, health and old age provision. As a bonus or compensation for their sacrifices, it promotes green capitalism, the very component of its implementation that, as an escalating interaction of ecomania and Islamic fascism, is only going to encroach more and more on people and their needs for mobility, comfort and safety in terms of physical integrity and energy supply. So it is a social pleasure seekers, smokers, drinkers and wasting lovers who very likely face dark times. They don't care about their ecological footprints and Islamic moral concepts equally, and moreover, do not automatically reflect on their own capital-compliant usability in everything they do. The business journalist and Taz editor Ulrika Hermann stands out positively from her milieu by relentlessly and openly speaking out against the illusions, life lies and obvious stupidities of her fellow campaigners, and pointing out where climate policy transformation is leading if it is thought through to its consequent conclusions or even transferred into social practice. When public discussion in Germany about migration and terror, about Islam and women's rights was just beginning, Hermann called the Islam critic Ayaan Hirsi Ali a white man's woman. Not only did she thus declare any criticism of patriarchy practiced by women in their culture of origin in a liberal and emancipatory way to be sexual collaboration with the colonial masters. At the same time, by sexualizing Hirsi Ali's concrete artistic collaboration with Theo Van Gogh on his film Submission, turning Hirsi Ali into a whore and Van Gogh into a John, she also insulted the filmmaker, who had been murdered by a Muslim on the street for this very film less than 2 years earlier. The perpetrator shot him from his bicycle, slit his throat and used 2 knife stabs to attach a 5-page confession to his body, which also contained a death threat against Hirsi Ali. At present, Ulrike Hermann is attracting attention with her book The End of Capitalism: Why Growth and Climate Protection Are Incompatible, and How We Will Live in the Future, published in 2022. The book has been widely received. Hermann has given many interviews and lectures. In it, she debunks the illusion that consequent climate protection, especially the specifically German energy transition, can go hand in hand with green growth or green capitalism, market and competitive economy, individual freedom and prosperity based on green instead of dirty technologies for energy production. Instead, we should not only prepare for green shrinking, but embrace it and shape it politically. At the center of the transformation should be a state-regulated renunciation of consumption. Freedom and prosperity should be redefined. The associated promise of happiness consists in saying goodbye to old liberal values in favor of a climate-just life. In a lecture available on YouTube, Hermann explains her ideas for a contemporary prevention policy in the context of saving the climate. Quote, "To prevent the worst in the climate crisis, we actually have to get out of growth immediately and into green shrinking. To do that, you need a war economy with rationing and state planning, along the lines of, if it's clear anyway that the climate crisis will eventually lead to a war economy, then it would be smart to implement it now, so that we can get out of capitalism and out of truly harmful growth in an orderly, peaceful, and above all, timely manner." Quote end. Suicidal mind games of this kind, in which the instigation of a state of emergency in the present is demanded in order to be prepared in case the abstract risks should one day materialize, were already articulated in the Corona period. For this reason alone, one should avoid playing down Hermann's emergency-inspired sophistry as a radical outsider position. Just as she was only ahead of her time with her apologia for Islam, her authoritarian program of dismantling socio-economic living conditions in the name of climate protection is in line with the zeitgeist. For several years, a combination of panic production, scientific end-time prognostication, and media-based population mobilization has created a social mood in which economic deterioration and restrictions on freedom appear as the last, even meaningful solution to problems of apocalyptic proportions. It is no wonder that the corona crisis was declared a test for the climate emergency at an early stage, even though the corona policy measures have so far exceeded climate activism. While Hermann derives the necessity of a war economy with rationing and state planning at this point, at least from the duty to save the climate, she identifies the energy transition in its German form as the reason for the need for transformation elsewhere. As a reminder, in the West, the idea that the use of fossil fuels for heat and electricity, oil, gas, coal, must be overcome dominates the energy policy debate. Not because pollutants would pollute the air when burned, with negative consequences for humans, animals, and plants. This has been empirically and essentially verifiably resolved with the development of filter technologies, or because the resources would only be available for a limited time in the Earth's interior. The only reason for the acute need for action is that burning oil, gas, or coal releases CO2 and that an increase in the CO2 content in the atmosphere from 0.02 to 0.04% since industrialization is responsible for an increase in the Earth's average temperature, which can hardly cope with a warming of more than 2 or 1.5 degrees. While all industrialized nations except Germany are relying on nuclear power and only partially on renewable energies, with political reason and the blessing of Greta and the nuclear power lobby, which played a not insignificant role in enforcing the CO2 delusion in order to demonize fossil fuels in recent decades, Germany has said goodbye to nuclear power. And with it, of all things, an efficient CO2-neutral technology in which it was a leader. Furthermore, nuclear power has always been safer than it was said to be in this country, and has become even safer in recent years thanks to technological advances. The nuclear power plants at Fukushima even withstood the 2011 earthquake and tsunami surprisingly well. In Germany, however, the natural disaster that caused the death and suffering, along with a miserable crisis management, was twisted into a nuclear meltdown. Germany declares the most ineffective forms of energy production to be renewable, which, because they are dependent on the weather, are unstable and difficult to calculate. It also compensates for bottlenecks with CO2 producing, initially cheap Russian, now more expensive Qatari and US gas and coal, as well as with imports of nuclear power, for example from France. Since the existing wind turbines and solar panels already produce more electricity than is needed when the weather is favorable, Germany is also looking for buyers for this electricity, which results in negative import-export balances. Since nobody needs electricity from Germany, the surplus has to be sold on sunny and windy days. Since no one compulsively produces too much electricity based on nuclear power, coal and gas and has to get rid of it, it can be sold at a high price to Germany on days when there is little sunshine or wind. In this situation, it makes no sense to put even more wind turbines and solar cells into operation. It would make some sense to store electricity in large quantities, but here the necessary technology has fallen far short of expectations and requirements for decades. Like the long transport routes, the storage of energy results in energy losses. The effort involved is, at least so far, disproportionate to the yield. If the German energy turnaround is already an economic disaster that makes energy many times more expensive without necessity and places a ruinous burden on private households and energy-intensive companies, at the latest as soon as the state no longer actually financing what? Then heat, which has been most efficiently generated since Prometheus through fire in the immediate vicinity, and car traffic are to be converted into electricity on this fragile basis. This must necessarily lead to the impoverishment and collapse of the remnants of bourgeois order. Ulrike Herrmann takes this into account, although her approach is climate-politically distorted but realistic, one could say, with a distorted turn of Robert Habeck's, surrounded by reality. Although she shares her milieu's CO2 mania, she accordingly idealizes the German energy transition towards renewables and away from nuclear power and presents it as having been imposed by the climate crisis with no alternative. In contrast to official politics, however, she sticks to the truth on one thing. Even if the renewables really did have a significantly better environmental and CO2 balance than conventional energy producers, because the production of wind turbines and solar panels also releases CO2, they also have a harmful impact on nature and people in the immediate vicinity, and they also mean the disposal of hazardous waste at the latest after use. This gain would be disproportionate to the exorbitant loss of energy efficiency. Firstly, oil, gas, coal, and nuclear power plants produce as much energy as is needed 7 days a week. Apart from maintenance interruptions, the actual energy yields correspond to the potential ones, and the nominal capacity of the respective plant is actually utilized. By contrast, the renewables only produce energy when the wind blows and the sun shines. In the one case, nothing happens when there is no wind and little when there is a little wind. In the other case, nothing when, as every night, there is no sun and less when, as every winter, the intensity of the sun decreases, and almost nothing when the solar panels are covered with snow or clouds move in front of the sun. The renewables therefore have difficulties in realizing at least half of their nominal value. They stand around uselessly for a large part of the time. Secondly, they take up many times more space than traditional power plants, both in terms of area, which is sealed, which affects the surrounding area and which disturbs aesthetic sensibilities, and, at least in the case of wind farms, in terms of height, so that modern windmills can be seen from miles around. Thirdly, the cost, production and operation, compared to oil, coal, gas and nuclear power is disproportionate to the yield. In the language of economists, renewables will always be many times more expensive than conventional forms of energy production. Basically, green electricity and heat are therefore not affordable, which is why the German energy transition also demands a high price metaphorically, a sacrifice. Ulrike Herrmann in an interview with Philosophy magazine on July 27, 2023, what do you think of this idea of green growth? I think it's an illusion that climate protection can be achieved with the help of technical solutions by simply replacing fossil fuels with solar and wind power. Of course, we should install as many solar panels and wind turbines as possible, but even then green energy will not be enough to fuel today's capitalism plus growth. Why does the idea still have so many supporters? Because green growth would mean that we would hardly have to change our lives. The electric car is typical of this idea. Everything should stay the same: German garages, German streets, the German automotive industry. Only the engine is replaced. Instead of a combustion engine that requires gasoline or diesel, a battery is charged with green electricity. Similarly, people dream of green chemistry, a green steel industry, green flying and green shipping. But that won't work. Why not? There are technical and physical reasons for this. Many Germans think we've already made half the energy transition. But that's a mistake. Because it's not enough just to make today's electricity consumption climate neutral. We have to run the entire economy on solar and wind energy, including industry, transport, and heating. And the figures are staggering. Wind and electricity currently only cover about 9% of Germany's final energy consumption. That means we still have to convert over 90%. Besides, the sun doesn't always shine and the wind doesn't always blow. So we have to store large amounts of energy, for which batteries and green hydrogen are particularly suitable. However, both technologies are not cheap. Green energy will therefore remain scarce and expensive. It amounts to green shrinking, not green growth. End quote. Rainer Zitelmann summarizes very well how Ulrike Herrmann imagines green shrinking, consumer renunciation, war economy based on the British model in World War II, state planning and rationing. He is quoted here in detail primarily because his remarks also reveal prototypically the weaknesses of liberal conservative to right-wing criticism of climate mania and energy system transformation. Quote, Herrmann openly advocates a planned economy, since only such a system can avert climate change. Unlike in classic socialism, however, companies are not to be formally nationalized, but remain in private hands. But the state is to determine what is produced and how much. Herrmann's anti-capitalist vision: there would be no more flights, nor private motor vehicles. The state decides how people are allowed to live. For example, there should be no more single-family homes and no more second homes. New construction will be banned because of its harm to the climate. Instead, the existing areas will be fairly distributed. The state determines how much space each owner may occupy. According to Herrmann, meat consumption will only be allowed as an exception because meat production is harmful to the climate. In general, people should not eat as much as they do now. Herrmann says 2,500 calories a day is enough, 500 grams of fruit and vegetables, 232 grams of whole grain cereal or rice, 13 grams of meat, 7 grams of pork, etc. At first glance, this menu may seem a bit meager, but capitalism critics are consoled by the fact that Germans would be much healthier if they changed their eating habits. And since people would be the same, they would also be happy. Rationing sounds unpleasant. But maybe life would even be more pleasant than it is today, because justice makes people happy. Egalitarianism, resentment against the rich, and anti-capitalism are the ideological foundations of those who like to be called climate activists in the media. End of quote. As is well known, the perceived citizen considers it pointed to accuse climate activists and the Greens, as an authoritarian prohibition party, of socialism, neo-Marxism, or cultural Marxism. It is true that capitalism is not possible without growth, valorization of value, production for the sake of production, but it is false to link individual freedom and prosperity to capitalist growth. Communism, according to Marx, is not a program of impoverishment. Expropriation is not of individual property, but of private ownership of the means of production, which merely reverses the previous expropriation of the general public, expropriation of the expropriators. The goal of a classless society, created by the socialization of the means of production, which produces for the sake of satisfying needs, is to increase the material wealth of the community, to multiply work, free time, and to expand individual freedom, thus realizing the bourgeois promise of happiness, which capitalism, based on exploitation and domination, denies. It is a given that the liberal ideologue considers this to be unrealistic utopianism and the perversion of Marx's materialism in authoritarian collectivist real socialism to be the logical consequence. But since even real socialist propaganda always preached prosperity and growth, by no means renunciation, and largely realized it, also in China, post-bourgeois anti-communism, with its vilification of the green climate movement as socialist, only captures the aspect of despotic power over masses of people, which the protagonists from Herrmann to Habeck find fascinating about China. But not the content of real socialist consumer societies, which are rejected by climate activists just as much. To call the program of impoverishment of green shrinking neo-Marxist amounts to trivializing the anti-civilizational furor in the climate movement. Those who measure people by their ecological footprint and strive for climate neutrality have a problem with the being in the world Heidegger of human beings, do not want to endure the contradictions between first and second nature in the individual, or even reconcile them, according to the telos of the Critique of Political Economy according to Engels, but rather seeks to neutralize them by hallucinating and realizing the relationship of humans to nature and society as well as to fellow humans. Here corona and climate measures follow the same pattern, as sterile, clean, and pure. In other words, neutral, as if one could step out of the metabolic process of society with nature, which Heidegger ontologized. Just because such misanthropic madness starts in the tabloids doesn't mean it's limited to them. Quote, whether it's eating less meat or cycling instead of driving, there are many things people can do to prevent climate change. Unfortunately, breathing less is not one of them. That could be a problem, because a new study claims that the gases in the air exhaled by human lungs are fueling global warming. According to scientists, methane and nitrogen dioxide in exhaled air account for up to 0.1% of the UK's greenhouse gas emissions. And that's not even counting the gases we release when we burp and fart, or emissions that come from our skin without us even realizing it. End of quote. One may reject utopian visions of humanity and categorically doubt their feasibility, but equating them with undisguised dystopias defuses the necessary criticism of the climate policy doomsday squad. When Ulrike Herrmann relentlessly shows where the anti-civilization, climate and nuclear panic-driven German energy transition is necessarily leading, to the poverty and dissolution of democratic legal systems, to the destruction of bourgeois subjectivity and political liberalism, she is by no means speaking only for herself or a radical minority when she affirms this development. The problem is the political conditions under which this worldview, with its fetish of renunciation and its view of the individual as superfluous in favor of ever-new struggles of fate, threatens to become all-powerful. In line with the contemporary mode of governance, relevant decisions with conflict potential are to be withdrawn from open discussion. Instead, the power of persuasion of the factual is relied upon, an apparently apolitical rationality that supposedly points to purely technocratic solutions on its own, which will have to be institutionalized at all levels. And not just within state apparatuses. In the coming years, the EU will oblige companies to implement and document sustainability measures. Companies see the whole thing as a marketing strategy and an instrument of industrial psychology, which is particularly effective with Generation Z, who are taught at school that it is never about individual interests, but always about the whole. The only difference between moral blackmail in the name of sustainability and the bread for the world activism of the 1980s is that back then, the moral faction affected by eating showed starving children in Africa, while German climate activists present themselves as the greatest victims in world history. On September 25, 2023, even the ZDF weather presenter will no longer be able to resist. I believe that if things don't move forward, activists, together with lawyers and NGOs, will have to force climate protection. Quote end. The phase-out of nuclear power is a German idiosyncrasy and not irreversible. In principle, it could be reversed, albeit not immediately. The anti-CO2 craze, however, is global dogma, at least in the West, and has become a source of identity for all those who see themselves as being on the side of progress. Human resources and billions of dollars will continue to be burned for a nonsensical reduction in human CO2 emissions, especially with nuclear power. For Germany, politics and the Federal Constitutional Court have made complete decarbonization legally binding by 2045. The constitutionally legitimized restriction of fundamental rights and freedoms in the name of climate protection, the prevention of dangers for future generations, has been a permanent threat ever since. The dogma is that human CO2 emissions, mainly from fossil fuels, lead to an increase in the average temperature of the Earth, which in itself is already threatening and acutely responsible for an alleged increase in natural disasters. The tendency is that man-made climate change is the answer to every problem, the excuse for every political failure. Infrastructure failures and incompetence in crisis management in ARTL, climate change is to blame. Poverty migrants become climate refugees. Social conditions of immediate exploitation and domination, as well as failed development aid, can ultimately be rationalized as consequences of bad weather. It seems that at the stage of advanced stupidity, no low level is left unturned. After the massacre of 160 Christians by Islamists on Christmas Eve 2023 in Nigeria, Zeit Online reported, according to official figures, gunmen attacked 17 villages in Nigeria on Christmas Eve. There are land conflicts in the region that are being exacerbated by the climate crisis. End quote. Shortly thereafter, climate change was removed from the teaser, but the perpetrators were still not named. Some people are indeed said to be afraid of the impending man-made climate apocalypse, which is inseparable from the lust for hubris and the delusion of omnipotence. A survey in Great Britain in 2021 showed that 1 in 2 school children suffers from serious fears and panic due to climate change. As a result, young and very young people are flocking to Extinction Rebellion, The Last Generation, and other doomsday cults. These are known to incite panic, as the child Saint Greta Thunberg, now also the holder of an honorary doctorate in theology, put it, "I want you to panic." Those who can only shake their heads at the climate and CO2 nonsense are denounced as science deniers or even pathologized by the climate saviors. Because they want to make themselves and everyone else believe that their material superstition, culminating in a radical, not only energy political transformation of the economy and social coexistence, together with the mass impoverishment and disenfranchisement inherent in it, is a scientific imperative. However, it is not a matter of science, not even in the emphatic sense, but merely in the pragmatic sense. Not a single one of the climate policy premises is scientifically proven. On the contrary, the science of man-made climate change through CO2 emissions is, if not already per se, then at the latest as soon as it occurs, as serious as nutritional science advice, which for decades has been unable to decide whether 2 glasses of wine a day are the ultimate in health or a symptom of alcoholism, so that every few years one thing is recommended, then again total abstinence. The weather warning in 1974 was, "A new ice age before the end of this century," Canberra Times, or in Der Spiegel, "Is a new ice age coming?" Not immediately, but the rainy summer in Northern Europe, climate researchers fear, was only part of a worldwide weather change, a taste of cooler and wetter times, to make a 180-degree turn as early as 1976. The world temperature is possibly rising times, or as the Spiegel announced in 1986 under the title "The World Climate is Coming Apart at the Seams." In the Earth's proximity, the average temperature would rise by 2 to 4 degrees Celsius in just a few decades. The atmosphere has never been heated so much and in such a short time in the history of climate, according to scientists. End of quote. Depending on the fashion, forest dieback, ozone hole, new ice age heating, the doomsayers always find the right researchers, without anyone ever fundamentally mistrusting a science that claims this with the same self-assurance and vehemence today and the opposite tomorrow. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC, the global panel of experts that makes policy recommendations to governments and from whose reports the climate policy imperatives are at least ostensibly derived and adopted at world climate conferences, repeatedly admits that it does not know anything precise at all. This applies not only to the relationship between CO2 and global average temperature. Apart from the fact that one must doubt the accuracy of the current measurement of both parameters, and even more so, the development of the respective values in relation to past, pre-industrial, or even more distant periods, for which today's measuring apparatus did not yet exist. As early as the 1930s, climate researchers such as Guy Callender and Gilbert Plass followed this assumption, but at the time they still submitted to the judgment of the Royal Meteorological Society that an increase in CO2 absorption in the atmosphere does not simply, i.e., to the same extent, lead to an increase in temperature. They concluded that the CO2 concentration behaves neither linearly nor proportionally to warming, but logarithmically. A doubling of the CO2 concentration is necessary to generate a certain degree of global warming. Each additional CO2 molecule in the atmosphere warms the climate a little bit less than its predecessor. But how great this degree of warming actually is, in terms of climate sensitivity of CO2, is almost impossible to determine. Likewise, the IPCC's Assessment Report 6, 2023, assumes great uncertainties in determining a correlation between CO2 concentration and extreme weather events, in which climate change is said to manifest itself. Since correlation in principle also makes a reverse causation conceivable, according to which increased temperatures lead to more CO2, and rising and falling temperatures could also have something to do with solar activity and cloud cover, a few climate researchers can be found for each thesis to support it. If, against all this, we take seriously a fundamental statement of the IPCC, then reducing complex weather and climate conditions to linear causal relationships between only 2 parameters, CO2 and temperature, is from the outset just as dishonest as making a reasonably reliable prediction about future developments. Quote, in summary, a strategy must recognize what is possible. In climate research and modeling, we should recognize that we are dealing with a coupled nonlinear chaotic system and that therefore a long-term prediction of future climate states is not possible. Unquote. The best we can expect, the third IPCC report continues, is to predict the probability distribution of possible future states of the system by generating ensembles of model solutions. This reduces climate change to distinguishing significant differences in the statistics of such ensembles. The generation of such model ensembles requires the use of greatly increased computer resources and the application of new methods of model diagnosis. Adequately accounting for the statistical nature of climate is computationally intensive, but such statistical information is essential. End quote. The IPCC apologists at Wikipedia second this. By their very nature, climate model projections are inherently less certain than those of weather models, since much longer time periods have to be considered and a number of additional parameters have to be taken into account. For this reason, climate forecasts are not created, but scenarios with certain probability corridors are created. Quote end. We have known since Corona at the latest that you can model best and worst case scenarios as you like and claim respective probabilities of occurrence. For prevention enthusiasts in love with states of emergency, even the slightest probability of occurrence can be compensated for by the drama of the worst case, in order to register an acute need for action. However, it should be known that computers and their growing computing capacities do not guarantee the sanity of those who operate them. The new technologies merely modernize the crystal balls, maps, and bones of occultism. The government, or rather the Federal Ministry for the Environment, Nature Conservation and Nuclear Safety, states the following in its answers to climate skeptics. To wait for proof, that is 100% certainty, would mean, under certain circumstances, accepting irreversible damage. Environmental policy, however, is committed to the precautionary principle, which means that the crucial question is the impending danger, even if it does not occur with absolute certainty, so great that action must be taken? End of quote. The answer of those who don't even have a 0.1% certainty on their side is yes, and put into practice. Generate electricity with or without nuclear energy, including heating and driving. The inevitable consequences are denied or, as with Ulrika Herrmann, admitted and welcomed. It is difficult to argue with German climate and energy policy because its drivers are obsessed with the idea of saving the world through sacrifice. Environmentalism is a bleak religion. It punishes sin and demands penance, offsets humanity's debt with sacrifices to be made, and obliges its joyless followers to perform all kinds of neurotic actions. From locomotion to product selection to waste disposal, almost all areas of daily life are subject to strict regulations. Everyday life thus coagulates into a sum of ritual practices and compulsive actions. Those who do not go along are to be converted or damned. However, while the old religions offer the law-abiding, the penitent, those who perform religious services, the prospect of the arrival of the Messiah, the dawn of the Golden Age, or at least a paradisiacal afterlife as a reward, ecologism has no utopia, indeed nothing promising at all to offer. At best, the prophesied apocalypse by nature taking revenge will fail to materialize, and that just means everything will remain as it is. It is this absolute hopelessness that sheds light on the apocalyptic yearning of the environmentalists. If the proof of the correctness of one's own actions will never be provided by the occurrence of an expected salvation, the correctness of one's own actions must be confirmed by the occurrence of the disaster that is only ostensibly to be averted. That is why there is a barely disguised greed among environmentalists for horror stories about natural disasters, environmental pollution, scarcity of resources, overpopulation, and climate refugees. The apocalyptic scenarios are then triumphantly held up as a testament to the incontrovertibility of their own ideology. In the final phase of ecological collapse, humanity is threatened with a global battle for the last resources. This vision of an overpopulated planet, on which the useless and superfluous can finally be cleared away, has been the program of political ecology for 200 years. Fear of the impending end of the world, like eco-alarmism as a whole, is clearly one of the constants in the history of mentality in post-bourgeois capitalism. Although humanity has not only survived population growth, acid rain and the hole in the ozone layer, contrary to the once immensely popular catastrophe scenarios of mass starvation, forest dieback and cancer deaths, but has been able to counter their real consequences without drastic population reduction, ecological dictatorship, and spiritual revival. As the recipes of political ecology were called at the time, a very similar hysteria has been clouding people's minds for a good 30 years. The supposedly imminent climate catastrophe. When the talk turns to the looming climate change, by no means the first in written history, by the way, people suddenly act as if humanity were facing a fundamentally new problem. A problem whose consequences would not only once again call into question the survival of the species, but would also require a completely new policy in which all previous social, political, and legal conventions and procedures would have to be thrown overboard so that, as Obama advisor Timothy Snyder painted on the wall, a kind of global holocaust could be permanently prevented. The fact that so many believe and want to believe that the end is really nigh may have something to do with the way our memory works, which is particularly unreliable when it comes to embarrassing and nonsensical things we did yesterday. In any case, you don't have to dig too deep to realize that the fear of so-called anthropogenic climate change has long been part of the arsenal of misanthropic and die-hard reactionary popular ecology, which was drummed into the German public decades before the current pseudo-scientific hate speeches of a television professor Harald Lesch, for example by his role model and predecessor Heinz Haber. In his last book, Eiskeller oder Treibhaus, Ice House or Greenhouse, He focused on the climate catastrophe in 1989, after various other fear topics, in order to end up with only a renewed ticket at the stereotype of political ecology since Malthus days. It seems to me that the only hope for the future is that we change morals worldwide. History shows us that man often reacts defiantly to commandments and prohibitions, and often acts as he wills. It is a different matter when he wants to maintain his prestige and honor in society. Then man can suddenly be very disciplined. It must come about in the near future that the third child is regarded as a crime against humanity. It must be a disgrace for every parent to have more than 2 children. So far, humanity has been dreaming a vain dream, which then perhaps can finally become reality: world peace. End of quote. In general, the whole political and media fuss about saving the climate, an expression that acts as if the climate were not just a statistical variable, but a beloved being, which presents itself as new, all-human and colorful, obeys a repetition compulsion that is ingrained and really stands out at the latest major event of this kind. In Bonn, the traditional capital of the peace movement, around 25,000 people gathered in November for a mammoth international conference on climate change. The Secretariat of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, which is also based in Bonn and employs around 100 people there, had invited people to this 11-day event. The official host of this conference, the 23rd of its kind since 1992, was the Fiji Islands, an island nation of just over 1 million inhabitants, which lies just above sea level and which, according to popular belief, will be the first victim of our climate sins in the truest sense of the word, a prediction, incidentally, that has not yet been confirmed by empirical studies. The Framework Convention on Climate Change was adopted in New York in 1992. Since then, such conferences have been held in cities around the world, with the number of participants steadily increasing. The third such meeting, held in Kyoto, Japan, in 1997, became particularly well known when a protocol for reducing greenhouse gases was adopted for the first time. This protocol came into force in 2008 and largely expired in 2012. Since then, new negotiations have been ongoing. At the 21st conference in Paris in 2015, it was agreed to limit man-made warming of the global average temperature to a maximum of 2 degrees, or preferably just 1.5 degrees, above pre-industrial levels. Partly because the effect of climate diplomacy on global greenhouse gas emissions is close to zero, the Trump administration announced before the Bonn conference that it would withdraw from the support of its predecessor government that was decided in Paris. Despite all the sentimental reports, the situation of the vast majority of South Sea islands is neither as dramatic nor as new as it seems. What is neglected in these scenarios, which simply extrapolate the rise in sea level against today's land height, is above all the fact that so far the coral reefs, which both support and protect the coasts of Fiji and other South Sea island groups, are growing at roughly the same rate as the sea level is currently rising, about 2 millimeters per year. Most of the South Sea islands have actually increased significantly in size in the recent past. The most densely populated islands of Kiribati, for example, which landed a global PR coup in 2012 with the announcement that they would have to resettle climate refugees to Fiji, have actually increased in size by between 12.5% and 30% over the past 60 years, as shown in a reputable 2010 study by the University of Auckland in New Zealand. The growth of material on the reefs thus exceeded the effect of the rise in sea level caused by the melting of the polar ice caps, which no one disputes. The lead author of the study, Paul Kench, a renowned expert on coastal stabilization, is even being interviewed on New Zealand television. What a difference to Germany. It should be noted here, for the sake of completeness, that there have been periods of the past 600 years in which Tuvalu has already experienced more severe sea level fluctuations and more extreme weather events than it does today. But that's not the point of this kind of event. The ideological battle line, i.e. industrial civilization is defiling a pre-industrial idol, must be right. This is blatantly expressed in the fact that the undisputed reference value of the climate defenders represents the pre-industrial climate. The Earth should not, under any circumstances, become warmer than an average of 2 degrees above the temperature in the first half of the 19th century. The fact that there is simply no such thing as a uniform pre-industrial climate, that for Homo sapiens the area of present-day Bonn was buried under meter-thick layers of ice 10,000 years ago, while in the High Middle Ages southern Sweden was a fertile wine-growing region, is ignored, as is the fact that the so-called Little Ice Age prevailed in Europe between 1500 and 1850. Incidentally, the lower-lying glaciers, which are now melting, only emerged during this period. And all of this occurred without any significant climate influence from human activity. The longing for good, seemingly natural climate conditions is clearly a classic resentment against modern, technical civilization, which superficially regrets the destruction it has actually caused in order to more fundamentally negate its potential for liberation and equality. It is obvious that this resentment has always been directed primarily against the United States. And in this respect, after an interruption of 8 years of Obama's presidency, the world of ideas of the ecologically committed has recently returned to its usual order. Due to Donald Trump's quite reasonably justifiable refusal to continue participating in the simply ineffective and factually superfluous human salvation circus, and the consequent reduction of U.S. subsidies in the billions for this very circus, the USA has now once again taken on the role that it has always played for demonstrators in Bonn, that of potential world destroyer. What Reagan and the missiles were for the Bonn peace marches at the beginning of the 1980s, which brought up to 1.5 million Germans onto the streets, Trump and the coal-fired power plants are now. The continuity of hostility that Germany shows towards the irresponsible hegemon across the Atlantic even extends to the people who formulate it. It is hardly surprising that it is, for example, the unfortunate Franz Alt, the poster anti-American of public broadcasting in the 1980s, who is now committed to writing against the climate ignoramus in the White House. Trump is poisoning the climate. Alt told the participants of the Bonn Climate Congress, Heise Telepolis, December 10, 2017, just as they had done in the time of the plague with the supposed poisoners of the wells. And just as in the old days, Germany again presumes to represent humanity against the inhuman, even if world peace is now called world climate, a presumption that of course has little to do with the practical environmental policy of the Central European peace power. At the World Economic Forum in Davos, the USA was criticized for its announcement that it intended to introduce tariffs on Chinese solar panels, but this led to the fact that the EU has been imposing such tariffs since 2013. And of course Germany itself is doing exactly what Trump is being loudly criticized for, namely not wanting to endanger national competitiveness through strict climate targets, i.e. fixed emission reductions. The planned reduction of greenhouse gas emissions by 2020, and with it Germany's much-vaunted ambitious climate targets, was one of the first things to be dropped in the negotiations on a continuation of the Grand Coalition. But such trivialities are eclipsed by the staging of the Bonn summit. There, the islanders from the South Seas provide the necessary transnational folklore, which is an essential part of the pose of conscientious concern for creation, Angela Merkel. And this kind of globalization simulation is not nearly as new as it is made out to be. Wise representatives of what used to be called primitive people have long since figured in the German self-image as venters of their own civilization's weariness, and so the circle closes with the pro forma Bonn conference hosted by the Fiji Islands. The deep ecological wisdom of the chief papology, an esoteric classic since the book's publication in 1923, was invented by Erich Schumann, who would later become a cheerleader for Hitler, as early as 1915 during a trip to the South Seas, or more precisely to the former German colony of Western Samoa. Nevertheless, the German Federal Ministry for the Environment still likes to boast that it is a climate payer, referring to the billion euros that Germany contributes to the Green Climate Fund, administered by the UN Secretariat in Bonn. This is a kind of development aid fund that supports projects to save the climate and to adapt to the already unavoidable consequences of climate change. The total financial resources available amount to a few billion euros. Compared to the global catastrophes that climate activists pair Haresib, this is simply a joke, but a bad one. This glaring disparity between prognosis and expense clearly indicates that the doomsayers themselves do not believe what they want to believe and make others believe. They provide a contemporary example of what Adorno once identified as unbelieved belief, using the example of astrology, the tendency to code unacknowledged motivations as higher morals and the workings of higher natural powers. It is not that the unbelieved belief is merely a case of interested manipulation, because social appearance also deceives the consciousness of the swindlers, that social conditions appear natural, that their compulsion takes on the character of natural compulsion, lies within them. Society, which is as illusory as it is cast in ironclad natural laws, suggests that the rules of the natural state, which appear to be just as predictable as they are cruel to deviations, should be presented as social ones, thus rejecting practical social responsibility in favor of a quasi-metaphysical responsibility for nature and the planet. This character was already pronounced in early high capitalism. Thomas Robert Malthus, the progenitor of political ecology, can be considered a prime example of misanthropy as a law of nature. In 1798, the Anglican priest and economist published his seminal essay on the principles of population. In it he asserts, firstly, that humans, like biological populations, would multiply exponentially if left to their own devices and provided with an unlimited supply. Secondly, he assumed that social productivity could, in principle, only be increased in a linear fashion at best. The gap between a linear and an exponentially increasing function grows exponentially, as much as mathematically certain. And Malthus interpreted this difference as a natural cause of the hunger that was rampant among the proletarians at the time. He consequently and openly denied the right to life of all children who could not be fed by their families and all others whose labor was not needed. They were simply superfluous on the earth, and therefore, in their case, society had to give free rein to the will of nature. Malthus, who in 1805 was appointed to the world's first chair of political ecology, ultimately mitigated his consequence by recommending sexual abstinence to the proletarians as a means of alleviating their misery. Karl Marx developed a much more convincing explanation of overpopulation a good half-century later. He refuted Malthus's notion of absolute overpopulation by conceiving of the unemployed proletariat as a relative overpopulation that was constitutive for the success of capital. It arose from rationalization measures that tended to make the need for human productive capacity in existing branches of production redundant. However, the proletarians had to secure their existence through wage labor. In Marx's time, they were almost immediately available for new production areas, since factory work rarely required much training at the time. But if a surplus labor population is a necessary product of the accumulation or development of wealth on a capitalist basis, this overpopulation conversely becomes a lever of capitalist accumulation, indeed a condition of the existence of the capitalist mode of production. It forms a disposable industrial reserve army, which belongs to capital just as absolutely as if it had been raised at its own expense. It creates the ever-ready exploitable human material for its changing needs of exploitation, regardless of the limits of real population increase. However, the increase in productivity was by no means linear, but rapid and erratic. The capitalist organization of society was able to triumph precisely because of the growth of productivity and population. And it was then also in its own hands to alleviate the hardship of its workers, as the later introduction of minimum wages or social security showed. But Malthus only saw external and supposedly natural causes as reasons for the hardship, and his call for sexual abstinence transformed a social problem into a seemingly existential dilemma, into an individual guilt of those affected. And that provides the blueprint for the arguments of ecological alarmists to this day. Solutions supposedly derived from a completely objective, suprasocial perspective shift responsibility completely away from society and onto the individual. Just as Malthus's demand reflected the bourgeoisie's reluctance to at least recognize the unmet needs of the poor proletarians, political ecology continues to this day to repeatedly advance the practically irrelevant argument that an infinite number of people cannot live on the Earth's finite surface. The premise for this debate: in the 1950s, the world population had roughly doubled compared to the beginning of industrialization. A new discussion began about the absolute limits of agricultural yields, which found its most blatant expression in 1968 in the book The Population Bomb by U.S.-American professor Paul R. Ehrlich. In it, Ehrlich predicted severe famines and mass extinction in the coming decade, even if the drastic population control he advocated were to be implemented immediately, and thus landed a world bestseller. Of course, Ehrlich, like Malthus, was completely off the mark. The industrial modernization of agriculture was able to increase yields to such an extent that this progress is now referred to as the Green Revolution in agriculture. Since then, it has become clear that no one has to go hungry because modern methods cannot produce enough food, but simply because needs are still not a sufficient reason to produce. The scenario of a natural exponential population growth, which in theory could really one day exceed the capacity of the planet, has long since been refuted by reality. In Western industrialized countries, the relatively high standard of living goes hand in hand with a shrinking population, as in Germany, for example. And falling birth rates are also known from economically emerging nations, whose population explosion was once particularly avoided. The best-known example of this is India, and the author Rema Nagarajan summed up the situation succinctly at the end of her article. It's the same all over the world. The better educated women are, the higher their status in society and the easier it is for them to use contraception, the fewer children they have. And in developed countries, men also prefer smaller families. The matter is basically simple: if women's rights and opportunities are strengthened, the population bomb will defuse itself. End quote. It is obvious that the Islamic world in particular is deliberately pitting itself against the West and especially against Israel for precisely this population bomb, regardless of the miserable fate that will befall the many young people who are thus presented only as human material in the jihad. And it has never been denied by the potentates from Arafat to Bouteflika to Erdogan. Nevertheless, Paul R. Ehrlich believes that birth control is more urgent than ever. In an interview with the Süddeutsche Zeitung in 2011, He said that the ideal size of the world's population was 1.5 billion, and that by the end of the century it would have only a 10% chance of survival anyway. But openly wanting to get rid of billions of people in a competitive struggle is considered too blunt today. Currently, the supposedly catastrophic consequences of climate change worldwide are the argument against those pesky fellow human beings. A study published in mid-2017, The Climate Protection Gap, Educational and Administrative Recommendations Miss the Most Effective Individual Measures, logically calculated that by far the best individual decision to reduce climate-changing emissions is to do without a child. The authors of that study criticized the fact that recommended practices such as waste separation, vegetarian diets, and private energy-saving measures have had little effect for decades, and yet they stick to the ecological paradigm of individualized blame. This is how their argument begins. Current anthropogenic climate change is the result of the accumulation of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere, which reflects billions of individual decisions. End of quote. So the growing energy needs of a growing economy with global production chains are not to be held responsible for the growing emissions of greenhouse gases. No, everything supposedly depends every day anew on every single individual decision, and above all on whether you yourself produce even more of these decision makers. The ecological justification for a drastic reduction of the population in Western industrialized nations is based on the credo that each of us has a particularly large ecological footprint, with which we trample on the natural balance. Everyone should be aware of their original sin, of being born to pollute the earth and destroy the climate, and therefore should not want to develop their life to full bloom, but should kindly make themselves smaller. In doing so, the ecologists themselves praise their sense of social responsibility, although they place their ideal of nature above the lives of future fellow human beings. This thinking arises simply from antisocial affects, which tend to increase in times of tougher economic competition. The reasons that make this antisocial ideology so attractive for the middle class, which is threatened by social decline, are not difficult to name. This middle class, which includes the organizers and idea givers among the employees and civil servants, who usually have academic training, and who are the many small decision makers and explainers, know best of all how superfluous everyone is today, not least themselves. For a long time now, enough academics have had the know-how to mediate between capital and labor and to enforce the increase in profit that is indispensable in competition by improving work efficiency. That is why many in this stratum are simultaneously fighting against their own insignificance by making others obsolete even more quickly if possible. Flexibilization of the working world, downsizing of the state, parcelling out of production, outsourcing, privatization, third-party financing and project management, all of these things, with whose implementation and propagation the middle class still serves, threaten the middle class's own livelihoods no less than those of those already made precarious. The middle class takes up the cause of the underprivileged, but then flees in panic, which is the middle class's mode of existence. And so ecological misanthropy is also becoming generalized. Once it was clearly identifiable groups of people who were out, English proles or Indian small farmers, but now it is humanity as such that is being targeted. After all, everyone is everyone's worst enemy. The consequent conclusion is that man himself is a disruptive factor in a system that would function much better without his intervention. The ideal is a crisis-free, regulated utilization process, free from the needs of its human appendages, which merges with the regressive ideal of the eternally nurturing, but also cruelly punishing pagan Mother Nature. It is therefore anything but a coincidence that the ideas of the ecosystem and the natural balance with its constantly balanced budgets arise when the state is in crisis, and at the beginning of the so-called oil crisis, growing state deficits and the highest wage demands in post-war history coincide with the epoch-making report of the Club of Rome on the limits to growth in the same year, 1972. This report, which, like Ehrlich's, opened with warnings of a population explosion, but then predicted the imminent depletion of raw materials, marked the beginning of the idea of a cybernetically based, calculable and predictable world model, now known as the Earth's ecosystem. What was new about this was that, for the first time, these apocalyptic predictions were not based solely on qualitative estimates, but were also supported by computer simulations. The Club of Rome calculated the future with the help of a world model that, in its view, contained all the relevant relationships for the further development of the Earth's resources. However, such a numerical world model would be completely megalomaniacal even with infinitely large computing capacities, since the formulas that form the basis of such programs can never be able to fully grasp nature and all social influences on it, even from a purely epistemological point of view. And so the forecasts have proved to be so wide of the mark that their empirical total failure alone should have prompted fundamental criticism. To mention just one key criticism, all sensible environmental policy decisions in recent decades have never been based on prophecies, but on clearly measurable changes in nature, the causes of which can be clearly determined. For example, the pollution of the air and rivers with toxic gases and effluents was counteracted by better filters and sewage treatment plants. When a dangerous depletion of atmospheric ozone was detected, a complex analysis of the chemical reactions responsible began. And when it was known for sure that halogenated hydrocarbon gases were ultimately causing the hole in the ozone layer, their production was immediately abandoned. Such objections do not prevent the middle class from continuing to cling to the climate catastrophe. Not only does it rationalize its own fears and idiosyncrasies, it also offers a cornucopia of subsidies for NGOs and projects of all kinds, whose climate conferences are the measure of all things. There they bravely adhere to the Club of Rome method and, based on the relatively sharp rise in global average temperatures by geological standards, they unhesitatingly conclude that all other predictions are plausible. However, all nature simulation models always have the same problem. They cannot anticipate changes in their dynamics that appear as unexpected external influences or feedback effects that are inherent in the system. But when it comes to the climate, there is once again a dead certitude that reinforcing feedback effects in the future will cause global warming to trigger new warming mechanisms, thus setting in motion an ever-intensifying spiral of disaster. The officially recognized results of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change are simply the result of averaging all the forecasts and future models circulating in the scientific community, which, of course, cannot be subjected to experimental testing. How could they be? Global forecasts cannot be empirically studied at the time of their publication, but only in retrospect, with a great deal of effort. And even if a very good description of a past period is achieved, this does not prove that a model will also apply in the future in a case of open, complex dynamics such as those prevailing in the Earth's atmosphere. This would only be possible for time-invariant systems with stable dynamics. Here is an example. During his lecture at the University of Bayreuth on the subject of climate change, Professor Harold Lesch was annoyed that the discoverers of gravitational waves are praised for their precise work, while climate researchers constantly have to justify themselves. And he suggested that the physics of climate research and gravitational waves are basically the same, and that the criticism of climate research is therefore based solely on resentment. But he has not grasped the crucial difference. The measured gravitational waves corresponded very closely to a signal that could be expected from two extremely heavy stars collapsing into each other in the model. Their movement can be calculated so precisely because all the relevant laws are known. This is not the case with the climate. There are quite a few causal chains, some of which are still insufficiently understood, interlock and interact simultaneously, as Lesch himself has at least hinted at elsewhere. A dynamic developing in this way goes beyond the scope of scientifically exact descriptive possibilities. In the case of open complex systems, the only thing that remains in the here and now is the examination of formal correctness and the observance of the generally accepted conditions. Due to the remaining uncertainties, many different speculations can therefore coexist as equal possibilities. The IPCC's results are therefore merely the intersection of the speculations accepted by its scientific community, something like their democratic mean. However, the question of how the climate will change over the next 100 years cannot be calculated democratically either. Numerical simulations can support our understanding of open complex systems, but since they are open and complex, they are only suitable for qualitative studies. Extrapolating them beyond short-term trends is simply dishonest. The reference to exact degrees, to which the Paris Agreement of 2015 wants to limit global warming, is based precisely on the alleged precision of the predictions. The climate saviors talk about the global temperature of the coming decades as if it could be regulated in principle like room temperature, while at the same time the crude statistical nonsense is spreading, even claiming that individual weather events are the result of the global trend. The fetishization of the respective status of capital socialization as nature, the consequent hostility towards useless eaters and unwelcome competition, the narcissistic self-exaltation of the harbingers of disaster as discoverers of world laws and heroes of existential decisions, all these are rigid motives of political ecology from day one. They all recur in the current climate hysteria, but the same is not always the same. With the development of capitalism, the constellations of motives and, of course, the apparent causes for concern change. Malthus sought to prevent the state from intervening in society at all, whereas Ehrlich appealed to the authoritarian state to clean up properly. Today, in the era of the downsizing of the authoritarian state, ideas borrowed from ecology, such as balanced budgets and individualized provision for the future, dominate again, with the threat of doom if they are disregarded. That Germany, the country of Lorenz, Barrow and Gruhl, has elevated so-called climate protection to a moral raison d'etat is both historically and politically consistent, since no one in the Western world benefits as much from austerity policy as Germany. Without ever wanting to admit it openly, The propagated ideas of nature, as an alleged interest of humanity, perfectly cover up the very narrow national interest of the gluttonous fat man Port, in Central Europe. This superimposition works so well because no one actually takes the fear of global warming seriously. Otherwise, it would be all too tempting to counteract atmospheric warming by avoiding the emission of carbon dioxide, methane and others, not individually, but systematically. If the reduction of emissions was really meant, the first step would be to argue against storageless, global lean production and its packaging and transportation explosion. And yet it is precisely the apologists of this mode of production who crow the loudest for climate protection agreements, whose measurable influence on the global climate tends toward zero. However, their influence on the political climate, if you will, should not be underestimated. The climate conferences are not just part of the long history of the delusion of world sovereignty, which would like to undermine the U.S. hegemony, which is the only one to counter the most gross arbitrariness. What has emerged from the climate conferences of the past quarter century is the formation of a transnational informal NGO bureaucracy that no longer has to legitimize itself democratically within the framework of the nation-states, but which feels morally legitimized. It cuddles up with the emerging counter-sovereigns India and China. It delegitimized the economic and political plans of the U.S. government. It presents Syria, of all countries, as a model country for climate protection, and its intrusive muttering about climate neutrality makes every desirable step by nation-states in social and housing policy more difficult. What could have been dismissed as mere madness in 1990, when Rudolf Barrow's Logic of Salvage was published, has actually taken shape. Barrow had wanted to entrust the salvation of the world to an ecological council that would stand above and beyond all national parliaments. It would have included lawyers who ritually identify with the natural faculties of earth, air, water, and fire. And only children and immigrants would have been allowed to represent human interests. Neither in practice nor rhetorically is this new transnational bureaucracy very far from such horrors. It is doing its best to make the vision of a madman, who in this respect embodies German ideology in its consistency, come true. The tsunami that hit the east coast of Japan killed well over 10,000 people. A similar number have been missing since then and are also thought to have fallen victim to the natural disaster. About 500,000 people fled the devastated area. Many were injured and lost all their belongings. Video footage of the terrifying tidal wave, which swept away ships and houses like toys, was in demand. The cause of the death and suffering could be explained scientifically, and the media presented detailed models of tsunamis. However, the disaster was less sensational than the more devastating tsunami in the Indian Ocean in 2004. The giant wave flooded a shorter strip of coast. It quickly became clear that the number of victims would not set any new records. Within a few days, the topic would hardly have been worthy of breaking news in Germany. But the water also flooded the site of the 6 nuclear reactors at Fukushima Daiichi, destroying their power supply and all backup systems. As a result, the cooling of the fuel elements, which is necessary even when the plant is not in regular operation, failed. The enormous heat of the ongoing nuclear reactions, known as afterburning, evaporated the remaining cooling water, and the nuclear reactors spiraled out of control. Some of the fuel rods melted and burned leaks in the reactor cores, with highly radioactive and toxic material leaking out to a dangerous extent. Workers on site were and are exposed to dangerous doses of radiation, and the population was eventually evacuated from a large zone around the nuclear facilities. Even though the situation has since calmed down somewhat, the damaged reactors and the contamination on site remain a major hazard. However, there is no longer any fear of a significant worldwide spread of radioactive material. In Germany, the spectacular nuclear accident was considered to be of enormous relevance, the first reactor accident that had a good chance of surpassing the Chernobyl super-GAU. The speculation about the radioactive contamination of domestic fish shelves was faster than fish can be delivered from Japan to Europe. Rumors of cinematic horror scenarios for the metropolis of Tokyo shot up like weeds. Current readings of radioactive radiation on land, at sea and in the air were reported at such a pace that no one could possibly follow them. The flood of data ensured that no one forgot where the danger and the varied entertainment could be found. If there were no new figures from Japan, irrelevant measurements from somewhere were turned into short messages that repeatedly explained that the measured radioactive traces originated in Japan, but thank God, posed no danger at the place of measurement. In Germany, a political chain reaction developed. On the day after the disaster, an anti-nuclear demonstration that had been planned for some time received so much support that it was able to form a 45-kilometer-long, completely closed human chain from the Neckarwestheim nuclear power plant to Stuttgart. The collection of images documenting the mobilization website shows nothing but laughing people in creative costumes. They held up ironic protest banners or colorful balloons, danced hand in hand and blew party horns. The participants could hardly believe their luck. A clear sign from nature had confirmed their innermost convictions. Under the triumphant motto "Fukushima is everywhere," the nuclear power plant opponents immediately planned several vigils nationwide. Renate Kunist, chair of the Bündnis 90/Die Grünen parliamentary group in the Bundestag, spoke from the heart: "We do not control nature, nature controls us." Jürgen Kasek, a member of the Green Party in Leipzig and Bund, Friends of the Earth Germany, repeated the sentence in his closing words at the 25 years of Chernobyl demonstration and then explained, "All the catastrophes and victims are a sign that humans are excessive." Excessive in his striving. Quote end. The Greens reinterpreted the senseless suffering of the disaster victims as a warning sign from nature and, with a practiced demagogic tremolo, lent weight to their political demands. 2 weeks after the nuclear accident, there were elections in Baden-Württemberg and Rhineland-Palatinate. And many voters were impressed by the green omen. Even Peter Altmaier of the CDU party described the cause of his party's defeat more aptly on the same evening than he himself was aware of. "I believe that the events in Japan have thrown the political landscape into disarray." End of quote. The transformation of the deadly flood wave into a green political wave was complete. The devastated landscape had mutated into a political allegory. The longing for nature's total domination is part of the ecological attitude to life, but it is not suitable as a government program for a democratic party. Parliamentary democratic politics essentially regulates the domination of people over people as mediated by capital. At most, nature can serve as a model here. And of course the Greens are not striving for the immediate domination of nature anyway. After all, their long march through the institutions should not end in unemployment. They want to mediate a sustainable ecological status quo in the relationship between nature and humans and between humans. On the one hand, they aim for a stable social order, the shining example of which is current ownership. On the other hand, they essentially understand society as a subsystem embedded in the organic biological rule of nature, whose supposed equilibrium must not be disturbed. Balancing both current society within itself and its relationship to nature in lasting harmony, that is the whole poor dream of a world administered by the Greens. The Greens cannot imagine anything more than cementing the prevailing conditions as natural ones. Winfried Kretschmann, the new head of the Baden-Württemberg state government, had his hands full after the election, in numerous interviews and appearances, dispelling fears that arose from the sometimes radical left-wing past of Green members. Were the Greens planning a hostile takeover of Baden-Württemberg, or did they still harbor the leftist idea of redistribution? Far from it. The Swabian Messiah proclaimed the reassuring good news that, under his aegis, basically everything would remain as it is. After all, the Greens are masters of politics when it comes to tight budgets. Quote, "Real modernity means achieving a good and worthwhile goal with scarce resources. I love scarce resources, because only they make people creative." End quote. Kretschmann wants to integrate Swabian stinginess and Protestant zest for tightening belts into the green concept of networked thinking. It has been so often and so vaguely recited that it has become hackneyed and kitschy. And yet it is more valid than ever today. The kitschy idea of networked thinking was coined by Frederick Vester, a German biochemist and popular science book author. He published the game Ecolopoly in 1980 as a supplement to the magazine Nature. Its name clearly identifies the game as an ecological alternative to the American game Monopoly. Accordingly, the focus is solely on the state, which does not need money but acts immediately. The aim of the game Ecolopoly and its current, politically correct successor Ecopolicy is to maneuver fictitious states into a sustainable equilibrium through forward-looking ecological policies. The game goes something like this. The situation in the game states is described by a few parameters such as population, quality of life, production, and environmental pollution, the current situation of which is represented by an associated score. So, a high score for quality of life is desirable, as is a low score for environmental pollution. The parameters influence each other in each game step. For example, a high environmental impact automatically lowers the quality of life by a predefined number of points in each game step. Therefore, the situation of the game state automatically changes with each move, even without intervention. At the beginning, the game state is in a poor state and in a catastrophic downward spiral. A player as a political autocrat or a group of players as a political caste can now use the action points for politics to change the parameters a little. The aim of the game is to first save the state and then transform it into an ecotopia. You can only win if you recognize and exploit positive feedback mechanisms in the system, so that the game state slowly but surely moves towards the desired equilibrium thanks to economical interventions by a networked politics. So, how could it be otherwise? To a sustainable constant size of the population, with the highest possible quality of life, and a stable production with low environmental pollution. The closer you get to this ideal state, the more action points you get for politics as a reward. Once you had got the hang of it in Ecolopoly, you would mechanically create one ecotopia after another until you were sick of eternal harmony. Even the constant competition in Monopoly was more exciting. Networked thinking simply transfers Norbert Wiener's cybernetics, the art of controlling, to the state, society and nature, and imagines them all together as a huge complex ecosystem. What were already critical attempts by Wiener to describe isolated biological or even psychological processes with the help of control loop models have been propagated by Vester through Ecolopoly in a socio-pedagogical and playful way as an ecological form of totalitarian rule. State, society and nature are transformed into an interlinked system of control circuits that can be brought into a harmonious balance by experts with targeted interventions. Ignorance and disregard of negative feedback effects, on the other hand, are said to lead from green happiness to ecological disaster. However, nature as it appears does not offer eternal harmony and can only be understood exceptionally and in isolated parts through control circuits. It changes and develops without any clear direction or final equilibrium being discernible. Its reactions to human influences can only be predicted by extrapolating from previous experiences. But the fixed idea that the state of health of Mother Nature can be checked so that our rescue assistance can be provided in the event of illness no longer lets go of the ecologists. In return, they hope for security and protection from social crises. They believe that nature is protesting against human excess and that its pioneering responses can guide them precisely where they are overwhelmed by their own freedom and responsibility. Ecology thus enables political regression in a progressive guise. Today's ecological scientists no longer want to simply understand and manipulate, but also predict the future. The possible scenarios of the models developed for this purpose are presented as admonishing omens to urge politicians into action. Ecology requires additional scientific expertise and not its abolition, as the longing for a direct rule of nature might initially suggest. In the disaster films of recent years, a type of eco-conscious scientist has increasingly appeared, who, on the basis of his impressively complicated and calculation-intensive computer models, unerringly warns of impending natural disasters. He can often only prevail against ignorant politicians at the last second and only just escape disaster with his knowledge. The citizen, who fears for his existence, can identify with such protagonists. He always knows better than the politicians, and nobody listens to him either. At this point, the supposedly dead German forest comes to mind to study the prophetic function of science in more detail. The current exhibition, First the Forest Dies, at the Waldhaus Freiburg provides an impressive overview of the history of the forest dieback debate. In the early 1980s, many German foresters noticed increasing damage to the forest stand. In 1981, based on the results of his pedological research, forest scientist and ecosystem researcher Bernhard Ulrich predicted, "The first forests will die in the next 5 years, they cannot be saved." End of quote. In connection with the forest damage, Bund warned of an ecological harakiri. In 1982, a special issue of Bild der Wissenschaft was published on the subject of forest dieback and warned of a cultural catastrophe. Mary Louise Beck, a member of parliament for the newly formed Green Party, presented the newly elected Chancellor Helmut Kohl with an ailing fir branch when the party entered the Bundestag. By 1983, forest dieback was ubiquitous in the media and the subject of all parties' election campaigns. The apocalyptic mood of the time can be seen from protest slogans such as "First the forest dies, then man," and "Forest dieback requires the willingness to make sacrifices from everyone." But the forests did not die. They even grew so magnificently that the annual Forest Damage Report, that was introduced at the time, has since had to be renamed the Forest Condition Report. The forest scientist Ernst E. Hildebrand, who by his own admission used to take part in anti-Waldsterben protests, wanted to get certainty and clarify the error in retrospect. His current conclusion, the hypothesis that rainwater, having turned acidic due to exhaust fumes, would continue to wash out the soil and cause it to acidify, has been confirmed in principle by many years of soil sampling. In many places, forest soil has become significantly more acidic and has changed its composition accordingly. Even the reduction of exhaust emissions could not prevent this. Hildebrand was also able to show that trees are able to extract sufficient nutrients from the acidified soil, which nobody who predicted the death of the forests had reckoned with. So because a chemical model of the effect of rain on forest soil was correct, the prognosis of its acidification was also basically correct. However, the biological ideas about the nutrient uptake of tree roots were completely inadequate. Science obviously knew far less about the forest ecosystem than the eco-apocalypticists suggested. There was no viable model for the Waldsterben prognosis. Hildebrand has prompted his gratifyingly self-critical research to exercise restraint in issuing warnings about the future of the forests. So he presented at the end of March in the Freiburg Waldhaus at the conclusion of his lecture amusing pictures of individual trees that grow in unexpected places under extremely adverse conditions. Their insubstantial blather from the forest dieback is most eco-prophets in retrospect, but not a bit embarrassing. The hysteria is rationalized and justified in retrospect. The local press reported on the opening of the exhibition. Quote, "But the experts are cautious, they don't want to trivialize, because research is still being done on the topic. The worst fears have been averted," says Forestry President Juice. "But we have enough problems in the forest that come from human hands." Forestry has become more important and more ecological. The predicted large-scale death of the forest did not occur because the greatly exaggerated presentation and the drama triggered a lot of measures. The word forest dieback has worked as a warning, says Roderich von Detten from the Institute of Forest Science, who, with his team of employees from the DFG Project Waldsterben, created the exhibition mainly on their own. The forest dieback has changed society, Roderich von Detten is certain. Environmental protection was also seen as a very personal task. Quote end. This disturbing apology is aptly titled, Useful Alarmism. A danger that never existed is better not trivialized out of deference to its ongoing research. Scientific rigor demands it. And after all, there are always some man-made problems in the forest. Environmental protection is perceived as an essential political and personal task, even if there is nothing to protect. Isn't this unwavering manic zeal wonderful? And the optimal position for the idealistic overall apocalyptic has also been found. If the forests had died, he would have been proved right. Since they are still alive, he is even more right. Because nobody knows how the forest works in detail anyway, nobody can check which measures are supposed to have saved it. And anyone who, on the basis of this overwhelming factual situation, still thinks that the care of the forests could simply be a refining cultural achievement and the trees are equipped for their simple survival even without ecological expertise is thinking unscientifically. Since the distinction between culture and nature still reminds us of human freedom and responsibility, it should finally disappear. In the current International Year of Forests, the German Federal Ministry of Food, Agriculture and Consumer Protection is supporting the Forest Cultural Heritage Campaign. In her welcoming address, Minister Ilse Aigner states, "Forests are deeply rooted in our cultural identity." Under the menu item identity, the clear-cutting continues just as bluntly, and the Germans are attested a forest disposition. The groves of the Germanic and Celtic peoples were already German carriers of mythological spiritual ideas. Idioms would prove the deep connection between our art, culture, and way of life and forest and wood. Compelling evidence, the boards that mean the world, and to be blinkered. Ecologists visibly delight in the living forest, and after all that we already are, world champions, Pope, etc. Now we are Forest One. In return, they are now terribly worried about the level of the world's oceans and the weather forecast for the next 100 years. The climate catastrophe has replaced forest dieback. Ecological awareness needs such problems in order not to feel powerless against those it does not want to understand. The crisis is only seen or even projected where it can supposedly be averted with the help of experts, their forecasts and government measures. This also explains the overwhelming joy and relief felt by the German anti-nuclear power plant movement at the reactor catastrophe in Fukushima Daiichi. At long last, the disaster that had been predicted and feared had occurred elsewhere. Proof of correct ecological and networked thinking had been provided, and the government, hopelessly overwhelmed by the debt crisis, could be persuaded to prove its ability to act by abandoning nuclear power. Now, was the message on all the Green Party's election posters, and the government's prompt response proved them right. But just because the anti-nuclear movement is obviously driven by eco-political irrationalism and plays into the hands of the party, it does not make the phase-out of nuclear energy wrong and blindly optimistic about progress wiser. Even if they are fortunately immune to ecomania, true liberals remain loyal to their deepest convictions, against all reason and experience. This can be seen in the journalistic network Axis of Good, which, after the reactor catastrophe, argued that the situation in Fukushima was under control and that nuclear power was a controllable and affordable form of energy. Since these phrases were constantly belied by reality, the Axis now takes the cheap position that there have been worse catastrophes than in Fukushima and that all progress has its price. Optimism about progress, like the market apologetic that goes hand in hand with it, can only be maintained with a good dose of cynicism. Even without accidents, there have long been reasonable arguments against the use of nuclear energy. Its radioactive waste emits radiation for an eternity in human terms and must be guarded for just as long. Geologists cannot make any forecasts for the coming eons, so no suitable final storage can be found. Only well-considered interim solutions would be possible. Radioactive waste, if left unattended and improperly stored, poses a constant threat and requires constant attention. The problem will not go away by itself, unlike other types of waste, which decompose after a reasonably short period of time. The half-life of radioactive isotopes extends over millennia, and nuclear power plants provide fissile material that can be processed into nuclear weapons. The fact that the Germans, in particular, are implicitly renouncing an option for their own weapons program with nuclear energy is progress for that reason alone. The fact that the murderous mullahs in Iran are working hard to develop nuclear weapons, on the other hand, is of no interest to environmentalists. Anti-nuclear activists demonstrated their regional connection in the movement's capital, sunny Freiburg. No damage to Baden was their unequivocally limited demand. The fact that centrifuges are rotating in a uranium enrichment plant just outside Isfahan, a sister city of Freiburg, and that highly enriched uranium for nuclear weapons is being extracted leaves them cold. The mullahs want to destroy Israel first and have not yet definitively expressed their other goals, so regionally networked thinking is diplomatically reserved with prognoses and political conclusions. The practical green policy differs little from the environmental policy of other established parties, just as they differ little from one another. One of their special ingredients, however, is the political networked thinking, which is closely related to esoteric autosuggestion. Anyone who has ever read about the range of products available in shops for ecological goods will know the trick. If the esotericist has depression, he boosts his emotional household with a tea called Soul Sun. When he is angry, on the other hand, he reaches for the Harmony tea, when he is sad and despairing for the Happiness tea. Similarly, when it comes to the next generation, if they are on the way, there is Mommy tea, and when they are finally here, Baby tea. And should the offspring be too sensitive or even slow on the uptake, then an infusion of Elephant Strong Organic Brat or Smart Cocoa will quickly remedy the situation. And the solution to the crisis is tackled by the Greens as follows. The crisis forces us to finally think of the economy and the environment together. How we can strengthen German industry, prevent the climate catastrophe, and create 1 million jobs in the next 4 years. We show you here, one they fantasize blithely. They promise jobs made by Mother Nature, and suggest a secure job for everyone in the organic structure. They propagate a policy that is no longer based on human initiative, but supposedly follows the wise call of nature. Their current economic policy concept, the Green New Deal, assumes a parallelism between the current crisis and that of the 1930s and implicitly claims that the New Deal solved that crisis. But the United States was only able to overcome its own crisis by participating in World War II and the war economy it needed. They have adopted this twisted idea from a U.S.-American journalist, Thomas L. Friedman, who coined it for his green concept before the current crisis. By promoting green projects from the state treasury, he wanted to initiate the ecological transformation of capitalism and thus also secure the economic supremacy of the USA in the 21st century. In the midst of the current crisis, the Greens have adapted the concept. Instead of state subsidies for green projects, they now advocate for good persuasion, since the Western industrial nations have gone into debt up to their ears to save their financial sectors. Their vision, if they could convince the whole world of the green austerity course, the reduction of greenhouse gases, etc., they could sell them new green savings product lines and Germany could secure its position as a leading exporter of innovative green technology. That's how shrewdly the impending climate apocalypse should pay off. However, it seems doubtful that the emerging countries of the Second World will convert to ecology precisely during their economic race to catch up. But just as organic food stores are prospering because they serve a mass private need for self-deception and not because their expensive products taste better or are healthier, green political concepts could dampen frustration with economic decline and political powerlessness in Western industrialized nations by promising a better green future. And just as an esoteric seeks to gloss over his personal plight by prettifying it with a gulp of Soul Sun, the ecologically aware would like to forget the horrors of the constitutively crisis-ridden exchange economy through state environmental activism. They become all the more desensitized the more they think economy and ecology together. the number of people who have a green board in front of their head could grow. Every party likes to use scents in their election campaigns, because loyal supporters can recognize them without the need for further clues. The Green Party slogan for the 2014 European elections, "Nuclear off, nature on," is a prime example of this. Although nature without atoms is theoretically impossible, this demand, which is completely idiotic in a physical sense, undoubtedly arises from an ecological need, precisely because it defiantly defies scientific logic. The nuclear disaster at Fukushima Daiichi in Japan catapulted the issue of energy to the top of the domestic policy charts in March 2011. A streak of success began for the Greens, but it ended just as abruptly as it had begun. The governing coalition of the CDU and the then FDP responded to the demands of a large majority of Germans by immediately accelerating the phase-out of nuclear energy and initiating the so-called energy transition. This meant that the ecological needs of the Germans were initially covered and the unique selling point of the Greens was gone. Nobody had expected the Merkel faction to take such a surprisingly radical step, and the energy suppliers have still not recovered from the shock to their business base. Since then, the Greens have not been able to match their top result in the state elections in Baden-Württemberg, as the government had hoped. With the nuclear slogan, they only called for the implementation of the agreed phase-out at the last European elections and pointed to their main goal, a quasi-natural energy supply. And the defiantly childishly cheeky point against the general requirements of logic is an indication that they themselves already suspect the irrationality of their plans. Since it cannot be realized, the environmental movement prefers to propagate its ideal of a sustainable paradise by drumming up support for a rebellion against dangers that supposedly stand in the way of its realization. Because no further catastrophe since Fukushima has helped them to develop new arguments, the supporters of the environmental movement are currently focusing on so-called fracking and are desperately trying to keep the topic in the headlines. In hydraulic fracturing, drilling first goes down into the old layers of the earth where a sought-after liquid or gaseous raw material has accumulated. However, if the raw material is widely distributed in the rock and does not flow to the borehole on its own, large quantities of water pumped into the borehole at high pressure can crack the rock and make it more permeable. Although this extraction technique has been known for a long time, fracking has only been used on a large scale since companies in the USA were able to optimize the water used with additives for the shale gas layers that are common there. Since its release in 2010, the film Gasland by U.S. environmental activist Josh Fox has been considered the documentary on the subject and is being discussed worldwide. After all, the film serves the ecological need for all the rules of the cultural industry. Fox himself lives on a remote piece of forest in a large water protection area in Pennsylvania. He had informed himself about the consequences of fracking because a gas company wanted to drill on his land, and later decided to make a film about his research. His documentary is characterized and held together mainly by clichés. Right at the beginning, Fox talks about his relationship to his piece of land, for example. Quote, "This is the place I know, the place I can't get out of my head. It's always there and it feels to me as if it's the source of all life. And it is. You need water to live." Unquote. He proudly recounts how his first word was hammer because, as a toddler, he helped his hippie parents build their house with their own hands, while the World Trade Center was being built in New York. Fox likes to play the supposedly authentic banjo in his free time, and his strumming can be heard throughout the film. The dramatic highlight is a scene in which Fox can be seen strumming his instrument in front of a few gas production plants on the freely accessible site, wearing a gas mask for no apparent reason. Also included are romanticized nature shots and, as the ultimate eco-shock, images of an allegedly endangered species, the pronghorn, a native antelope. In reality, the population of this species is in excellent health, but when it comes to idolatry of nature, the cultural industry has only a limited canon of motifs at its disposal. The drivel in the documentary revolves around a political conflict. The protection of nature serves as a supposedly higher argument against the interests of industry. The title Gasland is an ironic reference to Woody Guthrie's song This Land Is Your Land, but this folk classic, well known in the USA, is not actually about protecting the familiar soil, but about an old American dream. An equal chance for everyone to get a piece of God's own country, to take their lives into their own hands. The film shows individual cases in which fracking drilling near towns has led to dangerous pollution of local water sources or the surrounding air. Affected residents and experts demonstrate the risk of fire and explosion from leaking gas, and some report serious poisoning from fracking chemicals. The responsible extraction companies were reluctant to pay compensation, however, and were only hesitant to implement additional safety measures. State exemptions that would have freed the many small shale gas extraction plants from the usual state control of drinking water and air would have helped them. For those affected in the USA, this is an unfortunate situation. Often, only legal action can provide them with at least financial compensation and consideration. To the extent that the film has increased their chances of receiving adequate compensation and has led to better, scientifically based monitoring of shale gas extraction, it has served a useful purpose. However, the general natural disaster that is emotionally suggested to the viewer does not actually take place at all. The documented cases are not the rule but the exception in what is now over 1 million fracking wells in the USA. The U.S. authorities have reasonably become more cautious in awarding drilling licenses. Gasland owes its success above all to the insatiable greed, particularly of its European audience, for environmental disasters that are supposed to justify the constant preaching of ecological conversion. In 2011, France was the first country in the world to generally ban fracking in the face of widespread protests and to withdraw already awarded drilling licenses despite claims for damages. They can afford it. France's energy supply is secured for years to come at its current cost because more than 2/3 of France's electricity comes from nuclear power, which is rightly considered the most dangerous way to produce it. The zeal with which fracking is being banned is intended to compensate for the country's continued reliance on nuclear energy. Poland, where the largest shale gas deposits in Europe are thought to be, along with France, supports fracking. But it was only at the beginning of this year, after many companies had already left due to the foreseeable lack of profitability, that an efficient extraction was achieved for the first time in a test drilling. Only a few shale gas deposits are known in Germany, and a comprehensive extraction as in the USA is not even theoretically possible. A bill is currently being discussed that strictly regulates fracking and completely prohibits it in the vicinity of drinking water areas. This sounds like a pragmatic regulation and is indeed a sensible reaction to the exaggerated debate. But for German environmentalists, it is of course a matter of principle. They are calling for a total ban, and television professor Harald Lesch speaks for them. In his program Frag den Lesch, he presents an associative torrent of thoughts on fracking that has little in common with science, but all the more with resentment. He is outraged that we would now even break open the Earth's interior. However, no well has ever been drilled more than a few kilometers deep, and that is generally just enough to reach the Earth's crust. And with the rhetorical theatrical self-accusation of we, Lesch is hardly hiding his target on the United States. After all, we in Germany have hardly any shale gas to extract. He only mentions in passing that natural gas has recently become much cheaper in the USA, because Germans would never admit that mundane envy was a motive anyway. Instead, he suggests that the contamination of individual springs during fracking, as known from Gasland, is to be constantly expected and warns of exploding homes. And this American madness has a deeper reason, according to him, in that we are exploiting the earth more and more violently. Resources are finite and precious, Lesch preaches. The earth has done a lot of work on itself, and now we are simply burning up it, he laments into the camera. And as he talks himself into a rage, he feels a sense of deepest moral contempt for fracking and empathizes with the Earth's desecration. Quote, well, it's a bit more brutal, the method. The Earth wants it a bit more brutal, then it gets it more brutal. End quote. Finally, Lesch recommends thinking instead of fracking. He enthuses about renewable energies and comes up with a problem that most of the electrical form of energy obtained from regenerative sources cannot be easily stored. As a possible solution, he suggests the power-to-gas process. In this process, electricity from wind power, photovoltaics, etc. is used to break water down into its component parts using electrolysis. Although the hydrogen gas obtained in this way is theoretically a highly efficient fuel, it can only be handled safely with a great deal of effort. Therefore, it is then synthesized with carbon monoxide to methane, for example, i.e. artificial natural gas, which can then be used similarly to natural gas. When Lesch first cites the finite nature of fossil gas deposits as an argument against their consumption, and shortly thereafter describes a process by which such gas can be artificially produced, then his thinking is not so far advanced. Because the finiteness of the natural deposits does not argue against extracting them cheaply from the ground for as long as possible, if natural gas can still be produced artificially if necessary. Unless you give natural deposits in the Earth's interior a deeper meaning. The widespread recourse to the pagan Mother Earth myth among fracking opponents also leads to openly aggressive outbursts. At the Regulars Table 2.0 of the action group No More Fracking for Healthy Water and Common Sense in the Diepholzer Moorniederung, Klaus Dieter aims at the final elimination of the inherent contradiction between nature and technology and calls for the hunt for fracking users. Quote, Mining law dates back to the century before last. At that time, there were no such things as dirty tricks. Now they are taking advantage of it to poison nature, water. In the Middle Ages, they made short work of those who poisoned wells. End of quote. Demonization and displacement are also practiced by more reputable environmental organizations and anti-fracking initiatives, which are springing up wherever the idea of shale gas extraction is raised in Germany. In its statements, Bund constantly warns of incalculable risks and uncontrollable interactions and uses such generalizations to avoid adequate argumentation. A world in which all risks are calculable and all interactions are controllable exists only as an ecological phantasm. Even the cleverest planned economy could not create it. Every reaction or development in nature can only be estimated on the basis of previous experience and theoretical considerations, and can therefore never be predicted with certainty. However, the excitement about fracking does at least distract from the obvious difficulties of the German energy transition. The environmental movement has blown up the modernization of the energy supply into a decisive battle for Germany, and is now under a certain pressure to justify itself because the massive subsidies for renewable energy are causing electricity costs to rise ever higher. The fracking hysteria also makes people forget that in Germany, so far, only the drilling of geothermal wells, which is supposedly so natural, has led to bad experiences. In the town of Staufen im Breisgau, for example, drilling for a small geothermal power plant in 2007 first hit a layer of gypsum and then groundwater. Since then, as a result of this artificial connection between the two layers, the gypsum has been slowly setting with the water, similar to the way gypsum filler is processed. In the process, the gypsum layer increases in volume and lifts the ground under parts of Staufen. This causes cracks in the foundations of the houses due to the shifting of the soil, and even the risk of collapse. The increase in earthquakes, which geologists in the USA attribute to the use of fracking near tectonic stress points, is also known in Germany's eco-state of Baden-Württemberg and in Switzerland as a result of geothermal projects. Permission to install private geothermal probes, which was easy to obtain for a while, is now only granted cautiously by the authorities, who also exercise restraint when it comes to large geothermal plants. However, environmentalists refuse to accept the fact that even renewable energy production methods involve certain risks, preferring to cling to the problem-free image of naturalness. In most cases, however, renewable energy generation can only function in a much more complicated way than the extraction, transportation, and subsequent targeted combustion of fossil fuels in conventional power plants. Since renewable sources provide less energy density than conventional sources, many smaller units have to be installed. Only entire wind farms and huge areas of solar modules can generate energy on an industrial scale, and that requires a lot of control technology. Since the electricity generated in this way has to be fed in from many locations, most of which are not exactly where the electricity is needed, the entire power grid needs to be modernized and expanded. And the often irregular availability of electricity from renewable energy sources requires its conversion into storable forms, such as the aforementioned power to gas. This additional technological effort is already beginning to pay off because modern wind turbines generate electricity very efficiently. Of course, it is quite natural. But the good ecological technology should come from Germany as natural, which the TV ecologist Lesch also unashamedly trumpeted. If we in Germany don't make the energy transition, then nobody will. I think we can do it. We have the research and engineering tradition. We already have a fantastic infrastructure that we don't really have to change much. Just a little. Then we could create an energy network here in Europe that others would envy. They will come here and say, "Man, how did you do that?" Quote end. Because Lesch knows his Pappenheimer. The Bio-Germans want to go down in history as environmental champions. But he reminds them immediately that the propaganda for the energy transition should always refer to a higher goal, and in the beginning, we will sell it. And at some point, electrical energy, i.e. premium energy, will be so well distributed around the world that we can give it away. Then we could be concerned with something completely different than making money from energy. Then maybe we could take care of a few essential things in our lives. In the long term, the energy transition could lead to a much better world. End quote. Lesch energetically ties in with the actually frowned upon idea that the world should recover from the German way of doing things. And in doing so, he rants about Germany's technological advantage in the field of renewable energies, which never existed at all. Currently, China has the largest wind energy capacities because the country is also strongly committed to renewable energies and can produce most of the plants itself. And the fact that EU-wide tariffs have been levied on the import of Chinese solar panels since 2013 does not exactly speak in favor of European competitiveness and market leadership. The energy transition does not live from an unchallenged ability to innovate, but rather, especially in Germany, to a large extent from state subsidies and protection. In particular, the many small private solar systems are only worthwhile thanks to the state-guaranteed feed-in tariff. Despite the fracking boom, there are quite a few large-scale industrial plants for the production of renewable energy even in the much-maligned USA. A lot of capital is currently flowing into these industries, which want to produce energy at market prices without large subsidies. The expansion of renewable energies is taking place worldwide, and Bio-Germany is only leading it in its green fantasy. But even Bio-German ideology is no longer a German monopoly. Gasland and the debate about the film show that ecologism has already become established in many industrialized nations. Oliver Gedden already took apart the weird universal claim of popular ecology 20 years ago. It sees itself as a leading or overarching science that, in contrast to other natural sciences, does not reduce its objects of study to isolated objects. It is said to have a holistic approach and, through its networking character, is supposed to be able to solve the environmental problems that are allegedly caused by the reductionist sciences. And this idea also resonates with the slogan "Atom Out, Nature In." The atom stands as its best-known achievement for reductionism, for which empathizing with the whole of nature is supposedly an alternative. From the very beginning, popular ecology has harbored a resentment against subversive analytical thinking and mistrusted technology as its practical application because it does not simultaneously integrate organically into the environment. The artificiality of technology is abhorrent to ecological awareness, precisely because it is the purposeful synthesis by the mind that so obviously distinguishes it from nature. This mistrust often goes hand in hand with a general resentment of conscious mediation in general. But scientifically objectified experience is always based on reductionist methods, whether they be isolating experiments or repeated observations of specific phenomena. And the data obtained in this way can only be understood if they fit into ideally mathematical formal theories. But these, in turn, can only explain the interrelations that fit into their necessarily rigid formal structures. If ecology wants to overcome this fundamental limitation of scientific knowledge by virtually amalgamating its individual sciences into a complex whole, then it has little more to say about the whole than that it must be viewed holistically. That is why this word is often tacked on like a seal to scientific projects or entire courses of study that somehow consider themselves ecological. When ecology really becomes scientifically active and does not just carry its irredeemable claim around with it, then it limits its analyses to isolated sub-areas, like every natural science. For example, it likes to examine ecosystems. In a first approximation, which it rarely gets beyond, ecology describes the dynamics of such systems by means of a kind of balance sheet accounting, in which all the substances or quantities considered to be essential at the decisive nodes of exchange are given their own accounts, whose inflows and outflows are then registered. Ecology, from the ancient Greek oikos, meaning house, and nomos, meaning law, seems to be immediately understood as the logic of nature itself, rather than as a more or less appropriate model. The famous ecological balance is therefore little more than the boring ideal of balanced housekeeping, dressed up as natural. This may help to explain why ecosystems have become mythologically charged entities. Regardless of their content or function, they appear to be worthy of protection per se because they represent the dream of a successful exchange economy, which is obviously unattainable in times of crisis, a win-win situation for all involved that lasts forever. The fact that this ideal has little to do with nature itself has been understood by the manufacturers of modern hardware and software. Because they want to sell all of their customers their entire range of devices or comprehensive software packages, they like to advertise their products as an ecosystem. In this way, the term comes full circle. Under capitalism, you can now also purchase its own ideal of harmony, objectified in a quasi-natural context, as a range of coordinated digital products. Now that it has become a matter of course for eco-slogans to be used by food or energy suppliers to distinguish the segment for more discerning customers, IT companies and electronics discounters can also profit from the yearning for organic capitalism. All those who still claim that ecology reflects the contradiction between nature and technology, and could at least gradually improve the world, are therefore lying to themselves in their biodegradable fabric bags. Eco-ideology is a reaction to this contradiction, but it tries to resolve it in ever new ways in a false identity, thereby precisely not allowing it to become conscious. And the famous merciless nature no longer provides the hackneyed justification for eating and being eaten in the age of monopolies and rackets. For modern ecology has left such flat social Darwinism behind. The invocation of natural harmony is rather intended to repress contradictions and conflicts that can hardly be tolerated any longer. Everything is supposed to fit into the, if you want to say it with Freud, oceanic unity of everything and everyone. Nature thus develops into a metaphor for the exit not only from nuclear power, but also from the reality principle and for a collective practice of irrationalism. That is why fracking cannot be considered as a possible method of energy production in green Germany. It is seen as a breach of taboo, condemned by ecological superstition as a technical abuse of Mother Earth. Quote, "This body gave nothing away. It digested everything. It absorbed everything. Diarrhea, vomiting could have worked wonders. But no way, it didn't give up anything. There were days when, in his greed, he didn't even want to give away his stool, but only the gases." End of quote. What grows again in Elsner's novel, in strict observation of its growth by the breadwinners, as the narrator calls his parents, exists in constant self-reference. But there is nothing about this self except its body, which the narrator constantly pulls, plucks, cradles, paints, rubs, and pokes, constantly fumbling at something that, locked inside itself, gives nothing and wants to give nothing. A product of the 50s and 60s, when German society, in the narrowest circle of the family, ate the fruits of its politics of destruction and annihilation, in never-ending fear that in the end something might be demanded of the profits from war and murder. Hence the greed to just not give back what was culpably incorporated. It is a complete appropriation, which was later reflected in the maggot-like fat body of Kohl, as well as in the anorexic skinny bodies of the RAF activists, who refused to be fed. And today, food is a constant topic of conversation, whereas 50 years ago it was a topic for housewives, a truly domestic issue concerning the satiation of the husband and children, which the mother took care of and had to take care of. To withdraw from cooking was therefore always considered proof of female emancipation, and often also a flirtatious gesture to avoid being associated with the plain and simple-minded housewife. Now, since these tasks are actually being taken on less and less by women, it seems that an entire society is developing into a bunch of housewives. The ideological character of food as nourishment bears witness to a pars pro toto constellation between parent and child, consumer and industry, population and state. It should be noted that the political charging of food is not only idiotic, but in its only actual practical consequence, namely renunciation, initially represents a deprivation, even if it is experienced as a desire. However, granting private culinary preferences a moral legitimacy, a political relevance, in order to elevate them to the status of a political judgment, is a gruesome point of the seemingly harmless political privatization, because it demands victims for the sake of examining the willingness to make sacrifices. In this context, conscious nutrition is neither a judgment nor an actual action, but rather has the autistic quality of a manic substitute action. First of all, generally speaking, conscious consumption is preceded by the idea, or rather the wish, that one is acting in the interests of everyone else. What should everyone else do? They should, according to the moral imperative, eat, dress, and move in a way that is as environmentally friendly as possible for animals, resources, and people. The available products are limited, as is the political engagement that the conscious consumer seeks, which remains within the narrowest framework of his or her reproduction, his or her homemaking side, his or her physicality. The body is at the center, and the question is what it can and should incorporate. In contrast to Kohl's figure, however, too much flesh is just as frowned upon today as is excessive thinness. Having been identified as aesthetic ideological extremes, they have since been replaced by healthy physicality. What our society, with its latent eating disorders, despises about these extremes is not what characterizes the core of an eating disorder, the permanent mental and emotional fixation on food, with absolute submission and discipline, which it at least tends to share with the pathological cases, but rather that the latter would not practice their eating disorder with complete self-control. Accordingly, popular therapies often aim at cooking classes and the internalization of healthy nutritional principles. The ideal of vigorous health accepts neither fats nor skinny models, but propagates streamlined bodies. Health is a potential for both performance and suffering, which must be trained seriously in sports and, when it comes to eating, must be funneled in only comparable to voluntarily stuffed geese. Consequently, the aesthetic role models of the Germans are currently soldiers and mothers, and the modern braided hairstyles with their effeminate harvest festival flair and the macho, martial undercuts with side parting are reminiscent of the Nazi comrades from the films of the Nazi slut, Broder Riefenstahl. The Germans are a nation that has always been inclined to see the ideal of woman in the cow and that of man in the cull, Thomas Mann aptly remarked in the 1920s. Along with this, People are once again eating what is on the table, as subscribers to vegetable box schemes are happy to let themselves be dictated to by the seasons, their health and their political conscience, as their parents once dictated to them what should be eaten and when. Needs have never been an argument for production. The fact that they are now no longer even suitable for consumption as a financially strong group is madness. However, the trend towards regional agriculture and production is not seen as restrictive narrowness, but as closeness. This would avoid unnecessary exhaust fumes during transport and strengthen the regional economy. Just as the German murder of Jews is connected with German infrastructure, i.e., Auschwitz with the Autobahn, it is obvious that the discussion about exhaust fumes in the ecological left is characterized by the association with gassing. Things are not necessarily that simple, however, since an imported Argentinian beefsteak may, under certain circumstances, consume significantly less CO2 than a German one, where more grain has to be added to the feed due to smaller grazing areas. Especially since, in view of the overproduction of meat, there is no direct relationship between meat consumption and the number of slaughtered and transported animals anyway. However, conscious nutrition becomes explicitly political primarily in the face of apocalyptic ideas associated with planned free trade agreements with the USA or with American corporations. Implicitly, however, regional nutrition is always directed against the import of food produced abroad. Apart from the fact that Germany, without once again pursuing the annexation of southeastern Europe, can hardly provide enough agricultural land to feed its population, food imports are primarily used to exploit the different wage levels and keep food costs as low as possible. Without the low prices and enormous state subsidies of unprofitable German farms, however, the low-wage policy of the world's leading exporter would not be sustainable. While the subsidy policy contributes to the environmentally unfriendly agricultural overproduction, the defense against food obtained on the world market amounts to nothing more than protectionism. From an economic point of view, the tendency to secure food supply independent of the world market is nothing more than a war economy in peacetime, which is operated by the state in the form of agricultural subsidies, but otherwise on the initiative of the Volksgenossen. Germans, by German lemons. And on every square kilometer of space one dreams his Focus dream, Tucholsky scoffed in 1932, when in the wake of the global economic crisis, the Western industrial nations embraced protectionism. Germans, by German bananas. The left quoted him as recently as a few years ago, feeling superior to the right-wing rabble. Yet it was they who demanded political correctness in, at least international coffee consumption and meat-free nutrition as a cooking pot consensus, making politically correct nutrition capable of winning majorities. Meanwhile, the Germans are apparently rediscovering their predatory nature, albeit on condition that the animal was raised in the same domestic environment as the same vegetables as themselves. It's all about meat from the flesh, as shown not least by the mass outrage over the Greens Veggie Day and the increased number of hobby hunters, despite the general decline in meat consumption among Germans according to statistics. In view of the increasing demand for regional products, the organic industry now also has a problem with serious consequences. It has the smell of cosmopolitanism. Organic tomatoes can grow anywhere, even in Israel, because nature does not only exist in Germany. This shows that there is an increasing gap between organic and regional beliefs. Wind power plants, for example, take into account the nature of the surrounding area, flora and fauna, but not the nature of the population, justified concerns and needs. Different rules apply there. In Germany, environmental protection is a form of homeland security. Nature may be international, but the cultural landscape knows its origins very well. And there is a reason for this in the event of an emergency, which is only rehearsed in the allotment gardens of the peaceful self-sufficient. Ultimately, fertile German soil always serves as a supply in the event of war. Agricultural self-sufficiency and regional authenticity are therefore terms that exude murder and mayhem. In the 1930s, Lion Feuchtwanger characterized German farmers as follows: they became nationalists out of instinct, because they sensed that only the prospect of being taken care of in the event of war would keep the German farmer going. Despite the general enthusiasm for urban gardening and gardening in general, however, there is currently no explicit political reference to this emergency among consciously consuming consumers. Even the advertising magazine for health food stores, Schrott und Korn, only contains military defensiveness for punning critics in its name. Nevertheless, the relationship to nutrition, as food is called today, is shaped by Germany's political situation. The population may be willing to eat meat-free stew on Sundays if it means winning a war, but it refuses to make such sacrifices for every little flower by the wayside. This current, national, robust attitude is certainly also one of the reasons for the current low poll ratings of the Green Party. Quote, "The people of Baden are said to be addicted to harmony, to overcome contradictions in a good way, Baden solution, and to have understood that giving and taking are wise actions for good relations. They are also sensual connoisseurs with a sense of diversity." All this can be found in Baden Beef, Sonntagszeitung Freiburg, February 4, 17. Anyone who still seeks to enhance their folkish origin with regional food, as if they were not German enough, is apparently standing with half a foot in the cooking pot of their own people. One might think that the intrusive German communalization, which has been spreading in Germany for about 10 years in the form of regional vegetables, native folklore and folksy propaganda, is actually always invoked to avoid this, the devouring and being devoured. But wheat field and field of honor, agriculture and war economy are too close to seriously assume any national relief in terms of capital cutting and stabbing. Because German agricultural yields are not competitive on the world market, farmers in particular fear international trade agreements such as TTIP, which could reject the national subsidies that are invested in agriculture in this country as anti-competitive. All the more reason for farmers to rely on their special national status, and the Germans, whose supply is at stake here, hope and fear with them. After all, arable land in Germany is becoming increasingly expensive despite low yields, as Deutschland Radiokultur complains. At least since the financial crisis, farmland has been in high demand and therefore expensive. Financially strong people and investors are hardly getting any interest on their money, so they, like many pension funds, are desperately looking for safe investments. Land is one such safe investment. End of quote. Relying on Germany's ability to defend itself, its territory is cultivated accordingly. Even if it is not profitable, the land is to be made fertile for the ideal surplus value that the farmers are to produce and the citizens are to defend. A rural versus industrial agriculture, in which the farmers themselves get to work, in order to at least generate a decent yield, the blossoms of the misery of technical progress. Because while agricultural science is now working on a way to cultivate the land with almost no farmers at all, patriotic consumers of regional products delight in the time-honored slave labor of their fellow countrymen in the fields, and enjoy it in the form of family vacations, excursions, or tours for school classes in the countryside. A comprehensive program of agitation that a great many organic farms have to offer to keep themselves from going broke. But it would be too simplistic to just attack the hard-working authenticity tourists. The Kulturland e.g., which recruits these financially strong people, note, well-meaning Germans are never profit-hungry investors, for its sustainable credit systems. Kulturland e.g. cooperatively buys land to lease it to organic farms, cites further abysses for the support of German small farmers in its preamble. Quote, "The use of agricultural land and soil must not be determined by the rules of self-perpetuating cash flows. Rather, agriculture should preserve the fertility of the soil in the long term, produce plant products in conjunction with the greatest possible biodiversity, and thus create a livelihood for people and animals. It maintains and preserves cultural landscapes as a place and home for human communities." End quote. Self-perpetuating cash flows? If the authors of the self-image of Kulturland e.g. were not so modest in their formulations and civilized in their demands, they might call a spade, which the human community of the Germans they represent has traditionally given to the supposedly effortless income, Hitler the damned Jewish usury. Of course, the people of Kulturland e.g. would reject such words. But where exactly the destructive worm in their fertile soil comes from remains the secret of the unnatural and unproductive copulating money streams themselves. The programmatic of the land cultivators prefers to stick to positive connotations. It is about native fertility, not about the monetary wasteland, about natural long-term reproduction. It is about enough space for biodiversity. What is it that we are supposed to be protecting from all this? Like the entire regional consumption culture, the propaganda of the Kulturland e.g. lives from the observation, which is usually completely true, that market economy competition and nature do not go well together. Although the highly praised dense forest cover in Germany, for example, is also a product of forestry over the last 200 years. On closer inspection, nature is less natural than the products advertised with it. Of course, everyone tends to treat both their own human nature and the world, which cannot be seamlessly integrated, compensated for and disciplined, as hostile, in the sense of nature, as cultivable, under threat to their economic existence. It is not just the case, as it is now commonly believed, that hunger is no reason to produce, but hunger is just as much a disruptive factor for production, hindering operations and fought against as a disturbing physical impulse, with the state stepping into the breach as the overall societal nurturer. Apart from that, nature is by no means part of a cultural landscape, home, or the political counterpart to the organic cultural landscape, the Volksgemeinschaft, even beyond its economic usability. Wind turbines, non-native animal species, which, by the way, is referred to as biological invasion, or new buildings in Kreutzberg can also be considered as culturally landscape corrosive. The way out, the basis of life that is to be protected by the green economy, is to overcome the dilemma of the permanent threat to nature by demanding the renunciation of market competition, the associated wage and price fixing, and environmental protection at the lowest possible level, and to suspend the globalization of this process through regionalism. A strictly controlled national economy of this kind shifts economic competition to the domestic issues of ideological expediency, who and what contributes the most to the preservation of the basis of life and the cultural landscape. This is the question of conscience that regionalism in the simulation of a self-sufficient war economy poses to the committed community. A race of ideologically motivated malnutrition in which the whole population is supposed to participate. Since the world economic crisis, Germany has been relying on precisely this trust of the population in political ruthlessness towards the outside world through moral unity within. The Tourist Information Office of the Brandenburg municipality of Grünheide presents itself, right on the outskirts of Berlin, in a forest area crisscrossed by lakes and rivers, lies the municipality of Grünheide, Mark. The paradise for cyclists, hikers, climbers, anglers and water hikers is particularly suitable for city dwellers and athletes who are drawn to nature for recreation. However, the idyll could soon be over, because from summer 2021, 500,000 electric cars a year are to be produced locally on a 300-hectare site by the sustainable luxury brand Tesla. The fact that the production facility, known as Gigafactory 4, is to be built in Brandenburg and will be powered exclusively by renewable energy, and that Grünheide could in future be mentioned in the same breath as Reno, Buffalo and Shanghai as the home of future-oriented electric mobility, has, as expected, filled the responsible politicians and commentators with eager anticipation. However, the 200 residents who demonstrated against the hastily decided deforestation on January 18, 2020, were hardly enthusiastic. They also fear that there could be problems with the water supply. At the beginning of the year, the local water board warned of possible problems with the supply due to Tesla's announced water consumption of up to 372,000 liters per hour. The two environmental organizations Grünliga and the Verein für Landschaftspflege und Artenschutz in Bayern VLAB had also filed a lawsuit against Tesla's settlement, thus achieving a temporary halt to the clearing. However, the Higher Administrative Court of Justice rejected the urgent applications in the second instance at the end of February, whereupon the clearing work was continued. At this point, opponents of the project were already being vilified nationwide as eccentric nature freaks and nitpickers in a frenzy of litigation. Apparently taken aback by the extent of the political and media outrage, organized environmentalists also came into conflict. Finally, the Green League meekly distanced itself from the Bavarian Association for the Protection of Species, which was suddenly suspected of climate change denial and branded as a right-wing group bent on subverting the system. The Green League's protestations that it had neither sympathy for right-wing ideas nor wanted to stand idly by and watch the protests being co-opted have, however, achieved little. While the FAZ newspaper asked under the programmatic headline The Uprising in Tesla Forest whether innovative large-scale projects in Germany were still feasible with such tree-loving critics of capitalism, the Handelsblatt newspaper no longer understood the world. Welcome to Absurdistan. The political magazine Panorama, which specializes in proudly demonstrating its attitude by parroting government positions, also attested to a culturally influenced resistance to change. It sounded like the big coup. The electric car maker Tesla wants to build a gigafactory in Brandenburg. But where change knocks, German protest culture is not far away. Quote end. However, it was the Greens, who were once so close to the protest movement, who put paid to the rebels in Tesla Forest. It is neither legitimate to declare a pine plantation a forest worthy of protection, nor is it always necessary to be against everything, conceded the Green Senator for Economic Affairs, Ramona Popp, and concluded with a sermon for the location. One should keep one's feet on the ground and quickly make Tesla's investment in the future possible. For clean mobility and climate protection, for Berlin and Brandenburg. Quote end. The parliamentary group leader Anton Hofreiter immediately supported her and declared the plaintiffs to be a bunch of insignificant busybodies. It is absurd that the smallest regional associations can block nationwide lawsuits, and added, that should be changed. Quote end. The irritated tone was remarkable if only because, unlike in past protests, the forest was neither converted into an adventure playground for militant tree protectors, nor did the opposing residents feel tempted to threaten Tesla staff. Although there were isolated calls for the protection of the habitat and identity from advancing U.S. capitalism, the majority of the concerns raised did not sound completely eccentric. In any case, the state chairman of the Green League in Brandenburg, Hans Herwig-Mascher, did not give the impression of being an irreconcilable green Kulhus. Quote, "I expect more caution from politicians and a response to the fears and concerns of those affected, as well as a legally and technically sound review and approval process for all concerns and open questions related to the Tesla plant. Less time pressure from Tesla would definitely help the whole process." End quote. In fact, Tesla pointed out from the start that they would pull out again in the event of delays. Company boss Elon Musk did not miss the opportunity to joke about the construction of the capital city airport BER, which has become a national laughingstock, when the project was announced in November 2019. The political leaders in the Brandenburg government immediately took the hint. Just 2 months after submitting the relevant documents, and before a building permit was issued, Tesla had a permit to start clearing the land early. However, such details were lost in the excitement that someone would dare to stand in the way of the expansion of electric mobility for regional reasons, instead of welcoming the sustainable development of the east of the country. Of course, the jobs that will be created are an argument that cannot simply be dismissed. However, they only play a role in the public discussion because they are promised by a company that embodies the post-industrial age like no other, and therefore usually has no problem at all with cutting jobs. It is simply presumptuous to expect a sense of responsibility for the greater good from local residents, given the politically sponsored economic wilderness that is taking place everywhere, when realistically they have little to gain from the company's arrival other than noise, deforestation, and a company that is so sect-like in its missionary zeal for improving the world that a walk in a spruce plantation seems like a promise in comparison. For years, loosely organized regional citizens' initiatives against aircraft noise, nuclear power or underground train stations could rely on their parliamentary representation. The Greens were still there even when the pamphlets failed to ignite, and concerns slowly began to spread that the absolute majority did not appreciate the relentless commitment to Karl the Beetle. That is no longer the case. Today, the Greens also have other priorities and vote in favor of concrete measures for climate protection. Not only the Greens have changed, but also the conditions and forms of political engagement. The perfectly reasonable purpose of spontaneous political cooperation is to jointly draw attention to problems that would otherwise be lost in the political arena. But in citizens' initiatives, people can also take the lead who do not care about laws and procedural orders, and in an advanced phase of the fight, adopt the leitmotif that the state in its current form must be smashed because it does not act as decisively as they themselves would like. As long as the tendency of such active citizens to self-empowerment is in line with the raison d'etat, it is perfectly acceptable to speak in the name of civil society, which has experienced an enormous increase in importance over the last 2 decades. However, this upgrading to a state-supporting project has also given rise to obligations. Civil society has to represent a Germany that is open to the world, progressive, and sustainable. Anyone who, like the Tesla opponents, blocks a central issue, quickly becomes an opponent of the state apparatus and must expect to be presented to the public as a right-wing destroyer of Germany. The Greens, who have long since been acting as the ruling party for the whole of Germany, now see their primary task as securing the accumulation capacity of the sustainable capital faction. In this role, they act like a citizens' initiative that has become a state party, integrating into government action all the crucial elements of angry citizens that have matured in extra-parliamentary direct democracy, from insulting their opponents and unlawful administrative action to declaring a state of emergency. Relevant decisions with potential for conflict are to be withdrawn from an open discussion. Instead, the dignity of the factual is relied upon, because once things get off the ground, the mob gets used to even unpleasant things. Relying on parliamentary majorities, on the other hand, entails risks, especially since one has anything but humane measures in the program. The fact that the Greens have no objection to climate political state authoritarianism is not only openly evident in terms of individual prohibition proposals and insults against the lower classes. In order to burn no bridges, they tried 2 years ago to give their pet project of climate protection a place in the Constitution, but failed in the Bundestag. What climate activists are selling as a necessary measure would have far-reaching consequences for parliamentary democracy, which would begin with granting a party the right to enshrine its political positions in the Constitution, thereby expanding its constitutional powers to control parliamentary discussions and negotiation processes, while taking advantage of the permanently fueled panic-stricken mood. Party leader Annalena Baerbock would prefer to have every decision taken in Parliament measured against whether it is in line with the decreed sustainability strategy. Quote, "In principle, a climate proviso would have to run through all levels of government, federal, state and local. All decisions must be measured against climate protection." Unquote. Majority decisions would be null and void as soon as the watchful climate commissioner vetoes them. In this logic, Parliament is a political risk factor, politics would not have to represent interests first and foremost, but rather to manage the constraints and to manage the voter as conflict-free as possible with the help of communication strategies based on educational recognition. However, this tendency, which can be observed not only among the Greens, to push citizens out of the political sphere can only be described as a transition to an authoritarian state to a limited extent. Technocratic solutions are increasingly preferred, in which political measures are not implemented in an authoritarian and agitating manner, centrally and quickly. Instead, the focus is on the persuasive power of seemingly apolitical rationality. Experts are brought on board, scientists are encouraged to discover political solutions, so the governing appears as an undogmatic and pragmatic realization of primarily evidence-based research results. Furthermore, it is ridiculous to polemicize against the Greens as a prohibition party. Not only because the fundamental outrage over prohibitions is silly, because there are also reasonable restrictions. The Green rigorism goes hand in hand with the defense of certain private freedoms, which even lend legitimacy to authoritarian fact-finding in central social areas. Those who do not stand in the way of the conversion to green capitalism may and should experiment in a variety of ways in their private lives. Contrary to what the political science theory of post-democracy suggests, the population should not be seen as a mass of people who are exclusively guided by social technology and politically bypassed, and to whom sham issues are presented that have been co-opted by the culture industry. In Germany, at least, the implementation of political decisions is accompanied by the declared aim of activating the population for measures that objectively run counter to their interests. If only because one wants to have learned from history, the impression must not arise that authoritarian rule is being practiced. Instead, the approaching end and joint responsibility are invoked. The announcements aim to encourage individuals to participate, and they are encouraged to take a closer look at who deserves a sermon. Those who still haven't grasped what it is about are, so to speak, forcing the anti-authoritarians to put their foot down. Then there is denunciation and pathologization, of course exclusively in the name of solidarity. In particular, when the relevance of the issue makes it impossible to manage quietly, the combination of political panic-mongering, scientific end-time prognostications, and media-driven mobilization of the population creates a hysterical and somewhat paranoid social mood in which economic impositions and massive restrictions of freedom appear as the last, even meaningful solutions. No wonder that the corona crisis became a test for the climate change emergency at an early stage. The FAZ reported that Luisa Neubauer, who was suffering from withdrawal symptoms due to being neglected by the media, was finally regaining hope for the climate thanks to the determination shown in the fight against the virus, while the Green Prince of Tübingen, Boris Palmer, was prompted to come up with constructive ideas for the post-corona period due to the isolation of people. Quote, "Cognitive psychology explains why Italy is sealing itself off from 10 million people, but how all other countries are not taking anywhere near as decisive action to counter climate change." Unquote. The fact that nature conservation was not an option in Grünheide is because the focus is now shifted to global solutions and sustainability at the local level, rather than on green homeland security. This change can be exemplified by the loss of significance of the myth of the German forest. Father Rhine and the Alps were also worshipped, but no landscape ever enchanted the Germans as much and as deeply as their forests. The Romantic Ludwig Tieck, 1773 to 1853, introduced the term forest solitude in the early 19th century, thus helping to express a widespread need for linguistic expression. The forest as a place of yearning was projected as an alternative world to civilization, as a place of refuge for nature lovers seeking meaning. The romantic aspect often tipped over into the questionable, with the forest inviting sentimentality, which one denied oneself in the rough and tumble of everyday life in dealing with others. It was no coincidence, Adorno noted in his by no means scathing critique of Eichendorff, that the latter's pleasing forest poetry inspired generations of traditional male choirs. Gradually, the forest came to be associated with a German way of life and soul, the origin of which is presumed to lie somewhere in the Germanic forests. Ultimately, a biological strand of reception became independent of the formerly apolitical forest romanticism. The sociologist Werner Sombart, who was active in a Heimatschutz, homeland protection, no longer regarded the forest as a place of retreat for spiritual contemplation of all kinds, but used the German forest as material for his nature-based sociology of peoples. Shaped by northern forest wilderness, the Germans are to be understood as a blood-related forest people, in contrast to the restless desert or migratory people of the Jews, who are drawn to the asphalted cities, which appear to the deeply rooted as an immediate continuation of the desert. The German forest also eventually became a fixture in National Socialist propaganda, which saw it as a model for human society, rooted, structured, and awe-inspiring. Hermann Göring, the Reich Minister of Forestry, wanted reforestation of conquered territories, while Heinrich Himmler believed that Christianity would be replaced by the Germanic forest religion. However, the Germanic forest esotericism did not always catch on with the masses. The Blood and Soil film The Eternal Forest, which premiered in 1936, was a box office flop and was withdrawn from distribution a year later. The research community of German ancestral heritage, Forschungsgemeinschaft Deutsches Ahnenerbe, which was subordinate to the SS, was also unable to implement its major humanities project Forest and Tree in Aryan Germanic spiritual and cultural history, as desired because of ideological conflicts between the esoteric Germanic wing around Hermann Wirth, who propagated an Aryan feminism, and the SS men's fighting community, which was more than irritated by this. Just 2 years after Germany's surrender, the Schutzgemeinschaft Deutscher Wald, SDW, was founded with the aim of critically monitoring the deforestation measures of the British occupying forces. The SDW's idea that forests should be seen as dams against the storm surge of over-civilization was integrated into the alternative struggles against forest dieback in the 1980s. This is where the Green Party began. Today, reforestation is only carried out for climate protection, not for the German way of life. Hardly anyone will experience Germanic feelings while walking or jogging through the woods, or feel their blood-related superiority. A movement to merge people and forest would be exposed as ridiculous today. Over the past few decades, an increasing mental and actual distance between the German population and the forest can be observed, especially among younger and urban people, writes Johannes Zechner in his book The German Forest, 2016, which is conceived as a history of ideas and is well worth reading. Nevertheless, there is a regular audience for touching anecdotes about the forest. This is attested by the passionate forester Peter Wolleben, who has achieved one sales success after another with his books. Wolleben advocates protecting the forest by leaving it to its own devices. The secret of his success is that he tries to bring his readers closer to forest conservation by ascribing mostly positive human characteristics to trees. If there is anything frightening about all this, it is not some political moment, but simply the fact that people can get excited about his kitsch, which is rather overused, and which reaches full bloom when Wolleben deduces from the fact that the trunks of beeches do not stand very far apart that group cuddling is desirable. Nothing more would need to be said about this if every quirk were not currently being painted as an obstacle to progress. With his review of the film adaptation of Wollben's book The Language of Trees, Jan Simonk of Die Zeit testified that criticism of proximity to nature has now itself become a hackneyed phrase, occasionally presented in an aggressive manner. Quote, "So is humanization harmless? No. Because in order to emotionalize, it blurs the line between humans and nature." Wollben's film thus becomes, whether intended or not, part of a social trend that has elevated closeness to nature and naturalness to moral maxims. Many radical anti-vaxxers, people who are against genetic engineering across the board, or diet fanatics also seek to escape from the alleged alienation of humans from their origins by reconnecting with a nature that is idealized as good and gentle, thereby misjudging how ambivalent the relationship between humans and nature has always been. End of quote. As long as popular favorites like Herbert Grönemeyer score big with lines like "The Earth is friendly, so why aren't we?" or national soccer coach Joe Guillot starts philosophizing about nature's revenge in his free time, as he recently did, there is no doubt that pointing out that nature, to everyone's disappointment, has no feelings is justified. His emphasis on the boundary between humans and nature, which should not be blurred, also sounds enlightened, but there is a small catch. Nature constantly tends to cross human boundaries without being asked, while the attempt to tame it under the conditions of capitalism has only led to further constraints on nature. It becomes even more complicated with invincible nature within, which, as is well known, is what Freud is talking about. The main purpose of the theoretical outline was solely to mark out a social current as the enemy. Probably because Simonk suspects that the tree whisperer Wolleben cannot pose any danger when viewed soberly, he includes radical anti-vaccination activists, opponents of genetic engineering across the board and diet fanatics, i.e. problem groups on whose re-socialization society as a whole is already working. When Simonk dramatizes the mere idealization of nature as the original sin, he fails to see that the truly dangerous currents that had taken a fancy to nature not only idealized it, but, out of misanthropy, elevated it to a principle that allows them to establish society according to the rules of the fittest. What inspired the vengeful partisan of the false society in which nature is domesticated without rhyme or reason was not enthusiasm for tall trees and rustling leaves, or even a longing for reconciliation with oppressed nature, but rather the hateful expectation that natural processes might one day triumph over corrupt humanity by restoring ecological balance. And so it is still not Wollben's readers, enchanted by talking trees, who dream of a human-free nature, but the apocalyptic climate protectors, about whom it will probably not be possible to read in the newspaper, for which Simic writes that it is a by no means harmless movement. The planners are annoyed with the nature lovers because of their refusal to readily embrace an industry of the future that stands for the exploitation of nature in the name of the climate. Wolben was even criticized by his forestry colleagues, who, unlike their romantic colleague, know what is important today. Quote, "Instead of sustainability, the film propagates a Bambi-like land of milk and honey. Commercially, that may be good, but it contradicts our responsibility towards forests and people, especially in times of climate change." Quote end. As a party that wants to govern at the federal level, the Greens cannot just produce panic, they also have to come up with realistic visions, otherwise their program would amount to psychiatry or suicide. How they are constituted can be illustrated by the example of Anton Hofreiter, whose primeval Germanic appearance should not obscure what he and his party are really about. Quote, "The settlement of a technological pacemaker is a good impetus for the modernization of the automotive industry in Germany. It is unmistakable. The signs point to e-mobility. Now the federal government must set the course for electric mobility, for example with a purchase premium paid by buyers of oversized gas guzzlers, and an offensive for private charging stations. It is also important to establish by law that from 2030 only emission-free cars will be launched on the market." End quote. The extensive use of words such as pacing, setting the course or offensive, already provides sufficient information about the technocratic character of the design ambitions of a politician who seems to view society exclusively as an object of his intentions of manipulation. Esoteric mustiness and natural rootedness are merely dragged along here as folklore. The tone is set by the unconditional commitment to the development of productive power. The illusion that technical development is on one side and that one can therefore unhesitatingly boast of being the executor of unstoppable trends, according to Walter Benjamin, has already made organized German labor compliant and corruptible. Today it is mainly the Greens who see themselves as being tied to the development of productive forces. The more panic is produced, the more significant their role as an innovative party that will save the world, or so the idea goes. But the Green brand of optimistic progressivism differs from past forms of technology-inspired salvationism in more ways than this. The social democratic or pro-Western belief in progress of earlier days drew its enthusiasm from the intention of improving society for its members through the use of technology. The Green fetishization of productivity is about orchestrating modernization processes in which individuals are merely seen as requiring sanction. At the same time, the spectacle created around future technology serves to push the production conditions into the background, because the signs of e-mobility obscure the particular interests of those who organize and advertise them. Production, the purpose of which continues to be profit, appears as scientific rationality in the service of humanity, while economic laws continue to determine, which are neither rational nor predictable. The hype surrounding electric cars stands, as it were, for the magnitude of total production to board, which is advertised as green capitalism. On the other hand, anyone who defiles the fascination of technology by pointing to the material interests of those producing it is considered presumptuous. Tesla's marketing strategy aims to draw the viewer into the spell of technically produced phenomena and possibilities, which are endowed with the promise of solving the most pressing problems of the present. The electric cars represent the superiority of responsible capitalism over the owners of gas guzzlers, who are given the opportunity to make amends by consuming the products of the future. Tesla does not use conventional advertising, but relies on sensational event marketing. The latest products are presented to a selected audience at show events, who celebrate the piles of metal like pop stars. Whether they are admirers, customers, or employees, everyone is lucky to be part of this future-oriented community. Always in the front row, company boss Elon Musk, who markets himself as a universal genius of the 21st century, works 120 hours a week according to his own account, and thinks little of union work in his company. After all, a wage struggle could have a bad effect on the mood of employees, who are required to identify completely with the company. On March 11, 2020, he announced on Twitter that a mega rave cave was to be incorporated into the factory not far from Berlin. This means that in the future, workers who discover techno as a company sport in order to spend their money in the company will meet Berlin students who incorporate the charm of sustainable industrial culture into their weekend program. And there is at least one thing they have in common. In the end, neither the one nor the other can afford a Tesla. The moaning and groaning about economically paralyzing forms of regulation and German sluggishness has recently been supplemented by the suggestion that things are much more dynamic elsewhere. China is the place of longing for social planners. In particular, They admire the option of being able to react to market requirements and crises in an equally centralized and flexible way. Who hasn't heard of the Huashinshan Emergency Hospital by now, with the translation provided by the media, Mountain of the Fire God? And the hospital construction, which was completed in just 2 weeks, was also widely reported in the West as being almost supernatural. In general, China is demonstrating the enviable advantages of tightly organized state capitalism in the corona crisis. Beijing is leading the way, is also the motto when it comes to energy transition. The government doesn't mess around, but simply decrees the introduction of an electric car quota, knowing that no one will rebel against it. In his bestseller published at the beginning of the year, with the trend-setting title Our Asian Future, the renowned political scientist Parag Khanna comes to the conclusion that technocratic forms of government have the decisive advantage over democracy in that they act instead of discuss. We learn that, unlike in the West, the Chinese population trusts its government. The Communist Party thinks in terms of generations, not legislative periods, with the result that individual advancement is only possible through single-minded, loyal, and competent work. This keeps camera-hungry PR professionals out. Khanna's approach is to pragmatically view the lack of democratic structures in the face of poor alternatives. Real technocrats are neither Gucci-wearing thugs nor Islamist wolves in sheep's clothing. They are not interested in getting rich as quickly as possible or seizing as much executive power as possible. While Western democracies maintain wish lists, Asian technocracies follow strategies. The essence of a technocracy is to improve governability, not to maintain its own rule. It is quite possible that administrative bureaucrats of authoritarian states sometimes become so absorbed in the cause they serve that they end up indifferent to their own fate. But one can only come to the conclusion that technocratic governance functions like a kind of competition of ideas free of domination, if one either has no idea or a great deal of unscrupulousness. When commentators in the West, who incidentally come from all political camps, discover their hearts for China, when windbags become collaborators, then the seemingly pragmatic whitewashing is based on the systematic fading out of the concrete power relations in the People's Republic. They limit themselves to describing possibilities for improving governance and think that with a few improvements in human rights policy, the drudgery would somehow be tolerable. However, the total subjugation of the population is the decisive and compelling prerequisite for the population policy flexibility of the collectivist regime. The education system, which is based on the Confucian philosophy of the subject, aims to use authoritarian pedagogy and systematic humiliation to turn children into servants, whose willingness to adapt is presented to the world as a piece of propaganda. Because the individual, drilled in the family, school and associations according to party doctrine, is still not trusted despite the tightly knit social control system, China uses digital possibilities to monitor misconduct like no other state. The way China governs is possible only because the mechanisms of subjugation function smoothly. In the Chinese worldview, the idea of freedom, which can only be conceived of as individual freedom, is not only meaningless. The entire system is designed to thwart the development of individuality. The so-called trust in the leadership is simply the result of individuation being prevented by collectivism. Max Horkheimer, who repeatedly pointed out the significance of the Chinese social order for developments in Europe and encouraged relevant research activities, saw hatred of individuality as the reason why Marxism in China can only provide catchphrases to legitimize rule. Horkheimer argued that Marx's critique of political economy and the associated hope that things would get good were the product of his exposure to European culture, idealistic philosophy, and Christian theology. China and its planned economy, on the other hand, are characterized by the absence of precisely this utopian content. From an ideology-critical perspective, there are good reasons to study the Chinese system, not only because of the country's key position in world politics. Central elements of successful authoritarian rule will also increasingly attract sympathy in crisis-ridden Europe. The contribution of the left, however, will be to accompany the global Chinese rise in power with hysterical warnings of anti-Chinese racism. In the competition with China, democratically constituted states are structurally inferior, because under the prevailing global conditions, renouncing freedom and rights promotes success. This leads to the assertion that it is objectively necessary to catch up with China. One could also come to the conclusion that there is nothing to be gained in this competition and think more fundamentally about the rules of the social game. However, a German solution is more likely. It is convergence through demarcation, or in the words of Richard David Precht, the Green Party's favorite dialectical materialist philosopher, if we want to prevent the eco-dictatorship, we have to make bans now so that the situation does not escalate to the point where we need an eco-dictatorship. End quote. In 1974, the Socialist Federal Republic of Yugoslavia had given itself its fourth constitution, which was astonishingly extensive, comprising 406 articles. The first of these stated, quote, "The Socialist Federal Republic of Yugoslavia is a federal state as a state community of voluntarily united peoples and their socialist republics, as well as the Socialist Autonomous Territorial Authorities of Kosovo and Vojvodina, which are in the Federation of the Socialist Republic of Serbia, based on the power and self-government of the working class and all working people, as well as a socialist, self-governing democratic community of working people and citizens, and of equal nations and nationalities." End of quote. As paradoxical as it may sound, this constitution was that of a Soviet state. It meticulously regulated a system of self-management that extended from the federal level to the republics, down to the municipalities and even to residential neighborhoods. Workers and peasants, supplemented by all other professional groups, were not only to determine the fate of the state themselves, but also set production targets in the factories and decide on the distribution of wealth. Even administrative matters carried out by the federal government or the individual republics were theoretically within their decision-making scope. The greatest attention was paid even to the smallest units, for example when it came to setting up and maintaining playgrounds in residential areas. That the comrades took their self-management socialism seriously is evidenced by a passage from the introductory Basic Principles, which unequivocally states that a prerequisite for self-management is social ownership of the means of production, which precludes a return to any system based on the exploitation of man. Only by abolishing the alienation of the working class and the working people from the means of production and other conditions of labor, is it possible to ensure the self-management of the working people in production and in the distribution of the results of labor, as well as in the governance of social development on the basis of self-management. This constitution deserves to be studied not only as an ambitious, albeit misguided, model of political and economic participation of all in public and corporate affairs, but also because it takes up the few passages in the work of Karl Marx on the future liberated society and is intended to transpose them into reality in the form of a constitution. Paper, as we know, is patient, and the practical constraints to which the state economy, unsuccessfully competing with capitalist foreign countries, was subjected, have from the outset destroyed most of what the Constitution supposedly promised. What remains significant is that it spoke of the active self-management of free producers, in whose hands it wanted to place all power. For a few years now, there has been increasing talk in Germany of a Soviet model, but one that has absolutely nothing to do with the Yugoslav constitution or the principles of the Paris Commune. In the Commune of 1871 and after it, especially in revolutionary Russia from 1917 to 1921 and briefly in revolutionary Germany in 1918-19, the idea of the council stood for a time of transition to a liberated society. The working class and the Strata allied with it claimed for themselves the right to break the power of the old elites by organizing the councils, which sometimes happened spontaneously, and also to protect themselves against the claims to power of a workers' party. In Germany, the word has remained to this day as a reminder of a defeated working class. In 1920, they were granted the works councils as a consolation, which until their ban in 1933 and since their readmission in 1946 distinguished themselves as valued stewards of industrial peace, constructively contributing to the success of the company's purpose, which was beyond their influence, and to increasing productivity, and also helping to cushion layoffs in a socially acceptable way. However, the question of ownership of the means of production no longer arose in West Germany after 1919. Consequently, 100 years later, only constructive feedback from the heart of society is needed when the once promising word councils is used. This amounts to a form of opinion poll conducted for the purpose of crisis prevention, and therefore not by telephone by the Emnit Institute, but in real committees, whose members self-importantly pin their homemade sign to their chests, which then reads Ralph or Katrin. In the coalition agreement of the Traffic Light Coalition, which is led by a party that is particularly competent in matters of revolution in councils, the chapter Modern State and Democracy states, "We want to improve decision-making by using new forms of civil dialogue, such as citizens' councils, without abandoning the principle of representation. We will establish and organize citizens' councils on specific issues through the Bundestag. In doing so, we will ensure equal participation. The Bundestag will be sure to address the results." End of quote. Dare to make more progress. Alliance for Freedom, Justice and Sustainability. Coalition Agreement 2021 to 2025 of the Social Democratic Party of Germany, SPD, Alliance 90/the Greens and the Free Democrats, FDP. These bodies, for discussing issues that must be of national importance, are supposed to ensure that beyond opinion polls and lobbying, there is direct feedback from the center of society. Direct participation in the form of a veto against a decision the government is seeking to make is explicitly not provided for. The sole aim is to demonstrate that the opinion of the population authentically represented in the Citizens' Assembly acclaims the political principles set out by the government. No one in the coalition will seriously expect this to solve the legitimation problems of modern rule. However, since the parties are no longer class or people's parties, the political class suspects that it is better not to shoulder alone those decisions of national importance that are synonymous with severe restrictions on the freedom and property of the majority of the population. They also know that the administration is less and less able to manage, and that the large financial injections from the state treasury do nothing to change this, and that the dissolution of established value systems accelerates the decline of social and public security in postmodern capitalism. Crises mercilessly reveal that democratic states do not function as described in textbooks. The direct feedback is given in an unhelpful manner on the streets in exceptional cases, but more often the protest remains silent and is only discharged on election day by voting for a party that is opposed to the system. Setting up citizens' councils without giving up the principle of representation, but explicitly not involving them in power, is absurd for the simple reason that every council model means the participation of those employed in the company in the exercise of power, who can hardly all gather in one place. The coalition declaration unintentionally left open the question of whether representatives of the sovereign, other than the members of parliament assembled in parliament, should also have a say in matters of national importance, ultimately even in the form of extra-legal but state-related pressure groups. The electorate itself was not to be directly involved in power through the instrument of the plebiscite, and for good reasons. At the latest with the financial crisis of 2008, the public in EU countries became aware that state insolvency can also result in the suspension of national sovereignty by a supranational insolvency administrator for a member state of the alliance. The example of Greece showed that fresh IMF loans are tied to conditions that leave the elected parliaments with no choice but to approve and implement austerity programs, while the rating agencies stand ready with the threat of downgrading and recommending the replacement of politicians with experts. When it became known on November 1, 2011 that the Greek head of government, George Papandreou, intended to submit the EU rescue package to his people for approval, Spiegel reported, the EU partners are perplexed. Until then, there had been a consensus that substantive decisions affecting the entire Union should not be decided by plebiscite, and the discussions in the media at the time also rejected such a demand, some of them with outrage. It was not only about the unreasonable demands on the Greeks, who in turn were seen as an unreasonable demand on the Eurozone, but also about the state of democracy. It is only against this background that it becomes understandable why political decision-makers have been publicly considering ways in which citizens can participate beyond parliament and plebiscites for years. Even during the pandemic, expert councils were set up and publicly staged to relieve the burden on politicians and increase the legitimacy of increasingly unpopular decisions. Their work as omnipresent and uncontrolled ideological loudspeakers only appeared to be forward-looking for a short time, because soon it could no longer be denied that they were increasingly also disavowing their claimed expertise. The tool for the fight against the climate crisis, which is constantly being reported in the media, is provided by a citizens' assembly lobby consisting of politicians, scientists, and institutions from the fields of research, politics, and business. It claims to also listen to the ordinary citizen instead of always only letting experts have their say. Citizens' councils have existed in Germany since 2019. They operate at the regional level, in the federal states, and already at the federal level during the Grand Coalition. The Scholz government merely adopted a ready-made concept that was first tested in 2019 with a nationwide citizens' assembly on democracy, moderated by former Bavarian Prime Minister Gunter Bechstein. Since then, citizens' councils have been held on topics such as climate, research, artificial intelligence, and Germany's role in the world. Tax-funded state associations or foundations such as Mehr Demokratie e.V., Beat Pol Bürgerpolitik or GmbH, and Demokratie Innovation e.V. were responsible for initiating these. The decision of the new federal government to initiate citizens' assemblies on its own did not mean the displacement of these aid organizations, but it did mean a considerable enhancement of this supposed participation model. However, the result proved to be dysfunctional. Conceived as an instrument to discipline parliaments, which stand together like one man across party lines on questions of fate, the powerless committee model, designed to strengthen an expertocracy, threatens to become a parallel sovereign in its own right. The arguments for the establishment of citizens' assemblies go back to honorable gentlemen, who demanded more democracy throughout their lives as experts and therefore always get involved when democracy is threatened, in terms of communication theory and discourse ethics. They are the teachers of much younger participation researchers, with whom they arrive at the following picture of the situation. it is still possible to assume that parliamentary democracy in Germany enjoys a high degree of acceptance and legitimacy because democratic elections are in principle open to all eligible voters and each vote is equal. However, it must also be stated that the German system is increasingly suffering from an acute crisis of representation. The reasons for this lie in the loss of importance of the classic opinion-forming institutions such as parties, churches and trade unions, whereby the question is not even asked what influence the economic crisis of the 1970s and the resulting postmodern capitalism had on the destruction of the corresponding milieus. This is accompanied by the finding that the political atmosphere is characterized by a decline in trust in both the ability to solve problems and the legitimacy of representative democratic decisions. Therefore, a breaking up of established structures and procedures is fundamentally recommended. Since it is believed that it is possible to prove that widespread frustration with political procedures is also accompanied by a desire to participate, it is recommended that social innovations be introduced that enhance the role of citizens in public and political opinion forming and decision-making processes and open up new opportunities for political participation, deliberation, and influence. The conditions for this have never been better, because the level of education and thus the communicative resources of people in Germany have developed fundamentally. The objective knowledge of the individual, and above all the subjective self-assurance and the feeling of potential self-efficacy, are considerably developed in people. End of quote. In this perspective, the post-bourgeois subject appears as a zealous know-it-all, who has the real certainty of being able to inform himself on all complex issues and form an opinion. To ensure that only those authoritarian do-gooders who have been making unpleasant noises not only since the Corona years take part in the citizens' assemblies, and not just those disaffected and otherwise ignorant agitators, those responsible for implementing the expanded political participation are already taking care. Potential members of the citizens' councils are anonymously selected according to criteria such as age, gender, origin, etc., chosen by lottery and then called. The methodology of the call serves as a filter that seemingly objectively decides who, from among the selected, the nice in turn will persuade to participate and who will be dissuaded with reference to countless procedural rules and a corresponding training. The experiences of protest researcher Dieter Rucht, who emphasize that the specialized service providers who take on the organization and moderation strive to ensure smooth processes in order to put clients and future customers in a positive mood, suggest targeted manipulation. On the other hand, spontaneously arising meta-discussions about the rules or even drastic changes to the procedure, persistently champion minority opinions and criticism of moderators are undesirable. Zeit E., July 5, 2023. Such paternalism of the new councils is not enough for those in charge. To ensure that none of the randomly selected citizens gets any wrong ideas, the consultation process is designed as a crash course in which appointed experts lecture on the situation. This mixture of verbal contributions from the participants and a constant stream of indoctrination is to be delivered to the rest of the population via live broadcasts. To ensure that the experts do not end up fighting each other, but rather stand up for the predetermined results, the ideological keyword providers emphasized years ago, the selection of the experts is crucial for the quality of the process. The basic requirement is the recognized expertise or the clear opinion leadership of the selected persons. It is no exaggeration to state that the whole undertaking is about guided thinking. The parties of the governing coalition do not come any closer to solving their legitimization problems. In each council, only middle-class members who are convinced of their cause and want to participate sit. It is only annoying that these are precisely the people who, although they represent far less than 40% of the electorate, nevertheless take it for granted that they speak for 99% of the population and have been ensuring for years that democracy in Germany produces more and more mostly unpleasant dropouts or protest voters. The manipulative role that the state assigns to the acclaiming encouragers is not even denied. What professional politics does not dare to say so bluntly, because the poll numbers would then plummet, is to be taken over by affable figures like you and me in the context of citizens' assemblies, who are first taught the rejection of the parliamentary principle of representation by participation experts. In this way, the political system gets rid of the only principle that is still capable of inflicting a defeat in a vote on the frequently invoked practical constraints. The case of Greece has taught us that the all-too-obvious exclusion of the sovereign presented in the government can lead to massive resistance in the population. The disempowerment of Parliament should therefore be institutionalized in the form of citizens' councils and executed by Parliament itself. Parliamentarism is criticized for the basic political principles that make dissent and deviation from the state-mediated position possible in the first place: dispute, but also changing alliances and taking into account the mood at the grassroots. The ideologues of expanded citizen participation are certain that normal political operations are essentially characterized by conflicting, short-term interests and fragmented responsibilities, and have led to a colossal failure on ecological issues, especially among professional politicians, a finding that cries out for a system change. The alternative comes across as human and cuddly as the redundancy notice delivered by the empathetic superior, who draws his concentrated knowledge from management coaching enriched with Far Eastern wisdom. Unlike the confrontational, even divisive behavior of some parliamentarians and their loud comments, which reverberate through the entire House, as climate-conscious participation experts shudderingly must witness during live broadcasts from the British House of Commons, a very different tone should prevail outside of and against Parliament, one that gives sensitive figures the opportunity to get involved without having to reckon with criticism. Where citizens' assemblies come together, on the other hand, islands of cooperation and empathy oriented towards the common good would arise, and with them the protected space in which alone constructive and long-term solutions to serious political problems can be developed. The people gathered there are not up to any mischief and are far from propagating a change of system. On the contrary, they inform politicians and administrators about the considered attitudes and values of citizens that cannot be determined by the usual opinion polls. In this way, citizens' councils contribute to increasing the legitimacy of political decisions. In addition, their random recruitment has an inclusive effect, which is believed to counter the trend towards resignation in precarious sections of the population. In spring 2023, the parliamentary groups of the governing coalition and the left presented a joint proposal for the establishment of a citizens' assembly, the title of which alone foreshadowed trouble, nutrition in transition, between private matter and state responsibility. It received the required majority on May 10, so that one could really get started with the preparations in the fall, as Bundestag President Bärbel Bas, SPD rejoiced. In contrast to the unproductive run-up in 2021, when a citizens' assembly was supposed to discuss the topic of Germany's role in the world, which was subsequently deemed too abstract, the proponents of the current project are counting on concrete instructions to the Council, since nutrition is a real issue for citizens, to which every person has a personal connection, according to Stefan Thome, the Member of Parliament responsible for the FDP faction in terms of the Citizens' Assembly. To avoid a revolt by the meat-eaters on the committee, statistical precautions have been taken, completely anonymously of course, in order to obtain a realistic picture of the center of society. In the specific case of drawing participants, in addition to the usual socio-demographic characteristics, additional attention should be paid to the corresponding proportion of vegetarians or vegans in the population. A newly created staff unit in the Bundestag administration, in cooperation with an association of specialized service providers whose task is to support and research democratic participation processes, is responsible for organizing the event. The costs for the implementation are estimated at €1.5 million. All-round support is therefore guaranteed. The consortium, which won the Europe-wide call for tenders, consists of the Association Mehr Demokratie e.V., the Nexus Institute for Cooperation Management and Interdisciplinary Research GmbH, the IFOC GmbH and the Institute for Participatory Design GmbH. The matter of the councils became explosive after climate protection groups, especially Extinction Rebellion, which came under fire in 2019 due to the post-colonial and climate-related Holocaust relativization of Roger Hallam, a founding member of the organization, called for the establishment of citizens' councils and the Last Generation as the unofficial successor organization of Extinction Rebellion, immediately a social council for Germany. In the Hart Aberfair program on the topic Last Departure, how is the climate crisis changing everyday life? January 31, 2023, the spokeswoman and networking coordinator of Last Generation, Amy Van Balen, made for what the Frankfurter Rundschau called the most lively and somehow entertaining talk show in a long time. The entertainment value must have been that Van Balen not only called for a new citizens' assembly on climate, but also, as the coordinator of the rank and file, granted it executive power. The Citizens' Council on Climate, which emerged in mid-2021 with its final report, whose recorded results read like a wish list for climate policy and whose points were of course approved by the participants by majority vote, shows impressively, according to Last Generation, that the results are widely supported by the population. The group refers to the research project Planetary Health Action Acceptance Study of the University of Erfurt, in which over 1,500 people were asked about their attitudes towards guiding principles and recommendations that had previously been developed in the Citizens' Assembly on Climate. According to the study, 2/3 of the respondents want them to be implemented by politicians, and the researchers also recommended that parties and government officials should refer to this wish of the people and use the guidelines as a guide for action. Planetary Health Action Acceptance Study Erfurt, Climate Protection Monitoring for Germany. First results and recommendations. March 9, 2021. Among the far-reaching demands of the Climate Council are, among other things, the rapid expansion of renewable energies, a ban on oil and gas heating systems and combustion engines, fewer farm animals, a speed limit on motorways, and prioritizing the 1.5-degree target in all government measures. These findings are confirmed by the 2020 study by the German Environment Agency, Environmental Awareness in Germany. According to the study, environmental and climate protection remains a top issue. According to the ZDF Politbarometer, 58% of those surveyed believe that the German government is doing too little in terms of climate protection. The Council of Society called for by Last Generation seems to be hardly different from the Climate Council. It should also be composed of people chosen at random, who represent the population of Germany as best as possible according to criteria such as age, gender, educational attainment, and migration background, and would have the task of developing the necessary steps in a defined period of time to end the use of fossil fuels in Germany by 2030. The methods by which this council is to be given a public presence, on the other hand, are somewhat unorthodox. Since it will be difficult to reach population groups that are otherwise considered to be distant from politics and also those who are critical of the issues addressed in the Social Council, the Council's activities should be advertised in TV focus programs and on the front pages of newspapers before it is convened. This media coverage will create excitement, and the whole country will be feverishly discussing what the Council is discussing. During the actual deliberations, the participants, or rather the members of the Social Council, will receive balanced information from neutral experts, so that sufficient expertise is guaranteed for general decisions. The results would then be summarized in a report and handed over to the federal government. Of course, Die Letzte Generation knows that even the best societal council cannot achieve the longed-for radical implementation of climate targets because our democratic procedures for dealing with a climate crisis in an appropriate and socially just manner are apparently insufficient. The group is not resigning itself to this, but is instead issuing an ultimatum to the government to take measures that will ensure that the power of the 1% moves to the 99%, without calling new elections. The government must publicly promise to introduce the legislative proposals associated with the developed measures into Parliament. We also demand that the government do the necessary persuading in Parliament for the measures and legislative proposals, and that it publicly promise to implement them with unprecedented speed and determination once the laws have been passed. End of quote. This not only sounds like coercion of a constitutional body, it is also intended as such. Unlike the pronouncements of the long-defunct K-groups, which at least resemble those of the Last Generation in style, and which the Last Generation accompanied with a childish threat that if their demands were not met, the working class would resolutely push for their implementation, the Klebe experts have real threat potential. Instead of government power, like some K-groups or the would-be putschists around Prince Rus, the Last Generation merely wants to see the establishment of a rigid state of emergency that doesn't give a damn about elections or political mandates because it knows how to organize the people behind it. The tacit agreement between climate activists and the state is already evident today from the fact that a criminal organization financially supported by climate lobby groups, which publicly commits crimes and calls for them no less publicly, can largely get away with it, and that judges who fail in their duty and do not impose prison sentences even on notorious repeat offenders are not disciplined under disciplinary law. The propaganda for climate protection as a mass impoverishment program is an attractive idea for a state and its political personnel in an economic crisis. For the time being, the will of the almost 1,000 activists of Last Generation and their far more numerous sympathizers is that a dual state should ensure the unprecedented speed with which unpopular measures are implemented. Its delegitimized and disempowered institutions are instructed to enforce what the imagined 99% of all Germans decide in their councils. No doubt about these fantasy figures, but also about the solid majorities for climate policy that are constantly being determined by institutions considered to be reputable, which merely hold out the promise of leaving a green world to our grandchildren, in which everyone has to tighten their belts in line with capital, can be asserted when the people speak. The Social Council is backing the elected bodies in their pursuit of a decisive climate policy, because, in contrast to Parliament and the government, the participants in the Council provided, uninfluenced by interest groups, lobby associations and media sham discourses, decision-making and design bases for which no democratic doubts can be asserted. The climate gluers will take care of everything else. Of course, this concept was not without its opponents. In the Hart-Aber-Fair program, Konstantin Kuhl, the deputy parliamentary leader of the FDP in the Bundestag, contradicted the activist Van Balen, saying, Decisions in Germany are made by the German Bundestag because it is democratically legitimized by elections, and by the whole population. You cannot draw lots for people and give them the power to decide the weal and woe of the whole country. That is undemocratic and would open the floodgates to a despotism. According to Focus Online editor Christian Bohm, Van Balen's comments are even a matter for the Office for the Protection of the Constitution, as the last generation is calling for nothing less than the abolition of parliamentary democracy. Subsequently, however, the editorial network Germany, Redaktionsnetzwerk Deutschland, for example, discussed the extent to which such a body would represent an innovation for democracy, or whether it would put Germany on the road to a council democracy. As a precaution, the climate activists are introducing their demand for the abolition of the political system with a state-supporting invocation of the German Basic Law. They propagate the dictatorship of the Social Council as a neutralization, dictated by the climate crisis and proclaimed by the Citizens' Council, of the blockaders in government who, in alliance with the wealthy, are gambling away our future. The political class has broken the social contract by holding on to the course of climate destruction and the richest 1%, and thus disregarding the interests of the majority. Objections, considerations, or detours cannot be allowed, and so it is not about the losses that could occur on the way to the goal. The last generation does not set itself the task of developing concepts against climate change, which the government has long since prescribed, but instead pushes for their political enforcement. It is not deterred by the public's resentment of Habeck's new building energy code or the failed citizens' initiative for the Berlin 2030 climate neutral referendum in March 2023. Organizations like The Last Generation seek to reframe a general sense of crisis among their academic target audience as class-specific to the climate issue, ultimately aiming for an expertocracy. The use of the word council invokes a libertarian tradition, without, however, showing the slightest reference to the methods and objectives of the historical workers' councils, which were committed to the increase of freedom and property in a reconciled society. Significantly, The Last Generation, which has so far only been criticized for its activism against motorists and airline passengers, is not discredited for its authoritarian goals. On the contrary, the media and experts associated with the SPD, and even more so with the Greens, constantly express respect for their consistency and radicalism, that is, their ruthlessness. The authoritarian confession is not only delivered in libertarian packaging, but also cultivates an actionism that goes hand in hand with a glorification of self-sacrifice for higher purposes. Claudia Roth was thrilled. The word climate terrorist really has no place in a civilized democratic debate, said the Minister of State for Culture and the Media after the Unword Commission of the Philipps University of Marburg chose the term as the Unword of 2022. Baden-Württemberg's Prime Minister Winfried Kretschmann also welcomed the decision, stating, "I find the expression completely inappropriate and advise against using such expressions." It was no surprise that government staff approved of the Commission's decision. Since the Unword to Jars was first chosen in 1991, when the choice fell on Ausländerfrei, free of foreigners, its function has been to promote public speaking that is self-reflective, critical of authority, and yet conforms to the state, by simulating a civil society language critique. A good citizen is therefore someone who criticizes undesirable developments in their own country and yet avoids any and every non-word. Someone who criticizes the government in exactly the language that is approved by the government as the language of criticism. The annually nominated non-words, which were selected by the Society for German Language until 1994 and since then by the Language Critical Action of the University of Marburg, add up to an index of politically correct speech. At least as revealing as the provisionally named non-words is which words are not declared non-words. For example, even before the climate terrorists in 2019, climate hysteria became the non-word of the year. A year later it was the corona dictatorship, used in particular by right-wing extremist protagonists. In 2017, it was alternative facts, a phrase that, in the Commission's opinion, serves to make false claims acceptable as a legitimate means of public debate. On the other hand, the climate death, which, according to various eco-activists, threatens humanity if the energy transition is not taken seriously soon, was never nominated. The tyranny of the unvaccinated, by which Frank Ulrich Montgomery, honorary president of the German Medical Association, saw all those vaccinated against COVID-19 as being acutely threatened even in 2021, a formulation that defamed innocent people across the board and from which he refuses to distance himself to this day, was also not selected. The same civil society that approves of the apocalyptic diction of the climate protection movement sanctions the polemical naming of this apocalypse drunkenness by nominating apt non-words. And the same civil society that has always been at the forefront of denigrating critics of measures is meticulously monitoring their own language. It makes sense to reverse the logic of the unword critique and ask how those speak who are seen by unword critics as victims of a discriminatory, politically incorrect, somehow right-wing diction. What is striking about the language of the last generation is a tone of authoritarian whining and coercive helplessness that instrumentalizes a vague fear of the future to advance its own political goals. Luisa Neudorfer's rhetoric is prototypical of the invocation of this powerlessness, which is first conjured up under the alibi of wanting to fight it. Together with her grandmother Dagmar Riemtsma, the former wife of cigarette manufacturer Fico Riemtsma, climate activist Carla Riemtsma is Neudorfer's cousin. She wrote the pamphlet Gegen die Ohnmacht. My Grandmother, Politics and I. The intergenerational kitchen conversations documented in the book were enthusiastically reviewed by Deutschlandfunk. Grandmother and granddaughter reflect on the very personal origins of their powerlessness and what inspires both of them to resist. In her personal life, Neubauer experienced a very difficult feeling of powerlessness when her father died of cancer in 2016, and she, the daughter, could do nothing about it, but had to watch helplessly. Many people of her generation feel a similar sense of helplessness in the face of climate change, she says. End of quote. This statement is characteristic of the coercive policy of climate activists. For one thing, Neubauer shamelessly uses a private and contingent experience, the feeling of helplessness in the face of her father's terminal illness, as a means of legitimizing different political interests. She does not ask herself whether private feelings and sensitivities are at all suitable as arguments in a political dispute, and if so, in which cases this is plausible. On the other hand, by equating private experience with political opinion, she elevates her father's cancer from a mundane disease to a socio-ecological metaphor. Just as cancer corrodes the human organism, man-made climate change destroys the foundations of society. The proximity of such social biologism to fascistic social theories, which Susan Sontag examined in her 1978 book Illness as a Metaphor, does not strike either Neubauer or Deutschlandfunk. Thirdly, by conflating the personal and the political, biology and society, Neubauer insinuates that there is a solidarity between generations, an empathetic identification of the young with the old, which is in fact being brutally renounced by the protagonists of the last generation. By standing up against climate death, and for the energy transition, she, Neubauer suggests, remains true to her personal powerlessness in the face of her father's cancer. What young climate activists really think of the older generation was probably more accurately revealed by Amelia Fester, when she was in a conversation with Wolfgang Schäuble moderated by Focus magazine last July. Schäuble's theologically intended comment that Fester would also not finish with the question of what makes a person, until the end of your days was met with a grumpy response from her. That's still a while away for me. Despite her self-assurance that she would outlive Schäuble, she used almost identical words to Neubauer's on the same occasion to conjure up the fear of the new youth, which bears witness to their moral integrity. My generation is not greedy but afraid. In their presumptuous certainty that they are good people and therefore superior to the old people of yesterday, Fester and Neubauer resemble 20-year-old Lena Eichler, an activist of the last generation, who has been charged with various offenses. Among other things, she taped herself in August 2022 at the Berlin Gemäldegalerie Gallery to the painting Rest on the Flight into Egypt by Lucas Cranach the Elder, and in January of the same year, she and fellow campaigners from Extinction Rebellion entered the canteen of the Bayer Group. A case is pending at the Berlin Tiergarten District Court. Eichler, who describes man-made climate change as probably the greatest crime in human history, asked during the hearing in the direction of the prosecutor and judge, "What would you do as a young person with fear of the future?" and announced on behalf of her fellow campaigners, "We are the alarm." She also appealed to the court, "Let's ask ourselves who the real criminals are, those who irretrievably destroy our livelihoods, or those who draw attention to it." Eichler sounded just like the spokeswoman for the last generation, Amy Van Balen, whose Twitter motto is "The government is knowingly breaking the basic law, we are resisting." Van Balen justified the actions of the last generation against climate and energy policy with the words, "There is no neutrality in this crime." Last fall, a video made by activists who had glued themselves to the walls of the Elbphilharmonie Concert Hall in Hamburg after occupying it used a similarly pseudo-revolutionary tone to call for resistance against the criminal business as usual of our leaders. In the face of a climate emergency and resource wars, the video said, it was up to citizens to stand up against their leaders. Perceived liberals feel increasingly encouraged by this quasi-military rhetoric to actually call climate activists eco-terrorists and compare them to the RAF. Although the lament of legitimate resistance against those in power, and that those in power, and not the dissidents, are the real criminals is actually reminiscent of the milieu of lateral thinkers and Reich citizens, who would of course be labeled as enemies at any time by climate activists, but the last generation is not just another particularly influential manifestation of political extremism. Nor does the comparison with corona deniers work. Rather, the opposite is true. Most of those who are now agitating alongside the last generation against the supposedly criminal state were firmly on the side of the measure and zero COVID apologists, i.e. the state, during the past 2 years. While the German state's actions against critics of the regime of measures did in fact show some similarities to the actions of the old Federal Republic against so-called sympathizers, from eviction notices to regular identity checks to job bans, last-generation activists do not have to expect such state bullying in the future, even if politicians from the governing parties distance themselves from them. On the contrary, the distancing of government officials from climate activists is always accompanied by barely concealed sympathy. The fact that some of the Green politicians in Lutzeroth took to the streets against the very policies that they helped to implement as members of the state and federal government is not a contradiction, but a consequence. The members of the last generation are precisely the enemies of the state that the German climate, hygiene and energy-saving state desires. The maximum disruption and the symbolic stop that Amy Van Balen longed for in economy and everyday life, in order to shock people into facing the fact that the bourgeois normality they are familiar with would result in the suicide of humanity, have been drummed into the population more thoroughly under Corona than Lisa Neubauer would ever be able to, even by politicians who now distance themselves from the militancy of the last generation. The elective affinity between policy measures and climate activism was inadvertently summed up by Austrian climate activist David Sonnenbaum in an interview with The Standard in January, when he explained how a film about the practices of the meat industry converted him to animal and climate protection. Quote, "I realize that something is going completely wrong in the system. Since then, I have also been dealing with food waste and I see how much is still being thrown away. And I ask myself, how can I stand by and watch this? I had to act because doing nothing only made me more and more depressed. I felt it in my body, in my head, that I couldn't handle it. Incidentally, many of us feel the same way. So civil resistance is also a bit like a form of therapy." Quote end. Just as the measures taken against the spread of COVID-19 were no sign of a unity of state reason and scientific reason, the protests of the last generation are no sign of a sense of political responsibility. On the contrary, both express, in different fields and on different occasions, the insane desire to be part of a therapeutic community, a mass cult in which participation is supposed to free individuals from all social and economic contradictions as well as from their most intimate fears. Those who really stand on the side of enlightenment today are those who want to put an end to this cult-like behavior. The German public has discovered young people as a beacon of hope in a world that has gone off the rails. In this spirit, the magazine Stern published an article entitled, "We Are Changing the World: Why Young People Around the World Are Fighting for a Better Future," in which it presented protagonists of a new global movement over several pages. The authors of Stern felt the need to honor the icon of the social media intifada, Ahed Tamimi, who's certain that she would become a symbol of resistance, slapped the face of an Israeli soldier in December 2017, who, along with his colleagues, had to endure the stone-throwing attacks of Palestinian victims every Friday. This act, which she posted on the internet, not only earned the young woman 8 months in prison, but also landed her interview appointments and attention in Europe. The fact that the magazine seriously claims that the young woman is concerned about a better future, when she was merely interested in taking another step towards becoming a professional Palestinian, says a lot about the magazine and its readers. Thankfully, the activities of other adolescents seem less spectacular. There is, for example, an American computer nerd who enjoys discovering security holes on the internet and whose hobby has encouraged him to study computer science at Stanford and work for companies and the Department of Defense on the side. Whether he is aiming to save the world by doing so, however, seems more than questionable. There is also a 17-year-old Russian woman who advocates for a democratic and liberal Russia. She is joined by a young Brazilian woman who, although she is devoted to the Afro-Brazilian religion Umbanda and the Black Power movement Consciência Negra, is nevertheless demanding the right to an education so that she too can escape the miserable living conditions of the favelas, along with the gang terror that prevails there. Even the two sisters who have succeeded in initiating large-scale beach cleanups on the island of Bali, which is flooded with plastic waste, and in addition, have persuaded those in power to ban the use of plastic bags and disposable packaging, are primarily striving for clean beaches on their own doorstep. So the Stern can't present a unified global youth movement, and certainly not with the ethically post-material agenda that it actually wants. But this journalistic failure is made up for by the global star of the climate protection movement, Greta Thunberg. She is inspiring thousands of students worldwide and increasingly, adults as well. It was probably no coincidence that she landed on the cover of the news magazine at a time when the student strikes inspired by her in Germany were forming a movement whose supporters have almost nothing to fear except for missing lessons on their report cards. Since her public appearances, Greta Thunberg has been regarded as a counterpoint to all the influencers and YouTube stars who are otherwise celebrated by young people for their glamour and humor on the internet. As the star of a generation, Thunberg has overtaken Malala Yousafzai, who was shot in the head by the Taliban for her campaign to allow Pakistani girls to go to school and who was previously considered the most famous teenage icon, with her mass-market insistence on low-emission consumer behavior. Malala cannot hold a candle to the innocent Greta when it comes to honesty and authenticity, since she is allegedly being built up by her father with the help of the professionals at the PR agency Edelman, who otherwise look after clients like Starbucks, to become a symbolic figure in his fight for girls' education and a global brand. Greta is not the first young climate change activist, however. In 2017, the then 17-year-old U.S.-American Zaidas Cattle Martinez was credited with the potential to become the hero of a new green youth culture. At the age of 9, he began protesting against coal and fracking companies. At 15, he addressed the United Nations General Assembly. He is invited to TV shows and international conferences, and some organizers pay tens of thousands of euros just to hear him speak. Above all, the lawsuit he initiated against the U.S. government and its climate policy made him a star among environmental activists around the world. It seems to have helped that he looks like a picture book Indian and thus like the prototype of a person whose natural habitat has been destroyed. Zeit Online, November 15, 2017. In Germany, on the other hand, Felix Finkbeiner has made a name for himself with the German branch of the Plant for the Planet initiative, which goes back to Kenyan Nobel Peace Prize winner Wangari Maathai. The German prodigy with Harry Potter glasses, National Geographic, addressed the UN General Assembly at the age of 13, promoting the idea of slowing climate change through reforestation. From then on, he chatted with Prince Albert of Monaco, the King of Spain Felipe, Kofi Annan, and Al Gore. They were all deeply impressed by the carefree schoolboy from Bavaria, who explained the importance of trees for the climate to them in fairly good English. Focus E, February 3, 2019. In addition, he has founded his own chocolate label. Die Gute Schokolade, the good chocolate, is available in 20,000 stores in Germany and Austria, and was named the winner among 25 milk chocolates by the consumer organization Stiftung Warentest last year. A lawsuit against the U.S. government, a successful chocolate brand, and an excellent reputation among celebrities are all well and good, but the much-invoked new green youth culture remains, in comparison to today, more a matter for individual activists. That's why Finkbeiner is also a huge fan, because we've been waiting a long time for someone like Greta, who keeps the issue of climate in the headlines for weeks. Focus E, February 3, 2019. In gratitude for this, the childlike-looking world star from Sweden was elevated to the status of a savior by Berlin's Bishop Heiner Koch, whom the Friday demonstrations remind a little of the biblical scene of Jesus' entry into Jerusalem. Welt Online, April 13, 2019. Just as Greta has washed her parents' brains, Spiegel Online, February 2, 2019, and since then veganism and flight renunciation have applied to the entire nuclear family, this blackmail strategy, which George Cieslin celebrated as a personal story of salvation and liberation, has been taken up willingly as a universally valid message, as the last chance for the survival of all humanity. According to Greta, the prerequisite for this was her Asperger's diagnosis, which she said was helpful in realizing that the greatest crisis in human history is about nothing less than the survival of human civilization, and therefore a matter of life or death. I think that if I didn't have Asperger's, this wouldn't have been possible. I would have just lived and thought like everyone else. Quote end. That the disease is not so much a problem for aspiring prophets as an essential resource of paranormal abilities is also confirmed by Greta's mother in the family saga Scenes from the Heart. Our Life for the Climate, which, as luck would have it, came out the week Greta went on strike for the climate for the first time. Quote, Greta is one of the few people who can see our carbon dioxide with the naked eye. She sees how greenhouse gases flow out of our chimneys, rise into the sky with the wind, and transform the atmosphere into a gigantic invisible garbage dump. End quote. For someone blessed with such talents, however, the mundane school day proves to be a real challenge. Quote, new iPhones are pulled out of classmates' down jackets with fur collars, and everyone who has ever been to New York raves about how many cool shops there are, and you can do some great shopping in Barcelona, and everything is super cheap in Thailand, and someone is flying to Vietnam with their mother during the Easter holidays, and Greta can't get it all together. In the school cafeteria there are hamburgers that day, but for her this greasy piece of meat on the plate is no longer food. It is the crushed muscle of a living being that has feelings, consciousness, and a soul. Quote end. The German face of climate protests does not have such paranormal abilities and goes by the name Luisa Neubauer. As a member of the Green Party and a professional climate activist, the student has plenty of professional expertise in campaigning and politics. Although she also sees Greta Thunberg as a role model, it was clear to the young Green Party member from the outset that the school strike in Germany had to be approached quite differently. A climate revolution will not be sparked simply by an individual standing in front of the Swedish parliament armed with a cardboard sign or by someone like 20-year-old Berlin political science student Tracy Tutu chaining herself to the Bundestag. Rather, a tight agenda is needed for mass mobilization to succeed. Regional groups, delegates, telephone conferences, working groups for press, website, social media. For movement beginners like 15-year-old Linus Steinmetz, these activities also have an educational character outside of school. I'm learning a lot right now. How to lead a plenum or bring people together, for example. End of quote. In this sense, he can see the organization of the climate protests as the first internship, and an honorary one at that, in which skills that are in demand for later professional life are not only taught but also trained independently. Therefore, Luisa Neubauer finds the debate about skipping school inappropriate, since no one sees the thousands of hours we spend organizing, late at night, early in the morning, and even when we should be at school or university. End quote. Basically, missing class is not a reward, but a sacrifice. In the opinion of the Göttingen student, the sacrifice was definitely worth it, because now they are managing the first internationally networked youth climate movement via social media, which is not least due to the fact that interested parties only have to click on a WhatsApp link to find out all the latest news and quickly get involved, as Jacob Lassel, a student from Kiel, adds. Despite all the enthusiasm for organizing, the fact that the internet mobilization machine and the energy requirements of the necessary devices, i.e. smartphones, computers and data centers, are currently and will continue to be associated with a problem, is not lost on the otherwise keen scientific affinity. The internet and related services are already responsible for more CO2 emissions than air travel. And by 2030, the current share of around 3.7% of global greenhouse gas emissions could rise to 8%, which would mean that the internet would replace cars and motorcycles as climate killers, as researchers from the French think tank The Shift Project have calculated on behalf of the French government. However, the crass generation Luisa Neubauer is not expected to want to restrict or even abolish the internet. That would go too far for the smartphone junkies, especially since it would effectively mean pulling the plug on themselves. If we want to uphold the dictum that there will soon be no stopping, and that there is therefore no way around all of us having to restrict ourselves, but at the same time the internet and its accessories are not even up for discussion as climate killers, then the digitized life reform movement must proceed all the more radically in other areas. A participant in a Berlin demonstration put it as follows: no more plastic. No flying, no driving, no meat. She called on Chancellor Angela Merkel to just make flying and meat more expensive, because there is no reason to eat meat, it is not healthy and not good for the climate. Then there will be no more meat. For anyone. Or only on Sundays. End quote. The commentators are really enthusiastic about such calls for renunciation. Not only did the protesters fight their way through public transport despite the BVG strike, but also at home the strikers celebrate sustainability. Many live vegetarian and eat only bio-meat. They pay attention to second-hand clothes and waste separation. End of quote. In fact, these observations are confirmed by a survey. According to the survey, the protesters bought or avoided certain products for political, ethical, or ecological reasons, changed their diet, reduced their energy consumption, or did not take a flight. All of this may be harmless in itself, i.e., as an individual act, even though the unease of affluent kids with civilization could hardly be more openly expressed. However, such attitudes become a major political problem when they develop into a collective program of renunciation combined with a panic-stricken invocation of an impending apocalypse. For the protagonists of the strikes, it then follows almost inevitably from this panic that personal renunciation is not enough to prevent the future from being stolen from young people. Therefore, it is necessary to bring about a change in the whole of society, which goes beyond anything we have seen so far. In an opinion piece in the FAZ, Greta Thunberg, Lisa Neubauer and others explain that the current system is failing because it only works for the rich inhabitants of the North at the expense of the suffering people in the South, which is neither right nor wrong in this platitude. In a newly designed world, it would then be a matter of keeping fossil fuels in the ground and phasing out subsidies for dirty energy production, seriously investing in renewable energies and starting to ask difficult questions about how we reorganize our economies and who the winners and losers will be. Quote end. This last sentence should be savored. While the liberal economic advocates of a global market radicalism still cling to the ideology that the reorganization of the economies will be associated with short-term losses, but that ultimately everyone will benefit, the loudspeakers of the climate revolution do not even bother with such promises when they take into account the losers, such as the employees of the coal industry. Despite all the cautiously emerging concerns about socio-political challenges, which the adults are then supposed to take care of, the fact remains, but it is important to us that the coal phase-out happens, and quickly. End of quote. Losing these jobs would even be an act of creative destruction, and at the same time a speculation that an energy transition would create an enormous amount of job potential. End of quote. If this surge in innovation fails to materialize, then of course those affected must be supported. Instead of paying tax money to the coal companies, the German government could, in case of doubt, and knowing full well that this will not happen, pay each of the approximately 20,000 employees at risk €1 million in severance pay, which would be quite a good basic income. But of course such gestures in the direction of the proletarian modernization refuseniks are not meant seriously, because in the opinion of the kids, the old people don't need such help at all, since they are only thinking about how much money they can make at our expense all the time anyway. Bjorn Schultz, writing in Jungle World, was therefore the only one to get to the bottom of why the demands of the climate strikers have only met with cautious enthusiasm among the friction-sated proletarians. He comes to the conclusion that the students, and above all Greta, personify their enemies, capitalist modernization, which threatens their image of masculinity. Quote, well into the ranks of social democracy, there is an attachment to an industrial capitalism that crashes, stinks, and is the business of sweaty men. Replacing the roar of the combustion engine with the whir of the electric motor is perceived as a symbolic castration. The justified concern of losing one's job as a result of a more consequent climate policy is overlaid by patriarchal desires. Quote end. Whether the organizers and participants of the student strikes are aware that they are castration-happy harbingers of capitalist modernization, replacing a patriarchal image of masculinity, may be doubted, but the fact that they concerns about the economic advancement of those whose existence will most likely be destroyed by the ecologically draped clear-cutting of industrial capitalism, as a pretext for the political and industrial elite to disparage them, is obvious. The participants in the Friday protests are mainly high school graduates, students, and academics. The majority belong to the middle class and can refer to parents with a high level of education. Almost half have a university degree. It may initially come as a surprise that students from the educated middle class are acting as the vanguard of a logically difficult to justify, even delusional, world improvement project, and that they are being encouraged by the media and representatives of the corresponding political class in the fixed idea that their generation, of all things, is being robbed of the future and that the end of the world is looming. However, the activism that this dystopia has spawned is not as surprising as it might seem. For example, the 2015 Shell Youth Study found that since 2002, the political interest of the 12 to 25-year-old subjects has been continuously increasing due to authentic concerns and fears. The researchers attribute this to the fact that the generation born after 2000 is far less focused on grades and qualifications than previous generations, and does not have to devote all of its energies to securing its economic existence. Although they are also interested in career development and earning their own money, unlike their predecessors, they have this opportunity in abundance. The fact that young Germans have overcome the Zero-Bock phase and are on the move, as the authors of the Shell Youth Study summarize, is probably not the result of a carefree abundance in a largely precarious world of work, which has long since stopped at apprenticeships and research, but rather the consequence of an education policy offensive in which schools are increasingly being used as mobilization instances in civil society. The director of the Bettina School in Frankfurt am Main, Elke Schinkel, told the FAZ that she welcomed the actions of the striking students and that encouraging political interest and participation was ultimately the school's job. A number of teachers actually support the engagement of their students. Be it that signs are painted in ethics class or, as recently announced, that the art class at the Curtin Comprehensive School is being converted into an excursion to the climate demonstration in Cologne at the request of many students. At the beginning of the strikes, it was still necessary to think of reasons to go to the demonstration and not to school, but in this case the parents were informed in writing by the school that this school excursion is compulsory for the participating students and that any absence must be excused. Examples such as these tie in with a discussion in the political science community that deals with questions of didactics in political education. According to this, Different citizens' models are discussed and the extent to which these should be aspired to. The starting point is the reflective spectator, who informs himself about political processes and can consequently make rational choices. The next step is the capable interventional citizen, who is not only well informed but also has the communicative and strategic skills to engage for their own interests. The ideal type is ultimately the active citizen, who, in addition to these skills, has the motivation to spend a lot of time and energy on political engagement in the long term. To awaken this motivation, it is therefore important to design political education in schools in such a way that pupils not only learn to judge political events and problems, but also how they themselves can get involved in politics to represent their own or others' interests. Furthermore, the encouragement and support of political action could take place in the classroom. Although this position is not without controversy in academic circles, it is reflected in the Decree on Political Education in Schools in the state of Schleswig-Holstein, which states that students should be guided and encouraged to actively participate in political and social action, to think independently and to critically rethink supposed certainties, existing social structures and political situations. The curriculum for the subject of social studies in the specialized grammar schools of the state of Saxony-Anhalt also clearly states that the goal is the development of active citizens. In this respect, the excitement about students staying away from class seems strange, since they can indeed invoke the idea of demonstrating the kind of engagement that they were taught at school. But that's not all. The UNESCO Education Server, which according to its own information, receives 150,000 hits per month from teachers, students and pupils, already teaches all the strategies for doing without that the strike participants interviewed dictate to the reporters in their notepads: less air travel, less meat, etc., etc. And of course, they are not without the warning that failure to follow the recommendations could make climate disaster inevitable. However, it is not only young people who are concerned about the climate crisis. A 2016 study by the Forsa Institute on the environmental awareness of Germans showed that almost 90% of respondents across all age groups view climate change as threatening or very threatening. This sentiment was also confirmed by the ARD Deutschland Trend survey conducted in May 2019. According to the survey, a clear majority of 81% see a very great or great need for action in the area of climate protection. An equal number believe that Germany should set a good example in climate protection. 85% of respondents also believe that we will not be able to stop climate change without making restrictions to our lifestyle. End of quote. In addition, environmental and climate protection became a decisive issue for voters in the European elections on May 26, 2019. It is therefore not surprising that the marches organized by Fridays for Future FFF, which de facto have the central motto, "It's no use learning for a future that doesn't exist," are supported by the majority of Germans. In addition to the appreciation expressed by the German Chancellor and the Federal President, they also receive the support of Parents for Future and Scientists for Future. These conditions suggest that the student protests and the irrational panic they express about the impending collapse are meeting with a socially powerful consciousness with a long tradition, and that people seem to have been waiting for the young people's message. Sociologists also explain the support for the climate kids from society as a whole by the fact that this movement is endowed with the power of innocence. Children and young people appear unspent, their anger authentic. Their goals may be utopian, but their belief in them is honest. Stern, June 2019. In his essay The Power of Innocence, George Cieslin goes one step further and characterizes innocence as an instrument of power, especially in the case of Greta Thunberg, as a mixture of childlike naivety, which initially pays no attention to feasibility, diplomacy and alliances, and a radicalism that one would have sought in vain until now, and which means the transformation of dissatisfaction into political revolt. One of the advantages of this ecological Joan of Arc is that she can neither be intimidated nor bought, nor abused for propaganda purposes, nor psychologically appeased. End of quote. The figure of Greta Thunberg in particular demonstrates parallels as well as special features of a communication technique that Adorno called the trick of persecuted innocence. This is characterized by asserting one's own innocence, emphasizing one's own blamelessness and selflessness. In addition, it is typical for this character to see themselves as subject to constant persecution, threats and conspiracies by their enemies due to their high moral standards. What is special about Greta is that she knows how to use this hostility to her advantage. She openly says, "It's a good sign that they hate me, because it shows that they see me as a threat." End quote. Cieslin cannot and does not want to notice that the childlike naivety he has affirmed has long since taken on the character of a radical persecuting innocence, which has so far been discussed in Jungle World at least under the heading of reduced criticism of capitalism. Greta Thunberg and friends write in the FAZ that they have watched for years as companies are given free rein to dredge our land, drill under our floors and burn our future for their profits. We have seen how fracking, deep-sea drilling and coal mining continue. Politicians know the truth about climate change and yet have left our future in the hands of profiteers whose quest for quick money threatens our very existence. End of quote. With a little goodwill, it could be argued that the authors are simply concerned about themselves and that everything would be half as bad since, after all, they are just children. But it shouldn't be that easy to make it that simple. On the one hand, such a clear-cut determination of the enemy is an expression of an attitude that brusquely discards any sense of its own entanglement in anything but self-explanatory politico-economic constellations and the resulting ambivalence for each individual. On the other hand, a trait that Adorno also pointed out comes to light, namely to interpret one's own supposed danger as a danger threatening everyone and to rationalize aggressiveness under the mask of self-defense. In other words, the naming of culprits and the necessary threat of punishment and possible annihilation is declared an inevitable protective measure. Furthermore, George Cecilin diagnoses that Greta has helped the ecological idea to achieve new urgency, which fails to recognize that in this country the climate movement has been growing for 10 years in the form of climate camps or the occupation of the Hambach forest, picking up on the experiences of the anti-nuclear protests of the 1980s. What protest researcher Simon Toon, with affirmative intent, counts as a major plus point also means that this continuity, which is not just historical but above all ideological, simultaneously reveals everything about the threat posed by the current climate movement. The pioneers of today's climate protests were still concerned with preserving German homeland soil, a patch of patriotic earth from alien-damaging influences such as poison, concrete, and nuclear. But the current German interest has long since broken free from the shackles of the nation and openly propagates a universal claim that is truly without borders, as expressed by a young activist who said it makes him furious that Germany is still not a role model in saving the world. Just as the pacifist ecological conscience of the Germans was once used to serve the turning away from National Socialism, so today the nation that still hasn't managed to introduce a speed limit on its autobahns has to compensate for all the BMWs, Audis and Mercedes with climate rituals. In any case, the boundary between the fear of an actual or fictitious danger, in this case climate-related doomsday, and the longing for precisely that, as practiced and demonstrated in the 1980s, is at least a fluid one. Since a secretly hoped-for apocalypse inevitably amounts to a radical cure for all the evils of the civilization, for those who have escaped once again it means a fresh start that corresponds to the misanthropic dream of a simple, unbound life in close touch with nature. The system change demanded by the Thunbergs of this world ultimately boils down to the dystopia of the Ecopax veterans, to transform the world into a wilderness, that is, into non-humanized nature. Port pointed out elsewhere that the glorification of nature and of barbarism and primitiveness in general inherent in the idea of climate war is simply another expression for the glorification of poverty, renunciation, inability to enjoy, and misery. Currently, this is compounded by the fact that those denials and renunciations, which are no longer natural but forced by social conditions, are being reinterpreted as a morally justified dictate of austerity and abstinence to save the climate and thus ensure the survival of the younger generation. That the ecological form of thinking cannot found humanity, but only barbarism, proves not least from the fact that, according to its abstract content, the possibility of abolishing the concrete suffering of people is no longer on the agenda. Rather, the consequence of making overpopulation, the plundering of nature, the wasting of energy, the dying of the forests, and environmental pollution a topic of discussion is that even the opponent has changed, not a specific false social relationship of people, not a ruling class, but rather the human being itself is the enemy and the pest. And here, ecology works particularly well with the German desire for elimination and the will to destroy unworthy life, embodied in gluttonous and pollutant-emitting people. The protagonists of the student strikes are thus waging a bitter fight against the old, who have been found guilty of being climate sinners. The number of old people and their life expectancy seems to be constantly increasing, and they will literally be a burden on society in the future, not only when they are ill or in need of care. Linus Steinmetz, who has already been mentioned, puts it as follows: "It's a mess how the old are destroying the planet and we're just supposed to watch. We young people must finally be given the right to vote in federal elections." End quote. In view of the fact that they score above average among younger voters and, in particular, have a secure voter base among participants in student strikes, the professional youth wing of the Green Party proposed lowering the voting age to 16 years. After all, young people not only advocate for climate and species protection, but are also considered to be unsusceptible to right-wing populist tendencies. In the de facto party organ, the Taz, the editor Johanna Roth even went so far as to demand that the incompetent and backward old people be deprived of their right to vote. What we need is a youth epistocracy, lower the voting age and set an upper limit, or at least create clear incentives to delegate one's vote to younger people. To put it bluntly, this would mean protecting the innocent from a voting public that is incompetent on fundamental issues. End of quote. It seems to be only a matter of time before the elderly and otherwise incompetent are taught fundamental issues at adult education centers in addition to the usual activation programs, and after passing an exam they are issued an election qualification certificate that can be revoked. The expulsion of the old and the incompetent from the ballot boxes, which for the time being is still rhetorical, means conversely that the panicked climate kids, who are already being drilled at school to become active citizens, appear as saviors and bearers of hope in a society that has completely fallen into delusion and now wants to exorcise any better times that may still be remembered from the past. The process of purification, according to the formula, "We are the generation that did it," has begun, as is satisfyingly noted, but this must be flanked by more pressure and prohibitions. What is needed is finally an executive hardness in everyday life in order to enforce the renunciation as a punishment for the repentant admission of the lottery through the circumstances. The climate-concerned youths from the better homes, on the other hand, are the product of parents who are keen on early childhood education and, instead of the delinquency typical of adolescence, display a penetratingly precocious sense of responsibility. It is a generation that is unbearably more adult in every one of its impulses than its parents ever were. The students are completely adapted to the requirements of a society that no longer has more to offer than the necessary fight for the pure survival of the species. Through their intellectually underdeveloped over-identification with what they have just learned, they have internalized the civil society stupidity that is necessary to authentically and honestly set an example of the self-elimination of desire, individuality, and happiness for all those who are not yet completely convinced. These borrowings from the early Christians, doomed to death, or the heroic claim that revolutionaries are merely dead on leave, which in reality establishes a cult of martyrdom, are indispensable if only because the movement's goals are not even vaguely supported by utopian, humanity-glorifying hope, even if, as with the early Christians, it is at least for the afterlife. The only thing on offer is nothing more than a climate-ascetic purification, to ensure the survival of the species. Instead, the community is sworn to absolute submission to a bleak reality without redemption, which could be translated as submission to the social reality created by the capital relationship in crisis. Quote, "If we recognize the climate science reality, we must end the age of fossil fuels by 2030. This is not our prescription, but the physical reality." Last Generation, an emergency session to initiate the turnaround. It may be a rare occurrence for a book like Black Earth by Timothy Snyder, which revisits a topic as often covered as the Holocaust, to be published in 23 countries at the same time. This may be seen as an indication that this is an attempt, reaching beyond the academic field, to counter the usual ways of presenting the facts with a new one, to postulate, so to speak, a new narrative, as if the presentation were not a question of truth but of politically interested interpretation. The person of the author also supports this assumption. Timothy Snyder is not only a well-known student of the Hannah Arendt adept Tony Judt, who, in addition to a necessary comparison of the mass murders of Hitler and Stalin, equates them by tearing their respective motives out of context and generalizing them in an inadmissible way. Snyder is particularly well known in Eastern Europe because he has recently sought to distinguish himself by lending those seemingly underrepresented nations, such as Ukraine and Poland, the respectable voice that they are said to lack in pan-European contemporary history, which largely revolves around determining their contribution to the Shoah. And his voice carries weight. Snyder, a professor at Yale, is also a member of the U.S. Council on Foreign Relations, and Black Earth gives us a glimpse of why. The book advocates the political program of those in Barack Obama's Democratic Party, who want to subordinate U.S. foreign policy to climate policy. Part of this scheme is that one state in particular should not only lose out in the looming climatic Armageddon, but should also be almost predestined to blame for a future Holocaust, Israel. But how does this final conclusion come about? Snyder not only wants to establish a particular reading of the historical Holocaust and strip it of its anti-Semitic character, as was already apparent in his previous work Bloodlands, Europe between Hitler and Stalin, but also to use this reading to conclude how a future one can be avoided. This is already indicated by the apocalyptic title Black Earth, The Holocaust as History and Warning. The author is well aware that a new Holocaust is looming, and on a global scale at that. And if it is not the result of anti-Semitism, then climate change is the only trigger left, according to Snyder. Spiegel Online also knows, entirely in line with Snyder's thinking, that Hitler was actually pursuing an ecological crisis intervention policy of this kind. Global crises demand global sacrifices. Disasters have always been popular in Germany, not only, but especially, as have passionately presented programs of moral and economic reform. Snyder deliberately satisfies this need. The book's language style is striking in that it is not a meticulously historical account, but rather a spirited plea. More and more clearly than Bloodlands, it seeks to dramatize the material. Airy paragraphs of condensed historical material follow each other in quick succession, and the author also occasionally scores points by drawing on sources from the countries where the Jews of Europe were predominantly murdered that are rarely considered: Poland, Ukraine, Belarus, Russia, and the Baltic states. In Bloodlands, Snyder had already promised to go beyond the nationally blinkered perspectives of the Holocaust. Instead of dividing European history into national parts, he said, we should bring together the Nazi and Soviet regimes, Jewish and European history, and national histories. Statistical comparisons of the probability of being murdered as a Jew or as a Pole in the German-occupied Eastern Territories alternate with touching stories about the individual fates of the persecuted. Like isolated capitalized passages in a TV documentary, they are intended to serve as dramatized reminders that the mass murders, like the acts of assistance in a few exceptional cases, were not anonymous processes, but rather concrete deeds by individuals who were always held accountable. However, expressions that are more than just unsuccessful metaphors creep in between. Political choreography, page 154, is one, industrial killings, page 173, is another. In the occupied Soviet Union in 1941, as in Austria in 1938, the collapse of the prior regime supplied aesthetic elements of a certain political choreography by which the local population performed Nazi ideology, page 154. Aesthetic elements? Performed? The Jews who were forced to scrub the streets of Vienna after the so-called Anschluss in 1938 did not dance, nor did the mob laughing at them do so only under the direction of the Nazis. Nor was SS General Jekyll's infamous sardine packing, during the shooting of Kiev Jews in Babi Yar in 1941, a form of industrial killing, page 176. Such an approach did make it possible to shoot more than 10,000 individuals on a single day ibid, but the increase in efficiency and assumed automation cannot hide the fact that the murder did not take place in the context of an industry aimed at the production of goods and thus self-preservation, but rather as the prelude to the final solution, the aim of which was the opposite: death for the sake of death. In their gesture of demystification, both books are similar. If you take the fair position of a universalist pluralism, you realize what a distorted image of the Holocaust is being cultivated. As he explains in the chapter The Auschwitz Paradox, the word Auschwitz has become a metonym for the Holocaust as a whole. Yet the vast majority of Jews were murdered elsewhere and indeed were already dead by the time Auschwitz became a major killing facility, page 207. Apart from the dubious attempt to turn a historical term into an image, however true the factual statements may be, is the same ideology behind Auschwitz as behind the gulags? Snyder's main goal is to assert that the Holocaust is not the result of anti-Semitism. Like other forms of racism, anti-Semitism is said to be derived from something else: the irrationality of the disorder that goes hand in hand with the destruction of modern states. It is hardly surprising that Spiegel Online and Frankfurter Rundschau are in unison in their particular admiration for such disturbing assumptions. For him, explaining the Holocaust solely in terms of anti-Semitism is therefore an apolitical explanation. That is, he writes, a legacy of Nazi ideology. This is as cheap as the accusation that anyone who generally attributes an anti-Semitic attitude to Nazis is a racist themselves. When we fall into the trap of collective responsibility, we also collude with Nazi and Soviet propagandists in the abolition of political thought and the lifting of individual responsibility, page 150. This is implicitly directed against Daniel Jonah Goldhagen's book, Hitler's Willing Executioners, which clearly shows how ordinary Germans, more than 500,000 of them, immediate executioners of the Holocaust, did not participate for economic or security reasons, but rather out of anti-Semitic resentment, freely participating in the gradually radicalized strategy of extermination up to the final solution. Due to its subjectivist approach, Goldhagen's study is unable to grasp the logic and genesis of the eliminatory anti-Semitism of the Germans and their accomplices. It makes it an incomprehensible immediacy, an impenetrable national trait. But Goldhagen thus focuses on what Snyder belittles as the motivation for the extermination of the Jews. This denial is based on his abstract separation of reason from unreason. The notion that local East European anti-Semitism killed the Jews of Eastern Europe confers upon others the same sense of superiority that the Nazis once felt. These people are quite primitive, we can allow ourselves to think. Not only does this account fail as an explanation of the Holocaust, its racism prevents us from considering the possibility that not only Germans and Jews but also local peoples were individual human agents with complex goals that were reflected in politics. Ibid. The epithet primitive is immediately applied to antisemitism in order to accuse those who use the term scientifically of racism. For the same reason that Snyder constructs an ideal type of the constitutional state, in which everything should be done according to rational research methods, for him the antisemitism of Hitler and his Germans is merely an inexplicable aberration from abstractly conceived universal reason. Hitler's ecological policy, his fatal equation of politics and nature, as feature writers attach to Snyder's trivialization of the Nazis' anti-Semitic madness, has no cause, at least none that can be explained. In Germany, people are happy to finally leave behind the annoying questions about the impossibility of representing the Holocaust. Snyder is so convenient here because the author simply avoids the all-important question, can National Socialism and thus Auschwitz be rationally explained? And then implicitly affirm it in the end. On closer inspection, the answer in Black Earth is as brief as it is familiar, because it is ecological. The scarcity of resources is said to be responsible for the extermination of the Jews. Not only that, but all the crimes, whether committed by Germans or by Soviet citizens, that are discussed in the context of the Second World War, appear as equally inhumane reactions to an either real or imagined shortage of resources in the respective state. It is no coincidence that the titles of Snyder's two works are geographical metaphors, Bloody Lands, Black Earth, both connotatively ambiguous, extermination and blood bond, death and fertility, they each describe the power of disposition over the limited earth. It is always about telluric power. The murderous organization of time, on the other hand, which is no less a determination of human freedom, is left out. The Nazis and their accomplices were not dependent on space and its treasures and droughts in their actions, but in a sense acted spontaneously, albeit according to the dictates of the pathic projection of their political delusion, and that is by its very nature boundless. All Jews were to be murdered. The same cannot be said of Stalinism, for example. Even the Holodomor in Ukraine in 1932-33, which Snyder describes in Bloodlands, was a targeted decimation of the predominantly ethnic Ukrainian population in this newly co-opted Soviet republic, which, however, came to an end after millions had been killed by starvation, causing any possibility of organized resistance to the Soviet Union's self-colonization in Ukraine to collapse. Just as Auschwitz cannot be explained in terms of material constraints, it did not follow from the decisions of those involved, which could have been made in the same way in other historical contexts and under different social conditions. Nevertheless, Snyder sees the extermination of the Jews as a stupid mistake on the part of the Nazis. They would have trusted in technological progress to conquer living space, as Snyder puts it, although this term is only used in a geographically reductive way, pages 11-28, but not to procure food, for whatever reason. Quote, the inevitable presence of America in German minds was the final reason why, for Hitler, science could not solve the problem of sustenance. Even if inventions did improve agricultural productivity, Germany could not keep pace with America on the strength of this alone, page 13. But what did a competition for imperial expansion, initially to the fertile black earth of Ukraine, have to do with the murder of European Jews? What logic shows that the former required the latter? Quote, the Polish state was to be destroyed because in 1939 Hitler was angry and in a hurry. Jews, not seen as a race, were to be removed from a habitat entirely, page 112. Snyder himself mentions that after the decision for the final solution had been made, all Jews without exception were to be eliminated, but he cannot say why. The Germans regarded the Jews as a counterrace, but Snyder is absolutely unwilling to notice the special relationship between the Germans and the Jews. Why the designation of the ultimate enemy, who was to pose an existential threat to Nazi Germany, had to fall specifically on the Jews, remains completely in the dark. Quote, by presenting Jews as an ecological law responsible for the disharmony of the planet, Hitler channeled and personalized the inevitable tensions of globalization. The only sound ecology was to eliminate a political enemy, page 321. However, this is a petitio principii, since the thing to be explained is already assumed as the reason for the explanation. Why were the Jews of all people blamed by the Germans for the alleged global ecological imbalance, and not, as Leo Lowenthal dryly asked almost 80 years ago, the cyclists? Only an anti-Semite could claim that the Jews in Europe were an enemy of National Socialism in the same sense as, for example, Polish or Ukrainian citizens were for the Soviet Union in eastern Poland occupied after the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. Even after the Polish underground organization had long since ceased planning an uprising there, Polish officers, 21,892 of whom were shot by the NKVD in Katyn in 1940, and the 292,513 Polish citizens who had been deported to the Gulag since the Soviet occupation, pages 120 to 122, were more likely to be actual or potential supporters of a Polish state that actually existed but was hostile from the Soviet Union's point of view. How different, on the other hand, the Jews, without any particular economic wealth, without their own state and political leadership, who can only be seen as a real danger for Nazi Germany if one believes in the conspiracy theory, that of the Jews as the personification of global financial capital. Since the cause of the final solution cannot have been anti-Semitic delusion, according to Snyder, it must lie elsewhere. And he sees it in the greed for food. Snyder assumes that the Nazis' objective was rational, derivable from the instinct of self-preservation, but their means, on the other hand, were irrational, whereas the opposite was the case. The Nazis' objective was delusional, and as such an incommensurable transgression of libido for the Volksgemeinschaft, but the means, except for those that came into conflict with that objective, were rational. In any case, the Jews did not take food from the Germans that they could not have produced through forced labor. But even the labor camps were functionally death camps. And even if the Americans had done it in perspective, the Germans were far too dogged to let such a problem deter them from the final solution, which was supposed to be just the beginning of their empire. The Jews were persecuted because they were hated and feared as eternal bloodsuckers of the German people. They personified the economic crisis that causes unnecessary suffering in society, and not only because of its cyclically recurrent character. Since the conditions of the crisis could not and would not be recognized as social, the Nazis presented the Jews in a taboo mimesis as those who would always emerge from the crisis as winners, the nefariously clever profiteers. The means of choice for the reorganization of living space, according to Snyder, was anarchy. Wherever the state had been destroyed, especially in the double-occupied territories such as Poland and Ukraine, mass murder was easier to carry out on all sides. The local population also behaved more cooperatively or even took the killing into their own hands. It stands to reason that without legal protection by a state deprived of power by occupation, both the lawless and the protected with limited civil rights would be more likely to succumb to either coercion or the invitation, from wherever it came, to commit mass crimes. But the German state destroyers, page 142, were none, and certainly they did not sow anarchy, page 112, not even in the occupied territories. Otto Kirchheimer's studies have already shown that in Germany itself there was no disintegration of state institutions, but rather the dissolution of legal unity and the political subordination of civil law, together with the maintained state agencies, to the goals of the Volksgemeinschaft. Franz Neumann, whose work Snyder borrows from in a blatant manner but only occasionally acknowledges, characterized Nazi Germany as a counterstate because its basic elements, the armed forces, the National Socialist Party, the bureaucracy, and the cartels, also fought against each other internally in open or latent conflicts. This counterstate disregarded positive law situationally, just as it exploited it for its own particular ends and thus transformed it. Instead of destruction, therefore, one should speak of the negative sublation of the bourgeois state, which did not become nothing because the functions of capital, money, and value, which could not continue to exist without those institutions, also survived under National Socialism. What Snyder characterizes in all of this is that the economic crisis is, as it were, doubly naturalized. The crisis-proneness of the automatic subject that has become second nature, which Marx talks about, is stripped of its social causes. But by repressing these, one falls back into the realm of natural things and processes. Then the crisis is intensified into an almost certain collapse of nature. The crisis may have disappeared from society, but it survives as a projected climate change. The tendency to interpret the change in climatic conditions on the planet exclusively as man-made and at the same time to ascribe an impending collapse to planetary nature. The first results from the fact that the economic crisis, as originating from the totality of social conditions, is ignored while it shapes the forms of thinking. The experience of the catastrophe, whether conscious or unconscious, is incorporated into the apocalyptic anticipation of the future development of nature, because the social conditions that made the changeover to that possible do not seem resolvable. Thus, responsibility for it is generally dismissed. Climate change, according to Snyder, has the potential to shake political sovereignties on Earth due to its threatening destructiveness and the resulting possible global intensification of resource scarcity. Any of today's states could be induced to commit genocide due to a lack of raw materials. The fact that the extermination of the Jews, just like other historical cases of mass murder in the not-too-distant past, was not preceded by natural disasters, that these are not a necessary condition for the emergence of genocidal politics, is then also ignored. While it would be reckless to deny the existence of climate change, the extent to which it is caused by human activity is still up for debate, because both the analyses and forecasts and the ability to influence the environment are changing in science. It is not self-evident from climate research what exactly should be done in relation to climate change, and can be done under existing social conditions. Regardless of this, it can hardly be denied that there is a social predisposition to imagine climate change as a rapidly approaching collapse. This immediately reduces the self-demanded political approach to monocausality. Quote, "The starvation in Somalia and the mass killing in Rwanda are dreadful suggestions of what climate change might bring to Africa," page 328. It seems extremely dubious how Snyder suggests that resource scarcity alone would have motivated these mass killings. His dystopian attitude is not to question the social conditions of economic crisis cycles, but instead to call for the intervention of the strong state to regulate the economy. However, it is at least doubtful whether the conjured state would be capable of initiating reasonable, that is, actually self-sustaining measures, and whether the immediate political control of the economic process, which is nevertheless intended, would not rather nourish the soil for a negative sublation of social mediation. From Somalia and Rwanda, as well as from Poland and Ukraine under German occupation, we can learn the following. If climate change is not averted, a new Holocaust is looming, by which, of course, he does not mean the extermination of Jews, but an undefined mass murder. Snyder is just as convinced of this as Bernie Sanders, a presidential candidate of the Democratic Party in the United States, who, when asked about the attack by Islamic terrorists in Paris, said that climate change was the greatest danger facing the world. Snyder puts it this way: in a scenario of a mass killing that resembled the Holocaust, leaders of a developed country might follow or induce panic about future shortages and act preemptively, specifying a human group as the source of an ecological problem, destroying other states by design or by accident, page 325. A diffuse alarmism is called for, which, however, represents nothing but a general regulatory frenzy, because people want to continue to dominate nature, both externally and internally, in a technocratic way, only more effectively. However, the state, especially in a state of emergency, is the ultimate form of that domination. As long as it is brought into play, also and especially as the climate change crisis solver, the solvent becomes a cause of the crisis. The state, which is only conceivable as one of capital, including the allegedly deregulated and privatized, page 338, right-wing state feared by Snyder, page 338, is supposed to serve to provide the social framework for steering science and industry in such a way that the dangers of climate change are neutralized. This sounds reasonable, and yet it completely disregards the fact that, historically, the National Socialist behemoth emerged from the bourgeois leviathan of the Weimar Republic, whose population and anti-Semitic madness made the transition possible, despite the not insignificant resistance to National Socialism. Moreover, in the present day, there are mass movements in political Islam that have either already made a similar transition or are in the process of doing so, with the aim of realizing it worldwide. Snyder stubbornly refuses to admit that there is a global anti-Semitism today, in varying degrees of intensity depending on the geopolitical context, which is fed by the same resentment against the mediation of capital as was the case with National Socialism at the time and must therefore be fought as a matter of priority. Instead, the looming global Holocaust is derived from global warming, and the Green Revolution is enthusiastically invoked as the solution. But technological advantage alone does not mean an absence of will to destroy, as National Socialism, at the latest, has shown. Finally, Snyder offers the reader a quick tour of various scenarios for apocalyptic reactions to climate change, in which Russia, China, Bangladesh, and Egypt are placed side by side without distinction, and yet he ends with what is probably indispensable proof for him and his clientele that of all these states, one in the Middle East, Israel, only appears to be treatable as one among others. The universal respect for the rule of law that Snyder otherwise vehemently demands reaches its limit at this one point in the Eastern Mediterranean. First, a hard but fair question is ventured that goes beyond political correctness. Quote, "It is already the case that North African Islamisms bring anti-Semitic beliefs to Europe. But what if such people actually blamed Jews for environmental disasters?" Page 333. To continue in a completely different way, although Israel has the military and technological capacity to protect its population from the consequences of climate change, the continuing desertification of the Middle East might generate both regional conflict and the demand for scapegoats. In a Middle Eastern war for resources, Muslims might blame Jews for both local problems and the general ecological crisis. That was, after all, Hitler's approach, as if blaming Israel for being the alleged cause of local and global problems in the Middle East were not already common practice. And then, almost as an afterthought, comes the self-exposing denial. Naturally, Israelis could also blame Muslims and seek to draw their American allies into a larger conflict, page 333. Naturally. With this, he restores the balance of the declared impartiality. According to Snyder, the Israelis could easily become the Nazis of tomorrow, even though they have the only democracy in the region and maintain the rule of law, which he values so highly, in the otherwise predominantly anti-democratic Middle East. At the same time, the fact that Iran and the Islamic State have long been waging a mediated or immediate war against Israel is kept secret. It is of no further interest that Israel has been exposed to existentially threatening attacks by Islamic states almost continuously since its warlike founding, and yet has not itself waged any war of expansion. Some historical facts are bypassed by the historian Snyder by transforming himself into a futurologist. And very strangely, the Jews are credited with the almost magical ability to draw even the United States into a war of extermination when the ecological end times arrive. Such a thing is nothing more than vulgar anti-imperialism in an ecological guise. Snyder's praise for the revisionist Zionists Munich and Begin, on the other hand, is actually only hypocritical, page 334. At the same time, the Zionists of today in Israel are warned not to rely too much on the evangelical Christians in the United States, traditionally the strongest pro-Israeli force there. Zionists were correct that statehood protects Jews, but their allies can be people who see Israel as a means to some other end, page 335. Here, Snyder enters the realm of day-to-day politics. He points to the common doctrine of some evangelicals in America that they would only support Israel because they believe that the upheavals there herald the parousia, the eschatological return of Christ. Israel Zionists would have to be careful, because some of their American patrons support policies that could hasten a catastrophe that would endanger the state of Israel, whose destruction they see as a stage in the redemption of the world. Ibid. This refers to the so-called climate deniers, a phrase that has been coined not only in Germany in reference to Holocaust deniers, who would lead evangelicals to support the hydrocarbon policy that accelerates climate change. In other words, a conspiracy theory is being dished up according to which evangelical Christians in the United States, through their rejection of climate policy, which is pro-Israel on the surface but anti-Semitic in its depths, of a U.S. Democratic Party, in fact want to abandon Israel to destruction, as though Economish final chapter of the history of salvation. Anyone who disagrees with the Democratic Party's official climate policy under Barack Obama is accused by Snyder of the very same abstract unreason that already characterized the Nazis, in order to be able to place at least the conservative sections of the population in America and Israel on a par with autocratic states such as Russia and China, not to mention Iran or even ISIS. While the United States and Israel are precisely those states that have always been committed to upholding the rule of law for their own national interests, especially with regard to their politically conservative currents. However, if the question is raised as to whether the respective security policy in the USA and Israel should not take precedence over climate policy without undermining it, Snyder promptly concludes that the USA and Israel are both unreasonable rogue states that act self-interestedly to the global detriment of the world. The coming Holocaust will result from the ecological catastrophes caused by climate change. Wherever the wind blows, there will be fires. For Snyder, the Holocaust changes with the climate and like the climate itself. To prevent this Holocaust from happening, the projected world sovereign must intervene everywhere, although so far only Germany, a few European states and their allies in the Middle East are able to realize this. Perhaps the United States will join them at some point, possibly depending on which policy they pursue after the 2016 elections. However, Russia is more likely to be considered a suitable partner for the world sovereign in the making. And according to Snyder, the rule of law should be taught preventively to the one sovereign state in the Middle East that does not want to be limited to powerless reasonableness. Israel is to be reprimanded, its weakening of sovereignty, if not its destruction, is accepted. The political climate change takes the actual one as an opportunity. Israel should perish.